Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Let the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, we'll say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stop begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disc, make it just fly out.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disc, make it just fly out.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we die for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from guns we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespect that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties back just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties back just like home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business like just like home.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business back just like home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
Thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We FBAs. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our flames are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, shows, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here. It's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you crossed. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type, the prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean that. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from. Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought. That's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. And thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Kruma, Jesse Parrish, and we are joined with our ally in the struggle, Michael. And in the background, she's asleep. And Shabaka, I hope he joins us. I don't know where Shabaka's at, but hopefully he'll be joining us tonight. And on this season 6, episode 33, Trey, part 1, 4th of July edition of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is, of course, those tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. Then today, as you know, is the 4th of their lives, otherwise known as the 4th of July. As America celebrates 250 years of independence, are Black Americans really free? Then we got Happy 4th of July. Should FBAs celebrate America's 250th anniversary? Then we got, is America with a triple K, America first? Then the truth about the 4th of July with Professor Griff and Kalonji, Changa. 4th of July special Birthright Citizen Report. The Great American State Fair just kicked everyone out. Did Trump, aka the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear, just expose the Democrats with the babies of slaves line. The Tougaloo College Sundown town map versus the FBA threat database map. Examining Matt Walsh, revisionist history on Emmett Till. Reaction, there's Khalifa. LA City approves $2 billion development project. Venezuela sky turned blood red 6 days after the 2 major earthquakes. Haitians rush to Canada after Trump ends their temporary protective status. And after the Supreme Court ruling, Trump isn't backing down. I think I already covered that one already. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the new Black media and also the signal boosters of the new Black media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which was started back in 2020, 2021. And please make sure and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for, count them, 12 seasons now. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please make sure y'all like and subscribe to our platforms. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Seriously, y'all, I need y'all to subscribe to the backup channel. So let me put that link in the chat so y'all can subscribe to that. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. And then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chain Chroma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora. And the community events for both Denver and Aurora, Black events. And last but certainly not least, the Sunday morning food bank, which I'll be doing tomorrow for the past 10 years. So you can find all that on that channel. So make sure y'all sub to Jesse Paris 5280 on YouTube. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub up to that so Lady Che can start going live again on YouTube on that backup channel. She needs 6 more subscribers so we can make it happen tonight, Black family. Then we got her main channel, the RBA. Make sure y'all check out the RBA. She did an RBA yesterday. Make sure y'all check out the RBA. Make sure y'all sub to the RBA as well. And put all these links in the chat, even though they're already in the description. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel. Make sure y'all sub to Shabaka's YouTube channel as well. Janet 1, he needs 7 more subscribers, and he will be able to go live on YouTube. So make sure y'all subscribe to Janet 1 as well. Shabaka's YouTube channel. Put the links to all of these channels in the chat so y'all can get y'all sub on. And then we got our cousin, our Lokester off the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link is in the description. Then we got our brother Kicced out the Mile High, Gritty. Kicced 5100 out the Bellside, Montbello. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Kicced 5100. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, my brother from another mother. who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, but is now in Leesburg, Virginia. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Breeze Omega on YouTube. The link is in the description. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Walsh, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, the Church of Black Power. He'll be dropping a new one tomorrow, so make sure y'all check him out. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. And then in addition, make sure y'all sub to Black Alpha Network, Afro Elite, and last but certainly not least, our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And it's sounding like Beirut outside my window. Got the B1 kittens all shook. At least Amaru. Amaru was scared to death. Where's Khalifa, though? Khalifa seems to be okay. And the link to the B1 Rolodex is in the description. The link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. And the link to submit your business to the... Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Nisi. Yes, make sure y'all sub to For the Culture as well. ML Rose Radio. Yep. Thank you, Miss Nisi. Miss Nisi on it. Yep. All those channels that Miss Nisi's dropping in the chat, make sure y'all sub to them as well. And then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Take Action Now, Sister Brooks Call to Action. Make sure y'all sub to Sister Brooks backup channel, Brooks. The link is in the description. And I'm sure Miss Nisi's going to drop it in the chat as well. Then we got the RDAS Act, the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. The Change.org petition link is also in the description. And then donate to Lady Chase GoFundMe if you haven't already. The link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet all over that Nabisco, Chut the Bussy, Chut the Builder, a.k.a. Dalton Etherly. Make sure y'all donate to our brother's GoFundMe. If you haven't already, I think he shattered his goal. But let's help him make sure of that. And the link to that is in the description. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the Damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Shore for putting that together. The link is also in the description. Change.org. Then we got myself, Jesse Parrish, for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8. And the link to my website is in the description as well. Then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Hey, Khalifa. Would you like to say hi to the people, Khalifa? Allowances made for use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. Oh, yeah, they're going off like that in the Bay, too. Yeah, but sounding like Beirut everywhere right now. Then when and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got Racism, White Supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. announced by the late great master teacher, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. May she rest in power. She would have been 90, and she died when she was 80. And the link to the ISIS papers, the keys to the code, is in the description. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Michael, we're going to get started with the tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. And we're going to continue to mass up the tangible for our vote all the way between now and 2100. So I'm going to read just like I've been reading for the past 7 years. Tangibles 2020 instead of 2020, it's 2026, but everything else remains the same. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed out of Los Angeles, California, came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freemen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So instead of 2020, it's 2026, but everything else remains the same. So the 2026 midterm elections are coming up. The 2027 Denver and LA local and municipal elections are coming up. And the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, communities of color, underserved, underrepresented, under-resourced. Oh, we're going off outside. What else? Terminology they use: downtrodden, distressed, marginalized, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group, while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I said, the 2026 midterm elections, the 2027 Denver and LA municipal elections, and the 2028 presidential elections, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our votes. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing, Black family, for the past 7 years, spreading this hashtag far and wide on social media and throughout the political lexicon. All I hear is tangibles this, tangibles that, but I never hear tangibles specifically for foundational Black Americans. So we're going to continue to stress our tangibles. When we talk about something tangible, we're talking about something that's real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check, in the form of direct lineage-based cash payments for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2026. So on this 250th anniversary of the United States of America, with a triple K, we are still demanding our tangibles. And there'll be no 250 if it wasn't for FBA. All right. And then we want to end an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill as well. We want to end the qualified immunity in all 50 states. We want land grants, land allotments, specifically to our lineage group. And we want tax-free exemption for the next, let's say 250 years. If you're not offering any of that or the above, don't waste your time voting for them, Black family. We got Brother Damien in the building. Salute, Damien. All right, Michael, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
My final tangibles, you guys make reasonable demands, and hey, it cannot be diluted, and it's really front and center. And Tariq Nasheed really made lineage-based cash-paying reparations for American Venezuelan slavery in 2019 like front and center, and this is the real deal, right? And it's a political litmus test, especially for the Democrats who always say they need foundational Black American voters, but they don't value them. And yeah, Democrats are going to have to learn
the building. We got Jay Militant in the building.
Oh, hey, Jay Militant. Hey, how you doing, Jay Militant?
Fourth of them lives.
And so, and this July 4th especially, right? And I know Democrats are going to use that July 4th independence as as talking points.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go out and come back in because StreamYard's already acting up, y'all. So
yeah,
come back in. Just hold it down, Michael.
Okay, I'll definitely hold it down. Yep. Yeah, guys. So, like I was saying that 250 years, exactly. Without foundational Black Americans, who built this country, who fought wars, especially trying to get England off of America's back. And America knows that for sure, but pretends that it fought the war alone, but it did not, right? It's just like in football, when a quarterback calls the plays, right? And he needs a center to protect him, right? And the lineman, guard, right? And so when the quarterback says, or he tells the press, I did this on my own. No, the quarterback did not do it on his own. He had protection, right? From the front line. And he doesn't give credit to them. It's because of, because of their race, right? And so I'm using that to tie that America always likes to pretend it carried itself by its bootstraps, but it never did.
Yeah, they like to pretend.
Yeah. And so, and not to mention the potato salad Brad and Becky like to make on July 4th.
They put the raisins in it.
Raisins, you had that before, Jesse? The potato salad at a museum?
I never ate that shit. If it had raisins in it, I was not fucking with it. I've seen it. I never ate it though.
I think my eyes would be baby.
That's good.
Because America isn't even independent from England. If you're speaking in English for starters.
Yep, exactly.
English for starters, right?
Right. And have you noticed too, like Mzungus, right? When they fight, have you noticed they're so scared of fighting? They always need the FBAs to fight for them.
Yeah, always. They needed us to fight for them in the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
We got free from England. And then they needed us to fight again in the Civil War.
Right.
With a law.
And I'm sure during those wars, I'm sure like the Brads and Beckys yelled at the FBAs to get the job done. Am I right, Jesse?
Yeah, well, we were slaves. We had no choice but to get the job done or else.
Right.
Never
Lady Tails arisen. Greetings, Lady. We have Beirut going on outside everywhere.
Yeah.
House. I had to go ride. I thought it was at
Got
home.
the 4B1 kittens all shook.
I thought it was at
Amaru.
all of them.
Amaru just hopped in my lap out of nowhere. Help me, Daddy. What's going on?
Yeah, so Fresh always said that as you're trying to get back on live stream, that I was making a great point using
That's
as
right.
analogy.
Juneteenth is our Independence Day. That's right.
Yep.
You should not have the day off.
Miss Nisi said. Okay.
Yeah.
And no, they should not get the day off. They're not getting the day off by.
Jay Millie said, "What's cracking?"
What's cracking, cuz?
She said, "What's cracking, cuz?"
I did all kind of crazy things. This got me all up, right? I let my skin exactly my cricket, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and plus the Juneteenth holiday, right? So only like one day off, and majority of employers don't even grant.
I was just gonna be like, we should need to start taking it.
Shouldn't have been no day off.
It's not Pride Month no more.
Yeah, the B1 kittens are scared.
It's happy.
They're scared fresh. At least Amaru is.
Like all month. Or happy whatever. It's fucking Black History
Khalifa? What are you doing, baby Khalifa?
Black History Month is like bullshit. We didn't pick month.
We didn't pick the shortest and coldest month.
We didn't pick it. And we know we didn't pick it. We know that if you say we did, it's because you're lying. You made it up.
It's because of Carter G. Wilson.
I don't give a fuck who said it. And it's like programming.
It started off as liberal.
Who cares? We didn't pick it. Nobody asked my opinion.
It was Carter G.
Nobody
Wilson.
asked my opinion what month I would like.
What month would you like? August. Black August.
Yeah.
Sure. Just Black August all year. It's like this is that or
well, we got Wade in the Water Day coming up. That's in August.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Fade in the water. Excuse me.
Fade in the water. Is that like a special holiday in August for FBAs, Jesse?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is.
Stupid right now.
It is a special holiday.
It's not a holiday.
Fade in the Water Day.
Yeah, motherfucker just
hit him with a folding chair.
Yeah.
People holding the water and shit.
You gotta hit him with a folding chair too.
Yeah.
Water, not in the did not have a chair on his back. He was putting his ass off.
Tariq says the chair is still there. He went down there.
Yeah. Hey Jess, did you get like any of the hot dogs since July 4th?
Hell no. I seen that fool eat like 200 hot dogs earlier.
Ooh.
When Billy Chestnut, whatever the hell's damn name is. The fool that eat all the hot dogs every year.
Every year.
I don't know.
Joey Chestnut.
Joey Chestnut. Is he like your friend in Denver, Colorado?
No, Michael. That's the one that won the hot dog eating contest.
Instigated and shit. And he won't rub that crazy shit out to him.
He said, "I'm always right."
Hey, I gotta tell you, I saw Karen today and Becky in DMV going nuts, especially zigzagging, $4.95 just to go to DC. Ridiculous.
And brought to her house 3 homemade hot dogs off fully loaded.
Yeah.
Brats or they're actual hot dogs?
You said hot dog. What do you mean by that?
Oh my god!
Fully loaded. Brought to us. I think she was trying to say someone made it. Yeah. So Jesse, how many hot dogs can you eat in one day?
Oh my god!
That question is fucked up.
I don't eat hot dogs. I
see the
I eat hot links.
You see what you did,
and sausage.
Sausage.
He broke him. I think he broke him. We haven't like that before. See what you did? You wrote up on that. Oh,
if I do eat a hot dog, it'd have to be a Frank.
Oh, Frank.
There's like
ballpark Franks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you know the like.
Okay, they would be Frank. She said they would be Franks. Yeah, those are
Franks.
Yeah, like cheese.
Yeah. Lady Che likes the cheddar worst.
Like cheddar worst hot dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bratwurst.
The bratwurst.
Bigger than.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, shut up, Jesse. See what you do? What you gonna do? I know this is crazy right now. I mean, not crazy. It's gonna be funny, but it's crazy. Like my brain just switched real quick. And I was like, you know what? I catch myself right there. Yeah, I lost my voice by talking shit, making jokes all morning.
They plump when you cook them.
That's what I was about to say. I was about to say, like, you know, the BBC of the hot dog. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I was going to go with it. And I stopped myself. You know, like you say, bratwurst is like a hot dog. No, the BBC of hot dog. Like the, you know, the one that make the actual pork. It's like the eggplant of hot dogs.
Man, you know,
Kielbasa kind of it's right. The bratwurst is bigger than the kielbasa. You know the kielbasa is longer. Either way, it's in that class. It's like one or the other. You guys got long and stronger. You know, strong. It's in that class.
macaroni salad and deviled eggs for tomorrow's dinner. Okay, that's cool.
That sounds good. Yeah.
Good.
That sounds like grandma used to make.
I used to work over there in the corner of Broadway with the little motherfucking the
kiosk,
the little cart. I used to make Polish dogs.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to him? But he was right there in the corner. Like if he was coming down.
Yeah, I remember him.
He walked your ass all the way to go back to
I don't
Broadway
know.
for the bus.
I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah.
Probably got robbed. I don't know.
Polish, dude.
Yeah.
Yes, I knew he was Polish.
I didn't know he was Polish.
You couldn't tell?
Like majorly prejudiced.
You could tell he was white.
I'll be like social talking to you, but 90% of the time when white people are talking to you, it's like wah, 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 right?
Yeah.
And my ears sound like a little kid. I really pay attention to what the fuck they're talking about, right? But at one time, I was like, I don't know what the fuck. Like, I've been fighting with people all day long. Where like I felt like my blood sugar was low, even though I don't have diabetes. I was taking care of my cousin who had type 1 diabetes, like all the time. You know, like I felt like the little highs and lows she had with her diabetes, right? I had a worst day. I've been fighting, arguing with motherfuckers since at like 2:00 in the afternoon, right? I'm coming out to 15. You're like, I think I'm just gonna go down here to Champa and get my drug dealing on, right? Like usual, right? It's my usual thing. Sell some weed.
It's hitting the trap.
Yeah, I would go do my thing. Like I say to myself, like, we'll sell all these sacks in my pocket. There's like 4 of them. I get up the thing, and for some reason the wind was blowing it right. I was like, what is that? That's why I finally paid attention to everything the fucking cart man do. Right? I finally saw it, and he's right usually at the same place, like in the subway. He's literally right there, right?
Yeah.
And I keep fucking just walking past the way you don't exist, right?
That's back when all that was there.
Man, I was like,
they tore all that shit down.
I had one cigarette.
Yeah.
And I ordered Polish stuff. And I had to think back to the villain. The villain of making at home.
Yeah.
And throw onions out and shit. And I was like, I was thinking about my villain, so I said, all right, fuck it, I'll get it.
That's her mother.
I got sick.
When she says her villain, that's what she's referring to.
Yeah, talking about that woman, that lady. You know, that allegedly. The fucking psyops to me. That's right. You know, I'm starting to wonder if she was in my Matrix. Like I'm starting to wonder. You know, like if I'm in some weird veil. Like right there, like did I slip over to the veil? You know, like right there, like in like 1, 2, 3. I'm right with you. You know what I mean? Like real shit. They got questions, right? Like
Lord,
man, dude, I got something sick. And I was like, there's like the next time, like maybe like a couple days later, go back downtown. I told old boy, I said, I talk about self-itching, pay attention to you, and it caused me food poisoning, like that all loud. I mean, like really loud. Really loud. I said, I got food poisoning for you, cuz. Like that, just like that, cuz. You didn't do better. You didn't have a car to give people food poisoning.
Right.
And like, so villainous ass Polish dog and kick the cart.
Yeah.
I would try to knock it over and just be loud. I was like, I got food poisoning, cuz. Like, Polish dog. No.
Yeah, I had Polish. Yeah, I had Polish sausage before. It's really good.
Yeah. Getting back to the tangibles, Lady J.
Tangibles, yes.
That's on the tangibles.
Oh, was that the topic?
Yes.
All right, my bad. It's because I woke up barely right in the midst of madness. Tangibles. All right. All right, family. I got. Okay, tangibles. Tangibles. So the feel, touch, see, right?
Mm-hmm.
We just had a primary or midterms, whatever you would call it.
Yeah, the primary for the midterms.
Some things are quite confusing to me still. Like I have to figure out what the politics about it is, how to maneuver forward or through it, because I never thought we would see a democratic socialist here.
Mm-hmm.
Did it for real, like because Colorado always feels really KKK-ish.
It is KKK.
They're not like socialist. You know what I mean? Or extraordinarily liberal. You think that they're
remember
just
this state went for Bernie Sanders in 2020.
I didn't even think that was real then. I thought that was a figment of my pure imagination. Like,
But to hell with Bernie Sanders.
Yep.
When he said our reparations wasn't feasible, I was done.
Done. Did you cuss him out, Jesse?
Yeah, I went to his event.
Oh, I know you did, but did you cuss out Bernie Sanders like saying like F you, right?
On the back, yeah. Protesting. I was the
I
only one protesting them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I had signs, pay reparations now. What do you mean our reparations isn't feasible?
Right. I remember you told me that.
And then they try to ban me from the city and county for having a reparations pin.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Your own city council reject you like that?
Take our pins off.
Yeah, they said, you can't wear that pin in here. The hell if I can't.
Right.
Wear pins in here all the time. What are you talking about?
Don't let it be like that. Like, it'll get real disrespectful because we get creative.
This was before George Floyd. This was back in 2019.
Mm-hmm. Right. Man, can you imagine Tariq Nasheed cussing out Bernie Sanders for saying no to reparations?
Yeah.
I feel like he did it already. We just haven't seen the you got to dig through the archives of the Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. You know what's it?
No, actually, I don't.
Yeah.
Hold on, Michael.
But I think
Oh, sorry.
tangible. You guys start asking different questions now before November 3rd in our case. We're gonna have to start asking different questions because now we gotta test their temperature.
Yeah.
Like really test their temperature because it feels very like I don't know like when I see Madani do certain things or allegedly do certain things according to like they're after you're asking TV media or Cash Jordan.
Yeah.
Hey, apparently he's doing some great shit like this. Like, oh my god, either way, they're both on the same page. It's like, oh my god, he can't afford to do this. That shit, right? He's still displacing this many people. There's always like some critique, right?
Yeah, I did reach out.
It looks like it's happening. Like certain things, like housing.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a little. They stop talking about that goddamn reparations thing they have to do every 2 years. They either give them. Then it's mandatory already written there. You just went to the archives and put dust off the file and said, "Here, get some money out." There's a lot of fucking money too. They start talking about that, like almost the same week they said it. You know what I mean? And it's there. It's like a real thing. Like something really did happen over there in the housing, the master lease or whatever it was. Like that shit was crazy in itself. But everybody's like, but he said free transportation. All right, look, he can't have everything all at once. Like, come on, cuz like look, like it's not even the first year yet. Like
the power went out.
Like 5 little inches.
It was 100 and something degrees. The power went out. Nobody had AC in 100+ degree weather except him and his city hall.
Cuz
That was Cash.
It's not just He's like over exaggerating. He like only Madonna in the whole city. The only one with AC, and it was cold and crisp. While everybody's outside in tank tops, they're sweating their ass off. Hair got mass curled, and with this motherfucker's cold as ice upstairs. And we see him, he keeps opening his window, and he keeps breathing into the air, and all you see is cold breath and 190
Cold as ice.
Come on, Chad, it's not like that's how he's playing.
He's unwilling to sacrifice.
No,
it's cold as ice.
I would be like, I went down to the train station.
Yeah, Bloody Sin is definitely full of shit. Yeah, I agree.
With Bernie
I
Sanders.
was like, it's cool in the sewer. I mean, the tree.
Feel the burn, yeah. You're gonna be burnt, all right.
The subway should be nice and cool though.
Yeah.
It really should.
Yeah, final thoughts on tangibles.
Yeah, that's it. I guess I tangibly touched the wall. But, like, ultimately, because you're gonna have to ask different questions because we have to if we have to make adjustments in the war, like in the war we're in right now, not like the Ukraine war, but the motherfucking actual map. We're gonna need to ask different questions. We have to like really think outside the box because this is like kind of like a road bump in the road to reparation.
Right.
A big road bump in a sense if you really think about it. So we're gonna have to figure out how to come around it, or to test the temperature of it, or to see how far we can maneuver it, or really how far we can push with the envelope. And right now, before like November for us, we're gonna have to really ask, like, almost ask to like really fuck with them, asking the questions, as well as bringing them all back into us. Like bringing them over here instead of demanding, we're gonna have to make them believe.
Yes.
You know, not like I mean, like for real, like they're gonna have to find that soul they thought they had. They're like, we're gonna have to do something like that. They're demanding it, like we're gonna demand to tell them. But this time we gotta be more manipulative about it. Real shit. That's what I think I'm going with the truth. I was gonna say the part of my head. We're gonna have to manipulate the situation. Honestly, not kidding aside, because I don't think that it's gonna go the way we've been going about it the last year. And if this is a possibility of like an opening, no matter how big it is, we're gonna have to explore it and exploit it, and manipulate it back to us. Because we can't have if one more fucking agenda gets over us, you know, it might just be like 1992 then. You know all over. Trust me, I'm talking to regular motherfuckers. They're like, you know, we haven't wild out since like the, you know, since before COVID. Yeah. And that's what we really we're about due. I have to concur. We're about due since the George Floyd thing, and we had months of protest.
A year.
Yeah, you know, we had a little bit of time right now. I think that we are due now, and especially since people keep thinking it's sweet. No matter how many get deported or fucked up, they get fucked up too, or deported. And then they still think we're just playing. You know what I mean? They still think we're playing.
By the way, I reached out to Mondami about reparations. Just wanted to let you guys know in an email.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So what you supposed to do with your vote?
Well, you see, I didn't do anything with mine. I didn't even read it, really. I opened it, and it was like 4 pages. I didn't even turn the pages over. I don't know what it was. I really did. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't read it. I hear enough. I read the news break. I watch the news. I know what I know. You know what I mean? I can't fathom. They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do the right thing no matter what. How could they? They can't even get into city council unless they spew in the same speech that the last 30 people are saying. The same exact one, word for word, play for play. And they're in white, yellow, whatever fucking skin color. You know what I mean? For like the last
we got
hour.
Project Leroy in the building. Salute, Project Leroy.
Like, you don't know how.
Hey, how you doing, Leroy?
I think that I left mine unanswered on my pillow, kind of like behind my head. Because the back cubby over there.
Oh my god.
Hold your vote, family, like you hold your swiller. Or like little babies, you wouldn't just give it away. I would hope. Well, like we're grown now, it's like different. But I would hope we all ain't practicing fast, free, and lucid, carefree with our voting. That's for them. He's gonna hold it. You know, we will catch the real political hurt.
Hold out for some tangibles.
What is for real political hurt?
Yeah.
Look it up.
Hold out for the tangibles.
Hold it. You're gonna hold it.
You got Project Leroy cracking up.
It's true. Like, I'm gonna start talking about it. Every time I say something stupid, I'm like, there to go that flare up. It's called political hurt. Look.
My lady say you can make a music video. How about that for reparations?
No, I do videos.
She gonna do
and everybody was black. And it's like it's gonna be like that when Black Dynamite, saw Roots for the first time.
Oh yeah.
And it went out wild out there. That cartoon episode. Yeah, everybody lays like sausages on their motherfucking toe truck.
Yeah, just like Sister Soldier made a music video about the police are coming.
Yeah.
It
was in 1991 when she made that music video.
Looked at the window like.
Yeah, we got in trouble for playing that video. They took the whole episode down because we played the video.
Of Sister Soldier, right?
Yeah.
Nothing. Yeah, look at nothing. Or else. You know what I mean? YouTube.
They did not want us playing that video.
Why they say it was like too graphic or too violent, the content.
It don't matter. It's racist.
Copyright disclaimer. Oh my god, that's crazy.
It don't even matter what was said. It's racist.
we played
we know it's racist.
The hate produced. They took the whole video down.
Right. We know it's racist. We don't even have to know who did it.
They wouldn't even let me edit it. They're just like, nope, we're taking the whole episode down.
Yeah.
They thought I played Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Episode come down. You know what I mean? Especially if I got too amped up in the video. I'm talking about it. Whatever he's talking about, I'm like, yeah. I gotta get all excited and shit.
They definitely not gonna let you do that. Yeah. It's like back when Facebook used to allow you to do the watch parties. I used to stream the Hidden Colors.
Oh yeah, I remember. That's a good time.
Hey, do you guys think that Sister Soldier is going? Do you think in today's politics, do you think Sister Soldier might have the same energy she had back then compared to today?
Talk about burn this bitch down.
Probably gonna be worse.
Worse.
Burn this bitch down. We built it. We can burn it down.
Heard from Sister Soldier and shit.
Real.
30 years.
We'll rebuild.
Yeah, she was on BET 106 and Park in the past.
Yeah,
oh man, that's
20 years.
You got to take it all the way back to my child.
25 years ago.
Love it.
Yeah.
I felt like immediately. I felt like this side of my hair got grayer.
Yes.
Like for real, I said I had it on this side, Old Gray Street, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, nah, it's on this side. It was 106 apart. I was like, God damn, Michael.
I'm sorry, Lady Say.
Like right there after school activity, just like eating chips, watching 106 apart.
Yeah, AJ and Free.
Yeah.
Free and AJ.
And then going from there to MTV.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. BT.
Lord. All right, so in conclusion, since Lady J just went around the world in 80 days. Continue to man something tangible for your vote, like them. All the way between now and 2100.
Oh my God. That's why you freaked out.
I told you it was Beirut outside.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about that. Son.
He went to the window and was like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, because he almost got burned last night.
Yeah.
Well, he saw the way I saw it too. It looked like it was coming. I mean, maybe it was a bunch. But I'm like, are you okay? I thought he was on fire when he jumped out that window, and I was like, oh my god! And it looked like it was right there on his spur.
Oh my god.
I didn't know what Russian.
Not rural. Okay, so moving along, as America celebrates 250 years of independence, are Black Americans really free?
No.
No, definitely not.
Yes, no.
Things that make you go,
No, they're not doing that. No, it's going to be stupid. Of course not, Ted.
So Sister Demetria K is going to give us an update on that.
Celebrating the 4th of July, Independence Day, where the United States of America won its independence from Great Britain in 1776. Now, when I say United States, that necessarily didn't mean us, right? Because our ancestors were still enslaved, although they fought in that war. In fact, as Dr. Claude Anderson said, we are actually very patriotic because our people, our ancestors, right, even to this day, are the only group of people that fought in every war that this country was and is involved in. Okay, so you can be patriotic, but what I want to know is, are we really free as Black Americans, even in 2026, which, you know, this year marks the 250th anniversary, right, of the country being free? Are we free? Now, I'm not talking about the shackles on your arms or on your legs. Are we free? I'm talking about the shackles on our mind. I'm talking about the shackles on our money. I'm talking about the shackles on how we vote. Are we really free? Think about it. I'm not trying to be condescending, and I'm not even trying to tell you not to celebrate, because, you know, they gave us Juneteenth, which we was already celebrating Juneteenth, right? We didn't need Biden to give us that funky holiday, right? But they gave us that because we know that we weren't free to almost 100 years later after, the independence of the United States. But, you know, are we free? When I say mentally, and then we're getting better, okay? But mentally, the way we think, the things that we do, right? Think about some of our neighborhoods. Again, this is not an admonishment to everybody. I'm not trying to be, you know, austere or whatever, but think about some of the spaces that we occupy. Think about some of our homes. Think about how some of our children behave. Think about all of the crime and stuff that are in our neighborhoods for a whole host of reasons. So you have to take the shackles off of your mind. When I say you, I mean all of us. We got to take the shackles off of our mind and allow ourselves to get some good information and unlearn some of the ignorance that is perpetuated in our community. Until then, we're going to have shackles on our mind, right? Now, I said we have shackles on our money, and it's the shackles that we're actually putting on it. Now, it's kind of in reverse, right? We open the shackles a little bit to give 97% of that $2 trillion spending power that we realize every year to everybody else. And we only keep 3%. Okay. And because we do that, that keeps us on our knees being beggars, asking everybody to help us, whether it's the church. And I'm not saying they shouldn't help, right? I need some help. Or the Democratic Party or whoever. And it's like, well, if you wouldn't give away all your money, you wouldn't need to be begging nobody else to help you build businesses and schools and this and that. And we have it all. We could do for self, right? Help you, mighty nation, accomplish what you will. We could practice group economics. I'm just throwing this out there for the 4th of July. And again, enjoy your hot dogs, hamburgers, or whatever it is you're doing, okay? I personally don't celebrate 4th of July. In fact, I don't celebrate no holidays because I'm not giving these white folks no more money, okay?
That's right.
But the other thing is how we vote. We are to the Democratic Party, are we not? Not all of us, but we as Black folks here in America, we give the majority of our votes, I don't care what they're running for, to the Democratic Party, shackled to them. And what do they do for us? And don't give me that all lives matter policies. I'm talking about specifically for Black Americans, their most loyal group of voters. What do we get from them? The answer is nothing. We don't get really anything from the Republicans either. But again, that conversation ain't with them because we don't give them all of our votes. Now, do we? No. So happy Independence Day, 4th of July, whatever it is. Again, I'm not shaming or judging anybody. I'm just asking you to think about that. Because even Frederick Douglass, he said, what is 4th of July to a slave? I mean, you know, the country for almost 100 years before we were actually free was celebrating Independence Day and stuff. We weren't free. We still bent over in them fields picking cotton and God knows whatever else was out there. That's what we were doing. So he was asking, what is it to a slave? And even to this day, because we are still shackled in our thinking and our money and the way we vote and some other things, what is the 4th of July to us if we won't free ourselves? As the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said, check this out.
So you can't walk the walk of free men. In a modern time like this, you walk like a slave. Pharaoh has already let you go. But it is you who have not let Pharaoh go. This is why you're crippled. Because you think you cannot walk without your former slave master. And if your former slave master don't help you, you don't think there's any help for you, even though you're taught God. You live in fear of your former slave masters and their children.
Said Pharaoh let us go a long time ago. But we won't let Pharaoh go. Think of that. Why won't we let go of Pharaoh? Why won't we take the key to the shackles that we have and boop, boop, and say, deuces, peace, I'm done. I'm going to go liberate myself and my people. Why won't we do that? You know why? Because sometimes as a people, we have low self-esteem and we're unlearning that. We're raising the esteem of our people. And I love that for us.
Yes.
So anyway, y'all let me know what you think. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
That's a good point. Real good.
Good point.
And Frederick Douglass was going off. So that speech, Jesus.
And they get mad because you black people read it, but white people read it, they're like, this is like shit. They always got to talk shit about it, like when we're reading it, though.
Yeah.
Like, we just the biggest slaves reading that shit. They the biggest slaves. That's it. We didn't read, like, just write out this. There it is. That's how they make it sound. And then I don't know what I'm listening to that shit there. I heard it. I thought that Earl Jones Jr. over there, like with his hair out. He looked mad frazzled.
Yeah.
As you read that shit, you know, you're like, come on, that's how you made him look too worse. Man.
Yeah, Jesse. Yeah, Demetri K makes a great point about, you know, the mental slavery, because although you know, physical slavery ended, but the mental effects are still there.
Yeah. It ended on paper. It never ended. They just
never
moved it to the prison industrial complex.
And you say now they just want our young men for the sweat equity.
Yep.
Basically, these old slaves ain't doing the job, so we need some new slaves.
Need some young bucks.
Especially, can you imagine the Karens targeting the young brothers?
They do it all the time.
Right in front of us.
Especially on the Democratic side, liberals, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the blonde Becky, blue eyes, trying to control. Yeah, Tyrone.
Yeah, they just did it with Carmelo Anthony.
Right in front of us. He didn't even go to processing. He went from the courthouse to actual prison. He skipped a whole step.
Don't collect $200. Just go straight to prison.
Prison, just crazy.
That's how they wanted to get rid of him and put him away somewhere where you couldn't see him because he wasn't even in the process. And then straight to fucking prison. Nowhere in the fucking United States does this go right to prison. From there, you're supposed to go to the jail and then the processing, which is like the prequel to prison. You know, so you get adjusted to the routines and what they, you know, what's really going on. As they process then they rerun your number again because they got to check on their property and make proper adjustments and billing and bush, like, and all your things. So you got you taking the radio picture. They got all your information up there, but it takes 60 or 90 days so they can make sure they got a bed for you.
Yeah.
And then quality and attention.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We want to make sure that you are doing your adequate
Trust
work.
and believe they have a bed for them.
It's out there. They just did it right in front of our eyes. They wanted that young man because he's strong, black, and young, and moldable because he's never been nowhere. So he's gonna do every single thing they want him to do. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you said. It's like using them as a pet. In other words.
Yeah, like they already picked up your occupation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They picked up your classes. You know, all this stuff. They're like, oh yeah, no class for you. You go straight to whatever the fuck they got going on out there. Whatever textiles, whatever they make out there.
License plates.
Yeah, because Colorado, we make a lot of shit in. We do outsourcing. Like, you know, not to mention, you know, you could always convict lease. And not pay nobody and put them in dangerous situations like fires.
Yeah.
Like was the one in California.
Yeah. And not paying for shit or town thing.
Yeah, especially fast food too. McDonald's.
Yeah. McDeath.
McDeath.
Yeah, that's what I call it. McDeath. Crack. I'm not loving it. What are your thoughts on what Demetria K says?
Yeah, my thoughts that Demetria K makes a great point, and you know she's really about the business, and really, really enlighten her viewers, especially brothers and sisters. It's time to get off this not only physical shackles but mental, and time to liberate, themselves, and forget about July 4th unless reparations are paid to American freedom and chattel slavery. Right, in exchange for celebration, like in the movie Negotiator, when Danny Roman said, "You don't give me what I want, no hostages release."
Loose, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I know it sounds a little funny how I'm using the analogy, the Negotiator.
That's a good one.
It's a good one.
But we're gonna dive into further why we shouldn't be celebrating this day.
Yeah.
And Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that. Mac Unalive, yeah, exactly. That's another one. To hell with Crack Donalds.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. Oh, you know it. White supremacy doesn't take a holiday, and neither does Black empowerment.
That's right.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, where we take a dump on everything white power holds dear. Times like this, it's especially gratifying that I make these moment of truth morning briefings. That way you can get this truth before you can make it to the cookout. Today is a holiday about freedom, or so we're told. It's about liberty, or so we're told. A celebration of what it means to be free, because that's what it means to be American. Now, I'm sure the white media will tell you that you need to remember the 4th of July, July. And because so many people are sheep, I know some of your soft-headed friends and even family members will tell you the same thing. We should remember these days now. This is a day off work, and that's all that matters. And while that whole, this is a day off work thing is fine in the abstract, the problem is we don't live in an abstraction. We live in a real world with real context. So when the white media says you need to remember the reason for this holiday, you know what? I agree. You should remember the 4th of July. July. You should remember exactly what this holiday is about. Remember that while the white slave owners of the colonies were complaining that taxes was slavery, same way that they do today, those same white men were holding Black people as literal slaves, and they did so without a pang of remorse or even sympathy. In fact, they did the opposite. They were plotting and planning how to make sure that the condition of Black people as an oppressed people never changed.
Never.
The U.S.'s oldest tradition is hypocrisy. Make sure you remember that. And you also need to remember that there were 56 white men who signed the Declaration of Independence, and 41 of them were slave owners. That's right. All but 15 of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence were slave owners. And that includes Benjamin Franklin, who all the movies and TV shows conveniently leave that little detail out. They try to treat him as if he was just this kindly old inventor from Philadelphia. And Benjamin Franklin, he didn't have a malicious bone in his body. The entire reason for the holiday was because a group of white slave owners were having a disagreement with another group of white slave owners in Britain over how much they ought to pay in taxes. But we were the ones whose labor generated those taxes. So they were arguing over our money. Our ancestors were the ones who created Wall Street, literally. The very Wall Street that was the heart of the American economy, the American financial sector. It was our black labor that took a quote-unquote untamed wilderness and hewed a nation out of it. It was ours, not theirs. Make sure you remember that while you're busy frolicking and having fun today and wondering how you'll make rent or pay your bills. And please make sure you remember the Star-Spangled Banner. Why, you can't have a July 4th celebration without that, now can you? The national anthem. Land of the free, home of the brave. When it plays, you remember to stand up like a good little boy, because if you remain seated, why, that would be a sign of total disrespect for this nation that's done so much to you, for you. And you make sure to remember the white supremacist who wrote the Star-Spangled Banner, Francis Scott Key. Remember that he was a slave owner. Remember that he was also a U.S. attorney, and he went to court several times to fight for other slave owners' right to own your and my ancestors as property, and to make sure that the institution of slavery spread. That was the guy who wrote Land of the Free, Home of the Brave. Oh, I'm sure your heart will go pitter-pat for the Star-Spangled Banner today when you hear it, right? Remember how this country has rolled out the welcome mat for everyone else in the world and given them the fruits of black folks' labors, given preferential treatment to everybody while denying us our basic human rights. And I'm sure some of the more unpatriotic types among you may wonder why you should be required to remember all those things. Because that's what this holiday is all about. It's a celebration of white power laying claim to this land and enshrining black oppression into the nation's very being. Racist hypocrites who had the nerve to write that all men are created equal, while at the same time holding innocent men, women, and even children as slaves. They're slaves, the guys who were writing those words. The very founding document of the country starts off from the presupposition that black people are not human beings. That's what July 4th celebrates. Oh, it was about an argument over taxes, all right. They wanted to break away from Britain over taxes. They wanted to keep all the money that was the result of our ancestors' labor. And without our labor, they would have had no money to fight a war with, and they wouldn't even have had a country worth fighting for. And yet, this is supposed to be a celebration of freedom. Whose freedom? Not black people's. July 4th is a celebration of white supremacy getting something for nothing. It's a celebration of the greatest crime in human history. How a bunch of racist degenerates got over on black folks at the cost of our blood, sweat, tears, and lives. That's what July 4th is. Oh, I know that makes it a little hard for you to enjoy the cookout today, but if you're going to celebrate something, at the very least, don't you think you ought to know what that something is? Shouldn't you at the very least be honest about what it is that you're celebrating? And if you have to overlook and forget all of the things that I told you to remember just so you can stomach this holiday, then don't you think there's something deeply wrong with a country like that? Don't you think that there's something deeply wrong with the people who demand that you forget your history while at the same time demanding that you remember theirs and honor theirs and cherish theirs, even though their history is a story of how they oppressed, killed, raped, murdered, and deprived you and my ancestors and us of our very basic human rights. And we're told that we are required to honor that. We are required to celebrate that. A celebration of black oppression. Is that freedom? Or is that what the U.S. accuses countries like Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea of doing? A country that requires you to fight for your basic human rights, the most basic of human rights, starting with merely the right to exist. That's not a country worth fighting for, And it's not a country worth celebrating either. You need to remember the shrieking fraud that this country is. The United Snakes is a racist lie. And yet you're going to have a lot of white supremacists and a few empty-headed Negroes who will be telling you that you need to celebrate. You're going to have a whole bunch of white supremacists telling us you need to celebrate it anyway. And what do you call someone who puts the interests and wishes and desires and needs of everybody else ahead of themselves? What do you call a person who simply carries out the directions they're told by complete strangers, like a mindless servant? What do you call someone who does that? What do you call someone who puts the comfort of other people, particularly those who mistreat him, ahead of his own needs, starting with his need for dignity? What do you call that person? When you willingly go along with something that makes you feel like you have to ignore your own dignity, then what does that make you? One thing it doesn't make you is free. Happy 4th of July. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Nora Brown, Loke Thies, Evangeline Daly, Gebra Gale, and Daryl Bledsoe. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right.
He's referred to the common household ailment of house receiving. When he's asking those questions.
Yeah, Jesse, I liked how Professor Black Truth was like very militant about it and said
Yeah.
July 4th of lie.
Yeah.
And putting the white supremacists on blast. Man, especially, when the Professor Truth mentioned about the old Negroes, he kind of reminds me of, how the pastor says, you gotta go to church to be a good person, right? But to
Yeah.
go to church, it has to be about mutual aid. That's what when the old Negro says, you gotta celebrate July 4th. You don't celebrate July 4th. That means you're doing the ancestor disservice.
Mm-hmm.
What's your
to us like that? They know, we all know that it's a day, another day that we may be able to get off or not get off, but just another day of communal gathering. That's it. We listen to this shit outside. We're like, oh man, it's like whatever. Like, yeah, I thought it was home. This is what it sounds like at my house.
On a daily basis.
On a daily basis, I thought it was at home. I actually opened my eyes and was like, oh man, I think the window I'm laying like at his house. I thought it was that I like literally had to remember I had woke up over here. And not at my house. Like, shit, that wouldn't even woke me up at my house. It wouldn't have. I would have slept right through it.
It definitely sounds like Beirut over
there.
Yeah. Even like Colin Kaepernick said that the USA flag, July 4th, did not really celebrate Black labor.
And when he's talking about the sit it down or take a beat or whatever, they refer to how much trouble it was to take a knee and say no, and how they punished Kaepernick.
Yeah.
Just for saying the right shit,
That's how you know it's Negroes for leash.
Yeah, they like major chest. They say you don't stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance.
You're unpatriotic.
But what do you align yourself with? If you really listen to the words,
Racism, white supremacy.
Right, it's kind of vague, but it surrounds it. It's racist. So I'm aligned with that. I'm aligned with that. That's the only way to get into office, by being aligned with. Like that's kind of gross. Like
to the flag.
I don't want it. Where did you start with that? The flag. Okay.
That was knitted by a black slave.
There's too much blood on this flag that is not. That's in the.
It's drenched in blood.
It's drenched in blood, but it's our blood. Like, you want it to be aligned to some murder shit. So how we got killed over this fucking stupid ass flag in the first place. so much going with that. And you're in alignment with how it's destroyed Black people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And they're told to stand in alignment to racism, white supremacy. No, cool. I'm cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Yeah. Can you imagine Tyrone and Becky celebrating July 4th together, especially with 3 kids?
Why they gotta have 3 kids? Like,
And I know, and let's hear me. And Tyrone says to Becky, "I don't want to celebrate July 4th." And Becky says, "No, you got to do it. You marry me into July 4th." And Tyrone says, "No, I don't have to, Becky. It's my right and freedom."
Hey, trust me. I tried to go when there were certain holidays for my fucking benefit. And like Valentine's Day, it don't work that way, guys. It don't work that way. No,
You know what Becky does? Becky kicks Tyrone out because he refuses to celebrate July 4th. Can you imagine?
No, it's not really because, like, no, not really because we should be inside, not outside right now. You know, just for the simple fact of that happening. Like, hey, this is not be outside. Secondly, it doesn't matter. Shit, Karen's been kicking out Tyrone's for a long time, and then planning, trap babies on them and shit. So they can have like a miniature, what is it? The miniature fetish.
Fetish.
But it's not in a sexual way, oh, now I got you all conditioned. Now they don't take care of their hair, or they got them whitewashed. You know what I mean? Majorly racist. That's when you see the Officer Tatum types grow up like that.
The Hodge twins.
Right. You going with that? Like they're like whitewashed. They're like like actual whitewash.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit like that. But yeah, can you imagine like having a biracial kid and the kid looks black but is like Officer Tatum?
Oh my God.
What kind of would we let him out? Really? Would we let him out?
Don't try to run. That's just a revolutionary. Fuck that.
That kid would be so black, it's ridiculous. Even for him to fathom, like, sometimes I have moments of like, yeah. Tone down for what? Yeah, like in my head. No, being on code, like code switching.
Yeah.
Yeah,
code switching. Yep.
Code switching is a lot of work, Black Valley, because it goes against your internal nature.
Right.
Kind of mess you up for the rest of the day. I recommend not to do it, but you have to do it because if not, you won't get a regular paycheck. You can't be your belly, though.
Yeah, and it's very frustrating to code switch, especially with Tyrone and Kisa, because every day when they're dealing with Becky, Karen's at work, code switching makes the Beckys and Karens feel comfortable.
Tyrone dates
well. Yeah, he's like, every time Karen, Becky's at work. God damn it, Tyrone. No quarreling, he's got a side bitch. She's white. And like, what happened to the 3 kids? Who's watching the 3 big racist kids? Who's watching them? Whose babies are those?
Whose babies are? I'm the
Tyrone. Tyrone is a motherfucker. Is the fetish, and he got white bitches. And not 80s, nowhere, no sister, nowhere miles from his direction, of his purview. Not a sister in sight, because he's looking on the other side of that. Like, come on, cuz, like Becky and Karen. What's next, Jennifer, on the weekends? Haley.
Lord.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's why my advice to like interracial couples on July 4th, especially Tyrone. I tell Tyrone, be careful about instigating a difficult situation with Becky on July 4th. Just leave quietly and don't tell Becky that he got a divorce on July 4th.
Why he gotta submit? Why can't they just go? Why
Right.
does he gotta submit? Why does he gotta leave quietly in the cusp of the night?
Yeah, because he finds out Becky's very aggressive. You know what I mean? Also, Becky's like the polar bear. You know what I mean, Jesse, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, if that's the case, he definitely should not leave quietly. That way that bitch can't fit out the door to go chase him. about it too on the way out. Like, oh fuck it, fucking bacon eating ass motherfucking wench. Like they're loud about this shit.
Yeah.
Why do you have that out in the middle of the night? Like he did something wrong. The only wrong thing he did was go in that direction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Swirling.
And swirling.
And having babies with that monstrosity.
You saw what happened. You look at Jonathan Bates. He
Oh
gave
my
a white
God.
woman the motherfucking business on the speech.
Yeah.
Talking about you wanted a career that's not king type.
Right.
And a white woman that, right?
Yeah.
He ran off for the white woman.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even running.
Yeah.
He was like a gentle sprint down the street.
Sprint.
I'm serious. We saw a little street.
That was not no gentle sprint.
He was not running. That motherfucker would let his legs do the movement. You know what I mean? He didn't break no sweat. In fact, he circled back and said, "This bitch really talking about her?" And she did all of this. You know what I mean? And he calls a tease on her. And what happens?
They take
The
him.
opposite. The opposite happens.
They take him to
They
jail.
take him to jail. Ruin
They're
his
supposed to
whole
take you like take you to jail.
They were destroying his whole career. Nobody even wants to attempt to throw a roll to him. I'm like Ryan Coogler.
The Daily Wire. Yeah.
Go get our boy. Go get our boy. He's better than the country. Go get our boy. Yeah, we need Jonathan Major.
They got something coming on Daily Wire.
Who?
Jonathan Major.
What's that?
Something so.
On the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
Why does that sound like gossip
You know, it's reality.
or white news?
It is.
What? No, that's not what I want. Go get him. He's black. Get a white woman. He's like a whole business. Other than that, and for my people, I used to this way. Look, and I want the career's got king type. Hey, I'm like, wow. I was like, she don't get that, but I feel the passion. I feel the passion. You get
And
that.
he's been with Megan Good ever
He's
since.
in ever since. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Megan, for picking up this. Thank you.
Right.
Giving him back to
Yeah.
life. But what did it cost him?
Yeah.
He didn't do anything wrong. He did nothing wrong but tell a bitch how he really felt on the inside. That he
Exactly.
was the best black life. You know what I mean? He could be living his best black life better. You know? And his bitch snatching phones in the back, putting hands on him. So he tried to restrain her, tucked in the door. She got loose. He took off. It was a gentle sprint. She was chasing him with all of her fucking might. He was
Yeah, I saw that with like a lot of force. I could tell. Man, she was like a what is it? Like a
It's in the building.
like a running back. You know what I mean?
So she was like, "Stop!
They
Don't leave."
was
That's it.
running like he was
He was not running like he was on fire.
filming a horror movie.
He was not running like that.
No
He was
matter
like
how fast he was
developing.
running, she still was able to catch up with him.
Get to him. Like in that movie, Scary Movie, right?
Yeah.
She did run her ass off. He wasn't really trying. That's how she got him.
Yeah.
And he was really trying. Like you would see the power and the sweat behind it. He was like, catch me, bitch. Look, I'm talking to you. I got a little length on my legs.
Yeah.
I've been working out. Like, bitch, you drink all day. Fucking cigarettes over there. Catch me, bitch. And then you're gonna go back and they call the police because she did some crazy shit. And whatever.
They
He
take
go to
him
jail.
to jail.
They take his career. Every white motherfucker in the free world pointed at him and say, "Oh yeah, he's
That was
dangerous."
him.
All because of creed or
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
A horrible person, and not really. He made horrible decisions, like the Ebony fucking
Oh my God.
photo
That,
page.
oh Lord.
That shit was horrible. Like, what are
Yeah.
you thinking? Not sexual. Like, not sexual. He was looking just as a motherfucker.
Yeah.
But whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you
Yeah,
know, you never
Vogue. It was Vogue.
Yep, Jonathan Majors was running like a horror movie. Yep.
It's a black publication, but it's white they ran it. Remember?
It was Vogue.
Vogue was
They had him pinned up.
What was Vogue?
He was in purple
It's pink.
or pink. Yeah.
He was wearing pink,
Yeah.
and it's really the way he just was looking was zesty.
Yeah. It has
And
lace
this
front.
way he was moving his face. You know what I mean? Like girls are like, okay, he's for that one. That's what I thought. Like you, like in my little teenage years, I would be like, "You're not going up on the wall this month, I guess." You know, like that. That's how fair I was about it.
It happened to Terrell Owens, Jesse and Late say similar situation. T.O. got mishandled by Karen at night. Terrell Owens, former NFL player. He was like, "Girl, I didn't do anything to you. Like Karen, why you had to be so mean, hostile?" Karen's like, "No, T.O., you're blocking my entrance." And he was like, "Girl, I live in this neighborhood. Look." And the girl's like, "T.O., show me your proof of residence." And she was like, "Why do I need to? Do you know who I am? I'm a former NFL player, Hall of Famer." And
Right.
That's what she went. Yep.
She don't care about none of that.
She don't give a fuck about none of that. She said you was a threat. You should watch the fucking videos lately where them Karens be following motherfuckers around the park and shit. Talking about he had a weapon. And the whole time he's like with the camera, that's all he got. She's like, I got it. Stop following me. Why are you here? That's how you try to beat my daughter. What daughter? You ain't even got no kid out here. Ain't no kid for like a good 5 minutes of the video. Like, what you talking about? You're over here trying to hurt my people. You really want to see her people hurt down in the park. You know what I mean? Not going down to the park.
Lord.
We don't know how to do parks. We just got to be public. You know?
So should we be celebrating this nonsense?
Fuck no.
No, no way.
Stay inside. That way to avoid scenarios and shit.
I think Tariq has a different take on it.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go outside because I'm surprised they didn't throw protests out there though.
Should FBA celebrate America's 250th anniversary?
We're gonna work here. It's really our. If you want to be technical, like they should tell us thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, technically,
it wouldn't be 250 if it wasn't for FBA, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Our birthday.
Especially building the wealth of this country.
Yeah, we
The whole
built this country.
thing.
Built the country.
The whole constitution, all that shit.
There'll
would
be no
on
country.
No, I mean, technically, they should tell us thank you, give us cakes, and let us listen to music we want to listen to.
And stop killing us every day.
Stop killing us.
Exactly.
Stand up and applaud. We like gifts too. You know, gifts are cool.
Yeah.
You know, money, shit like that. Don't go shit for us.
Reparations.
Let us listen to whatever we want to listen
Just
to,
cut
watch
the
whatever we
goddamn
want to
check.
watch.
Check. Anti-black hate crime bill too. That makes everything the whole package.
Right.
A public whipping of Gavin Newsom would be great. You know, if you ask for a motherfucker for their birthday, that would be it. You know.
Man, I can imagine Gavin Newsom getting drunk on July 4th, yelling like racial slurs at FBA.
I mean, like, we got that. I'm leaving out and finishing that rest. That
Gavin Newsom was sleeping with his best friend's wife.
Wait, best friend's wife who happens to be FBA, right, Jesse?
No, it was another white woman.
Mm-hmm.
White woman.
That Donnie picked up, right?
Yeah.
And did Donnie take his ex bitch?
Yeah, so crazy shit.
Yeah. So, you know, they did passing around the same white bitches in politics from one state to the next, you know?
And now Dump is investigating his wife.
Mm-hmm. Having an affair with Gavin Newsom.
Newsom's wife.
So we call
shirts open like that.
Yeah. What do we call Gavin Newsom? Gay Gavin Newsom. Get it?
Gavin Newsom is the enemy to black people. Let's keep that 100% off focus.
Right.
And he's gonna leave without finishing the motherfucking task force that he was fucking with us on. You know what I mean? Not even with no answer, no excuse, or no fucking details. So next time he becomes the governor, is gonna ignore it and restart the whole situation. So really, you can't be too funny about Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom needs to be whipped in the street with a motherfucking switch so thin. They lead through the fucking wind. It's through the fucking, like I'm talking about, like all year. So thin, the motherfucking whip 9 places.
Oh no!
That.
Not the one that we have to go pick.
Like no, worse. This motherfucker come from like a sugarcane spot. Like there's been a brother out there with a fucking piece of cane just stripping it. So it's like, this will do.
Yeah, you remember like Tom Steyer pulled up.
Wind. So
He got ran off the block too.
Are these switch marks? I'm gonna put a whip to shade. Like it's gonna be like Harry Potter.
We
water
got tether shit outside.
Right. Right. I'm calling on every white person.
Tether's Dookie outside is in the building.
That's funny. I really like check this out, man. I would call on every white person I saw who would gather 2 or 3, and I'd be telling them plotting to kill everybody.
Oh my God.
And I like, I saw a gun at the park. Right there with his flipping burgers. There was 4 of them. Big old white people with guns on the benches, children around. Children around. They're building a bomb at the thing. As we go get spotted. I would do this all.
Man, you make me laugh. Yeah, Mozungus, they get paranoid by bringing weapons to the park.
And it's cool. And also
They feel like everybody's
worried of a fucking bomb being built right here. And then shake them down real quick. You know, like, and we're gonna be like, ooh, for a distance.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, so I'm gonna play the clip now.
That my birthday.
We're in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for you. Round of applause for you, ladies and gentlemen. We are definitely in the building. I'm Tariq. You are you. We are us. We are we, and we are here. So I'm going to have everybody give me a retweet. If you can retweet this space, that'll be absolutely phenomenal. We have the hottest spaces, and it's going to be a hot one tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started, clean the room out. I see Cousin Jerry in here. I see Grinds TV. I see the lovely Stephanie in the building. I see Miss Nikki the God in the building. I see Brother Brice in the building. Miss Skyline in the building. Sir Mike in the building. Who else? Welsing's Fan Club in the building. That's our non-FBA sister, but respect to her. Brother Hakeem in the building. I see FD in the building. I see Reba in the building. Respect to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So right now, family, this is the anniversary of the United States. This is the 250-year anniversary of the United States. Shout out to Empress. Shout out to Queen Mother Empress. Respect to you, beloved. So the country is celebrating America's 250th year. Family, have y'all noticed? A lot of the Democrats have been trying to tell us that we, foundational Black Americans, we shouldn't be celebrating. Every time the 4th of July comes up, and now this is a big celebration because this is the 250th year anniversary, well, they're really doubling down. The Democrats in particular, they come out telling us why we shouldn't celebrate it. Oh, it represents this where everybody was enslaved. We were enslaved 250 years ago. This is not our country. This is the white man's country. That's the white man's holiday. Oh, we shouldn't be celebrating it. And what's her name? What was the bald head lady? Was it Ayanna Presley? She read some speech by Frederick Douglass called "What is the Slave? What to the slave is the 4th of July?" So she was reading that. But one thing about that, she left out the last part. Because in the last part of that speech that Frederick Douglass gave, he said the U.S. Constitution, and he ultimately claimed that the American project is for his people. I get on that later.
Come on. Are we sure?
Now, why are the Democrats so desperate to try to sour us away from standing on American business? Now, we have a Democrat here. Hold on, we got a Democrat. I see Gabriel wanted to get up. Let me get Gabriel in here. He's a Democrat. He's Haitian, but he's a Democrat. What's up, Gabriel? How you been, Gabriel?
Hey, man, it's just been dubs lately, man.
Oh, man. How's your family? Everything good with the family?
Everything is great with the family, man. Us Haitians, we are straight, man. Birthright citizenship is here to stay. It's the law of the land as well.
Yeah, but that TPS is biting you in the ass, though. How's that working?
The TPS, I'm not worried about the TPS because there are probably over 300,000 Haitians with TPS in the country, and Trump does not have the infrastructure or the political will to deport all those people in the next 2 years. And with the blue states and blue cities obstructing the federal government, especially when it comes to immigration and the whole ICE situation in Minnesota, all that shit's really died down. All that anti-immigration shit has really died down. That shit's really done, and we're on to a new era. Yes,
dude. Man, have you seen them announce they're taking some of your folks off their Social Security and welfare? They're taking their benefits. Yeah, have you seen?
They're just
that?
cutting, Tariq. They're just cutting around the edges. They're not They're not really cutting a dent into immigration. And there's going to be a Democratic president in 2028. More people, more immigrants is going to. Who?
Yeah, he's a tougher.
My man, John Ossoff here in Georgia. Come on now.
Well, is that the front runner?
I mean, he's second right now in the Kalonji odds. He's my personal favorite because that's my state. But like him and I think he's like behind Gavin Newsom. But I think John Ossoff will be a great candidate in 2028.
Interesting. Hold on, let me get Aboriginal power in here. Let me get Aboriginal power in here. Yeah, Aboriginal.
Hey, peace and blessings, brother Tariq. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you, sir?
Man, just sitting here listening to this conversation, man, how a lot of these people have delusions of grandeur. It's like a lot of these immigrant groups, the tethered class, like to put up a fight to stay in the homeland and didn't even put up a fight to stay in their own homeland. I find it quite weird.
This is our home. We are here to stay, and our numbers will continue to grow. We got Mom Donnie in New York. He's cooking. He's popular, and the momentum's gonna continue to grow even more. Like, come on.
No, ain't no momentum going. A lot of you guys ain't even making it past your normal society. See, what y'all do is do this false illusion of comparison. Oh, we coming here and we're surpassing you. But when we start comparing your percentage, like the top percentages of your groups against our top percentages, we out surpass y'all. Even if you did a basic aligning of just comparing your lower class to our upper class, we out achieve y'all. Our middle class against your middle class.
I haven't made a comparison between FBAs or Haitians. I'm just saying, like the immigrants or Haitians, like because I'm Haitian, we're doing well for ourselves. There's sometimes they are even revitalizing sometimes Haitian immigrants. Look at Springfield, Ohio. The Haitian immigrants revitalized a town over there. So Springfield, yeah.
How do they revitalize Springfield?
Because there was a business owner they interviewed in Springfield, show up on time, they work hard, they don't do drugs like the people they have in Appalachia, like the white people they have there in Appalachia. And so the Haitian immigrants has revitalized that town.
They're not reach to say they revitalized it. They just showed up to work on time. It's not.
They're not doing drugs. They're showing up to work on time, and they're helping the businesses out there. It was a dying town before the Haitians got there, and now the town is getting back on its feet.
Springfield is Springfield. So
I'm just saying, Tariq, the anti-immigration rhetoric and saying mass deportations, all that shit is done, and all that shit is done, and that shit is died. It's not coming back.
Made it seem like there's a bunch of Haitian businesses out there. No, they're just showing up. A couple of Haitians there showing up to work. Y'all really put a lot of extra shit on stuff. Boy.
I mean, Tariq, if you go to South Florida,
2 Haitians go to New Orleans. New Orleans is Haitian culture. The Haitians made New Orleans. Okay, y'all really put a lot of extras on it. Now, guys, let me ask you this: why are the Democrats? And thank you, Aboriginal Power. Why are the Democrats trying to shame us, foundational Black Americans, into not celebrating the anniversary of the United States? What's going on with that?
I don't even think they're Democrats themselves are proud to celebrate America 250 with everything that's going on. I think America 250 has become like a right-wing Trump celebration, and like it's kind of been dead. I haven't seen any Democrats shaming anybody. You have any examples?
Yeah, I mean, Ayanna Pressley did that whole Frederick Douglass speech and leaving out the last part. Man, these people have been hopping online all this week talking Black folks shouldn't celebrate it. Because we were enslaved 250 years ago. They're using a lot of these shaming tactics.
Oh, Black folks shouldn't celebrate it. Oh, yeah, okay, I could disagree with that. I think, me personally, I think Independence Day is a great holiday, the fireworks. I love the whole pomp and circumstance. If you want to celebrate 4th of July, I'm going to watch some fireworks, got to go to a cookout. So, I guess.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Olga. Let me talk.
Okay.
All right. Gabe has delusions of grandeur.
Right.
But listen, these Democrats trying to shame us out of us celebrating the anniversary of this country. That's kind of a distraction from tangible deliverables.
Mm-hmm.
You know? They don't want us to have ownership and recognize our ownership of this land, of this country.
Mm-hmm.
You see, they want to dilute foundational Black American ownership and equity. You cannot claim the equity of a company if you refuse to claim you helped found it.
Right.
Foundational Black Americans, we built the economic infrastructure of this nation, ladies and gentlemen.
We sure did.
By them trying to discourage foundational Black Americans from celebrating the 250th year anniversary, the political establishment, they want to push us to voluntarily surrender our rights as the co-founders of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So they have us acting like perpetual guests, perpetual outsiders in our own country. That makes it easier to funnel resources to the newly arrived tethers.
That's for the last 10 years.
You see, watch the Jedi mind trick, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm confused.
See, the political machine, they run on leverage and reliability. See, if a demographic feels a sense of ownership and pride and civil arrogance, they become unpredictable voters who demand returns on their investments.
Mm.
If they constantly try to do a mind screw on us, telling us that we are historically alienated, we are historically othered, the white people just don't like you in America. The goal is to keep us in a perpetual state of grievance and fear without any solution. And the alienated group is a captive vote bank that will continuously vote for the party that positions themselves as the lesser of two evils. See, that's why
we did that this time.
What's his name? Gabriel was like, well, yeah, the anniversary, that seems like some right-wing stuff. So yeah, the Democrats are trying to play good cop, bad cop. So if you celebrate the anniversary of this country, I guess the Democrats are trying to frame it as, well, you're celebrating slavery, whatever. So we're the lesser of the evil because we're recognizing that you were enslaved. That's a con game.
To see what we
listen. Shared patriotism and national celebration, that can create cultural bridges. But see, if foundational Black Americans, if we embrace the 250th anniversary as a celebration of our own ancestors' survival and resilience and nation building, they think we might find a common ground with other working class or conservative people. The political left needs to prevent any of that. And again, there's some dickhead right-wingers. There's some cool ones too. Dickhead left-wingers, cool ones too. You understand? I'm not a party person, I'm a personality person. So if you try to alienate foundational Black Americans from mainstream American celebrations, you will ensure that we remain politically isolated and entirely dependent on one side of the aisle, which is the janky-ass Democrats.
Celebrating it, like,
you understand?
Years, like,
and us telling us that we shouldn't celebrate the anniversary of this country, that narrative requires erasing the full scope of foundational Black American history. You gotta forget about Crispus Attucks. That's the first casualty of the American Revolution. You have to ignore the 5,000 plus Black soldiers who fought against the British. We fought in the Revolutionary War, helped win the war. And also the way they funded it was from our labor. Do y'all understand that?
Yeah.
We are pivotal to this thing from top to bottom. We were not just sitting on the sidelines. You understand? So by pushing this whole sit out the fourth narrative, they try to reduce a complex historic and heroic lineage of warriors and builders into some one-dimensional story of just, victimhood. So, a political party, they can't sell themselves as your savior if you realize that you own the keys to the house. See, foundational Black Americans, if we view the 250th anniversary as testament of our own unmatched resilience, celebrating that we outlasted the institution of slavery. We survived Jim Crow. We birthed the global culture. We operate from a position of strength, ladies and gentlemen. See, the left, they want our messaging to feel weak and marginalized all the time so that they can justify its role as the necessary protector by saying, we're going to protect you by bringing you into the unaccepting group of minorities. And these minorities are just as worse as the white supremacists. And they want to suppress our civic arrogance. See, this is all about managing power. See, when a group knows that it built the wealthiest nation in human history, that develops a healthy civic arrogance. That arrogance translates into political demands. A demographic that knows its worth don't ask for permission. You start dictating terms. You understand? So the constant shaming around the 4th of July, that's a psychological operation trying to keep our civic arrogance in check. See, this delineation is really whooping a lot of ass because now we're standing on lineage business. The Supreme Court was standing on lineage business, some of them. When you know who you are, you know that this is your shit, you start kind of checking a lot of stuff. And that's what we've been doing. We've been checking a lot of bullshit, and they don't like it. You understand? We've been checking a lot of it because this is our nation. We're not guests here. We're not outsiders here. We're not de facto immigrants here. We're not at all. This is our joint. And again, old girl was reading that document from Frederick Douglass, but she left out the part where he talked about the Constitution was a glorious document. See, Frederick Douglass realized that if you throw out the Constitution, now let me back up a little bit because you got to understand something. When Frederick Douglass did that speech, there was a white-led abolitionist movement that was dominated by the white people like William Lord Garrison. And Garrison and his people, they believed the Constitution was fundamentally racist. It was irredeemable. So Garrison called it a covenant with death and an arrangement with hell, or an agreement with hell. So he would publicly burn copies of it and all that. So he was like, he wanted the North to secede from the South and just wash their hands of the whole thing. Now, Frederick Douglass initially agreed with him, but later on he said, no, that's not going to work. No, because up there in the North, they ain't really no better. And he realized burning the Constitution and all that was a trap. He realized if you throw out the Constitution, you throw out the legal framework required to enforce your own freedom. You understand? So instead of rejecting the contract, he said, hey, we just need to enforce it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a glorious document. The problem is you have these people who are supposed to be in charge who's not enforcing it. You understand? Just honor what the hell is written down. We were the ones standing on that. We were the ones making sure that went down, and we made sure that happened. We were the ones doing that. And the thing is, Douglass, he challenged people to actually read the text of the Constitution, rather than just looking at the hypocritical actions of the people who wrote it. He said, look at the words here. They didn't even put the word slavery in there. Remember, slavery is not anywhere in the original Constitution. The one they did in 1787, they don't use the word slavery. Slavery is not used in the Constitution. Slavery is not used. And he pointed that out. Whenever the document referred to enslaved people, they used evasive language like persons held to service. So he said, hey, listen, if these so-called founded fathers were too ashamed to explicitly write the word slavery into the foundational law of the land, then that says a lot about them. They knew it was wrong. They knew that. So he said, we need to seize on that and hold that mirror up to their faces. And Douglass said, hey, we the people meant everybody. That includes us too. The Constitution, it starts with the stated purpose of establishing justice, ensuring domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, blah, 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 secure the blessings of liberty. And he argued, Douglas said, hey, those principles are universally acceptable. And if the document says we the people, it doesn't say we the white people, then foundational Black Americans are within our rights to claim full protection of that document because we were the ones enforcing the document and the spirit of it. It wasn't the dominant white society. That was us doing that. You understand? And Douglas, you know, he always claimed the high ground, which is what we often do. He said by embracing the Constitution, you know, we position ourselves as not enemies of the state, but as the true patriots trying to save the republic from the hypocrisy of the enslavers. So Douglas kind of flipped the script on him. He had a tight mouthpiece. He made the argument that the slaveholders were the ones violating the Constitution. You understand? And abolitionists and the enslaved people like him, they were the ones upholding the true spirit of the American project, which is true. Which is absolutely true. So that, family, we should celebrate the 4th, and we should celebrate the anniversary of the United States because this is our country. We shed the first blood of the Republic. Crispus Attucks, as we know, in 1770. Our blood was the initial deposit in the Bank of American Independence.
Whoa.
You understand? They would not have won the Revolutionary War if it were not for us in many sectors, fighting in it, our labor funding it. You understand? And Foundational Black American Military, we're the anchor of this thing. They like to look at the Revolutionary War as this monolithic white endeavor, but no, there were thousands of foundational Black Americans who picked up arms. They fought against the British Crown. We were already in the military. We fought in every single war in this country. Foundational Black Americans fought in every single battle in this country, from Lexington to Concord to Yorktown, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Korea, all of it. So to sit out the 250th anniversary of this country, that's to allow the white supremacist power structure to successfully erase the FBA warriors who secured the borders of this nation. See, we financed the independence. You see, establishment voices, they claim that the 4th of July was all about elite slaveholders dodging taxes to the crown. They leave out how those colonizers had the wealth to fight the global superpower in the first damn place. That was from free foundational Black American labor, ladies and gentlemen. That was the economic engine of the damn colonies. We literally financed the American Revolution with our sweat, labor, and agricultural genius, ladies and gentlemen. You understand that? Hold on, Austin, you're not coming in here. Hold on, let me block you, Austin, because you do all types of weird shit. You're not coming up here. You out of here. You're just in here making little gestures, trying to get attention. No. You come on these panels trolling. You know, I've already defeated you psychologically, Austin. That's Austin the Tether. You're not just going to make gestures in the room. But yeah, family. We got to understand our role in this thing. We really got to understand our role in this. This thing would not have popped off if it were not for our labor and our agricultural expertise.
We wanted to.
True.
You understand?
Yeah.
And remember that I talked about the Civil War the other day, the reason why the Civil War had to pop off, because there was a deal made that slavery would not expand to the West. They stopped it in the North. They basically sequestered slavery to the South. The problem with that is, in a slave system that's so vast, that was driving the economic engine of this country, because the factories in the North relied on the raw materials from the South, by the way, and the railroad systems, all of that stuff was built off our labor. But they needed to expand. Slavery is something that, especially with the cotton industry and the agrarian industry, you can't just stay in one place.
What?
You have to expand to new ground, because staying in one place, utilizing the slave system that they had in the mid 1800s, it depletes the soil. We didn't have George Washington Carver yet giving them the game. Now, we knew what was up. We just didn't tell the white supremacists what was up. We knew how to give nutrients to the soil and all that. Later on, our good brother George Washington Carver gave him the game.
As your middle ground, yes.
But the South needed to expand because just keep growing the same thing over and over and over again, that's soil up. You understand? So staying in one place, this shit is going to go bad. So it's like, we got to get out here to the west. We got to go back to the north. We got to expand because we just can't keep growing the same shit over and over. It's going to deplete the soil. So that was one of the reasons why, look, damn all this. They ain't letting us expand. We're trying to get that Dred Scott ruling, and he was pro-slavery, respect, and the Congress can't stop slavery if they want to expand it in other states. So the North got real nervous. That's why they elected Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln won without any Southern votes. And the South said, you know what, damn that. Let's just start busting on these niggas. So we just got to know the whole context of the Civil War. And later on, our great brother George Washington Carver actually saved the agrarian South. Because again, these white people didn't know nothing about the soil and all that. Europe is not an agrarian culture. So it was our good brother George Washington Carver telling them, hey man, we got to put nutrients and nitrates and all types of things in the soil to replenish the soil. So you need peanuts rotated with sweet potatoes. This will get the soil back to where it needs to be. Shout out to Tuskegee. He actually saved the agrarian South. But back to what I'm saying about why we should celebrate the 4th of July and the anniversary of this country. See, you can't demand equity of an estate that you refuse to acknowledge that you're the rightful heir to it. The political left, they want foundational Black Americans to view ourselves as traumatized visitors, so we don't demand our modern tangibles. When you say, this ain't my country, I don't want no part of it, you just legally and mentally voided your claim to lineage-based reparations, ladies and gentlemen. But when you celebrate the founding, and it's a public declaration of your ownership stake, we built it, we own it, and we want to collect. You see? That's a whole different position there.
Yeah, happy Black 4th.
And understand, we civilized the Constitution, ladies and gentlemen. We civilized the Constitution. The white so-called founding fathers, they wrote a lot of nice theories on paper. They were damn hypocrites. They didn't live up to none of that stuff. Foundational Black Americans, we were the ones forcing the United States to become a functioning, civilized democracy. We took a flawed document that a bunch of hypocrites wrote, and through centuries of unrelenting pressure, we forced the Republic to live up to its words. We, the people.
We have been doing that for a while.
So we're not celebrating the hypocrisy of the enslavers. When we celebrate the anniversary of the United States, we're celebrating the absolute triumph of the foundational Black American legal and moral genius that saved the damn country from itself. You understand? Let's get off. We're not traumatized guests. We're not traumatized guests, ladies and gentlemen.
I was like, what is that?
We are the soul of democracy in the United States. That is us, ladies and gentlemen. People talk about, oh, y'all waving the American flag. It was a foundational Black American girl, Grace Wisher, who was the one sewing the initial flag. They like to talk about Betsy Ross. That was another flag. That white woman, Betsy Ross, she sold another flag that we don't even use anymore. But the modern flag, that was our great sister, FBA sister Grace Wisher sewing that flag.
Was it white? Was black?
So it's very important that we do celebrate this anniversary. When we do that, oh, y'all just trying to be like the white people.
Right. That's the same.
Oh, y'all trying to be like the whites. You better understand, the white supremacists don't give a damn about no America. You want to be real? I talked about this before.
So, yeah, America.
We got to understand something. The dominant society, man, they've run a decades-long PR campaign to fuse the concept of the United States with the ideology of white supremacy, trying to make them indistinguishable. We got to get that shit out of our system. I want y'all to stop that. When people say America is racist, no, it's not. We are America. Foundational Black Americans, we are America. We are the culture of America. Don't let them run that y'all African shit. All right. That's why they always trying to Africanize us, making us de facto immigrants. We ain't no goddamn Africans.
Like a whole
We have African genetics, and everybody got African genetics.
To the left, to the right, my baby. From dusk till dawn, arms in the air, confidence wide. I hit the floor and do the root work slide. No funk on me, I'm smooth with pride. Fresh under pressure, fresh outside. Everywhere I go, they feel that vibe. They say, what you got? I say, root work slide, root work slide. To the left, to the right.
I like the other one. The other is like kind of like everything like the weird 90s great, like 90s.
America first.
You know what I mean? Genre, or whatever it is. I like the other one.
Alrighty, Lady Shay. I'm confused.
I'm more confused because like so we're celebrating it now. And yeah, we're celebrating that. What? Okay, fine, whatever. But how are we gonna celebrate next 4th of their lives? Like, but we're gonna what black shit do we do on 4th of July?
Barbecue.
So really, we don't ever really have no black events or shows that are really going on right on that day. But we allowed to light fireworks. We did that anyway. We light stuff fire. Okay, great. But what else are we gonna do? Like, we gotta have some. If we're gonna take it back and start actually announcing it, like, what are we gonna do?
Sister V's in the building.
There you go. Sister V.
You said Bianca.
Happy 4th of July.
If we celebrate,
Oh no, I don't participate. I don't smoke that brand.
that's what I'm talking about. So what? Like, you can't just bring it on down.
I don't smoke that brand. You see this?
That's right. So like, now what we do? Okay, you're saying this now, but now
This is my little uniform for today.
mine is
Yeah, I don't smoke that brand though, bro.
right. So you see what I'm saying? You see how black people are like, whoa.
But I did hit y'all up on the 2nd though. You already know how that go.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Now
though,
that's something we should be celebrating, rebellions and everything around here. That's what we need to be celebrating. But you know what? My namesake and my birthsake, well, not my namesake, but my birthsake, Nat Turner,
Yeah.
did what he did on July 2nd. So, man, say, man.
right. So that's an understandable.
I'll celebrate that, but I don't celebrate. I don't smoke that bread, bro.
Right, that's an understandable celebration day though. This, like, what black people we gonna
My bread, baby. Oh my God. Here, what are you doing? Come here.
black shit. I see black shit on this day. They always like,
Man, yeah, Divinity over here, man. Vinny over here cutting up this shit, man.
That's my baby, cuz.
Man, say. Might have to go off camera for a second, though. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm telling you though, babe, I don't understand what happened. And either way, if we're gonna celebrate it, what are we going to do now? That's the then what are we going to do now? How are we going to celebrate it? Because we get together whenever fuck we feel like getting together. We cut up whenever fuck we feel like cutting up. So
Casey
how we
said
gonna
he
do
got
that?
his FBA shirt on,
Right.
and he don't see no problem with participating in American holiday.
Ooh,
I'm
Casey.
celebrating holiday pay.
I know. Like, well, okay, if you want to, but this is a day you probably either working or did that without off normally. It's weird. It's like, it's like, come on now. We're talking about this birthday that they've been shitting on us since the dawn of us creating this shit. They've been shitting on us the whole time. Now we're gonna celebrate and be like, hey, let's do some shit. Let's do some reckless shit, or let's just do some shit like watch fireworks. Because it's not even real fireworks anymore.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we really gonna do?
We gotta look at the symbolism of all of it. You understand? It was war. It was literally war, and they made war entertainment to us with the shells, the artillery shells that are what not they're benign.
Right.
Do you understand?
I'll be like, seriously, we want
They're not active. They're benign. They're dull shells. They're you know what I'm saying? But the whole thing with that is, and this is real shit, a lot of people got to look at the symbolism of all of it. It was war that we're celebrating.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And this is why I don't smoke that brand. Because at the end of the day, let me tell you something else. These motherfuckers, one thing for two and two things for certain. They will never let us forget about that war, but they will never truly tell us the real outcome. They won't tell us that we won, and that's the reason why they changed. They had to, destiny swap and name themselves the natives and all this. No, they're not. They're not going to talk about the orphan trains. They're not going to talk about none of that shit. Do you understand?
Right. You ain't never lied.
Knowledge ain't free. You gotta pay attention.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like you did that right there.
Hey, you know what? Dead ass. One of my favorite songs, and my children can even tell you, was off of Sister Act 2, sang by Lauryn Hill and a couple other, But that if you want to be somebody, if you want to go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. The time is now or never to make your dreams come true. You better wake up and pay attention.
Pay attention.
That was the chorus of that song. Do you understand, y'all?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was inspirational music that we had during that time period. You got a whole anthem about stealing for the summertime, right? And then you got all these BET dumb motherfuckers up in there, Kelsey Grammer bitches. Because guess what? Everybody don't know who owned Girlfriends, but Girlfriends was owned by Kelsey Grammer. Frasier, nigga.
No way.
Yeah.
By Frasier.
No way. I'm BT.
Yes.
No way.
Oh, baby, I hear the blues are calling. Toss salad and scrambled eggs. Yeah, that nigga. Yeah, I'm not even playing. That's who owned Girlfriends.
I know it's tighter. He was my favorite. Little stupid.
And that just goes to show there's funny sides to all of these motherfuckers.
Oh my God, I can't believe
Get up here.
I want to believe it. I'm like,
and one thing I can say, and I don't know who it offends or who it will offend, and this is a trigger warning right now, but I feel like every homosexual man wants to be a black woman.
Facts, cuz facts. fucking facts.
Why else do y'all act the way the fuck y'all act?
You went at a
all that girl and nah and sis and all.
Yeah, fucking.
Do you understand? No, y'all get, man, I swear to God. And guess what? And the reason why I'm saying that this might be a trigger warning or whatever, I have gay friends. Do you understand? And so I'm going to let you know that I know ever since I've had them since middle school. They gravitate toward me because I am the woman that they want to be.
Right, which is weird because I stay away from
that they aspire to be.
No problem because I got a lot of gay family members like right in my proximity.
And that's the reason why you will find within a Black community the division. Do you understand? Because certain people realize it's not about whether this person has been, touched on, fondled on, any of that. It's not always about that. It's about who they aspire to be, which means more Black men need to be in the picture.
Right. And
whether they're uncles, whether they're cousins. Hey, you know what? That might not be your baby, but you might need to take that boy to go do something.
Hold on, B.
Damn.
Hold on, B. Hold that thought. Like, and also too, let me say this. I don't give a fuck, but I've witnessed it since I was a little girl with gay people up until now, right? And it's kind of like back in the day when my mother was trying to tell me, how you do, whatever, right? But check this out, right? It became incentivized.
Black Joe's in the building.
Hey, Black Joe.
They could not make it as men. They had to go ahead and
Well, this is the whole thing with that, though. That they know that they have been raised by women. And guess what? These women weren't ladies. They were hoes. And their parents, they're strong. The only strong person that they had for them every day, nigga, was able to get clowned by their peers.
Right, but not everybody living.
And that's what changes everything. I don't give a damn. A lot of these women want to be on some YOLO shit. A lot of these females, I'm not going to say women, these females want to be on some YOLO shit. And they don't realize tomorrow is ahead of them.
B, you're not wrong. But I'm just going to say this, just to add to that. If there's some things that are lived truth, you're living your true lifestyle, right? And that should be seen as a confusion. We should be confused when we look at
No, if you learn from it, then you teach that child different. I don't give a damn. No, I'm at the point. I'm done hearing excuses for our generation. I am.
I know, B, but I'm talking about the cosplay, the ones that's doing it for incentive and asset, to get an apartment, to get assistance, to have. I'm talking about those types only.
Well, listen, I'm a part of that system, and I'm not even going to say I'm not. But guess what? I work hard. I still take care of another generation up underneath me. I don't necessarily take care of her full time because she has married parents. Do you understand?
What does that got to do, baby?
No, it's a two. She is being raised with her mother and her father.
Yeah, but what that got to do with
that? Yeah, you can. Everybody can say what the fuck they want, but guess what? It is an advantage.
Well, what
for now, especially as endangered as it is nowadays.
What did that do with being gay though? Like that doesn't matter. You're a heterosexual woman. You're heterosexual.
No, once there's a commitment there, it does make a difference. I don't know. I don't know which other way to put it.
Yeah, but not in the context of everybody's straight. What are you talking about? It makes sense to me. Like,
no, listen, I probably should have read my Black Man poem by now, but I've read that personally. That's a part, Yeah. But either way, I don't play all that at this point. Our Black men need to step up into their place, which means if they're telling if black men are telling black women stop getting BBLs, just be your natural self. I want to know you. You know what I'm saying? In general, before I know anything else, what the fuck are y'all out here doing this other shit for?
What? That's what I'm saying. Not living there.
No, fuck all that. And it falls within the black women community because we should have more self-love.
Okay, but what if they want to be on the
There should be a knowledge of self and self-love at this time. A lot with this retrograde, I don't care whether you believe in it or not. There's going to be a lot of mirrors held up to a lot of people's faces.
Yeah, that's true. That is happening right now, currently. Yes, very true. But what does that got to do with like? I don't understand.
It's looking at the mirror, man in the mirror, and asking him to change his ways, like Michael Jackson told us to do.
I get that part, but what is they got to do with us being in a trans world?
As far as experience, man, we have to have more self-discipline. You got people like Jay-Z's dumbass sitting up there wanting to sell his damn commemoration album that wouldn't even came about if it wasn't for Big L. But you see what I'm saying? You sitting up there doing all of this shit, right? And you see the boycott that has been going on against Target, but you gon' fuck with them? I can say this is the fucked up thing. During our growing up, we at least had people to look up to.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? There was the Claire Huxtables. There was all kind of shit that we had to look up to. What kind of shit do these children have to look up to? Spin that shit. Spin that shit. Where all my scamming, that's really what they got the fuck to look up to.
Yep.
Ain't this a bitch? We failed them. If this is what the fuck is came about, we've failed them.
You're right.
It's up to us to fucking get the shit together to at least tell them the right way, even if we've shown them different.
Hey, look.
Because if you're not putting up no type of fight against something, you condone it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right.
Do you understand? If you're not putting up some type of fight against something, you are condoning it. You're a part of the problem.
Okay, so all right, so we know the problem. So what do we do?
Man, say, look, we can do so much small shit that becomes big shit, but somebody needs to have the courage to do it, and that's why you understand. I end up the neighborhood vigilante around my neighborhood.
Right. But we can't do
because somebody got to stand up for something.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely correct. So, what would you like to see happen that isn't happening?
Well, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. There are people that are gonna start rising up because they didn't had a fuck enough. Do you understand? But at the same time, we cannot keep on trying to wake the people that know what's up and decided to go back to sleep.
Yeah.
Stop trying to wake them, because all you're gonna do is get an angry person when you wake up or when they wake up.
Yeah, they intentionally go back to sleep. You're right.
I know what's going on. Will you just leave me the fuck alone? Oh, yeah, you will end up hearing and say, you will end up hearing it.
I don't come looking at it later. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're right. You're right. So what? So I like 3 problems all at
At this point, we just need to stay ready so we ain't got to get ready. You understand? Within our homes, aside from just our communal just, at this point, economically, start investing in Black businesses. Like, start buying at certain, even if you can't do all of your fucking, I get it, because some people can't, as far as restaurant codes and all that shit. I get it. But if it's your everyday spending and stuff like that, and you know that you can buy this from a Black person versus any other race, go and do it.
Yeah.
Build Black economics, but stay ready so you ain't got to get ready, because I'm telling you, with all these cases of the fuck arounds that they got going on in government right now, man, you better stay ready so you ain't got to get ready.
Let me say something real fast, okay? Hold on, just one second. Let me say something.
Well, I know the show got to carry on, and I'm gonna shut up. And yeah, that's that.
Hold on, just one thing. Hold on, let me say this one thing real fast. You're right. Everything's right. What I'm saying is that now we like the building our own economics, the shopping with Black people, the spending Black dollars that with Black, businesses. That shit, like. People are coming into this.
But just make sure that, this is why spiritual discernment is so fucking important at this point. Because we could say that Black people are supporting motherfucking Young Miami with this bullshit. But it's detrimental to our people.
Yeah,
so why the fuck is anybody listening to this shit?
Listen, you just let me finish the sentence. The Young Miami shit, that's like whatever. Those are different type of motherfuckers that ain't.
No, because listen, the most powerful language on this planet is music. Because it's a part of frequency. Frequency and numbers are the very first and very last languages on this planet.
Yes. But let me finish what I'm trying to say real fast. All I'm saying is those type of people that support that type of degeneracy right now in the time of war is like, that's wild. But the ones
this is the whole thing. That negative frequency is what everybody's been able to feed off of. And if you're, like I said, if you're not gonna fight against it, you're compliant.
Right, but I'm not doing that. I'm trying to talk about something real fast. Then went back to something you're talking about like 8 minutes ago. Let me get it out. What? Before I forget my thought. What I'm saying is like those type of people that they don't spend, they're not consistent. They're not like us. We spend time in little businesses, like little summits and events and spaces where there's nothing but Black people selling Black wares. You see what I'm saying? And we were able to commingle and do things like that. We, as a unified handful of people, we need to promote that within our city. You see what I'm saying? Because then we can do that. Because it's alone. If one person's on the West End, one's in Five Points, and another's in Aurora. You see what I'm saying? We're not.
No, I'm listening to you. I was shaking no hit to my grandbaby. I was saying no to her.
Like a fucking.
But no, I was agreeing with you.
Transformer, you hear me? Like we gotta get together like that, like build the transformer. It's us to have to do it. The young people are being programmed. They're like right there on the sense of conscious and available for information download. Anytime they've been programmed to be butt broken and on that level. This whole thing we're doing right now, being at war for reparations, is for that particular range of like 19, 20, 21-year-olds, right? So that their children don't have to go through this bullshit ever again in life. We're the ones that are gonna be able to do it.
What if I were to tell you? What if I were to tell you that the shit, is about to happen way quicker than what you think?
Think about it. We got to get it done.
No, you got to understand that CERN shut itself off for a reason.
Yeah.
They can no longer control nature's they can no longer hide prophecy, none of that shit.
I gotta refresh my brain.
The veil has been lifted.
Yep, it sure has. So I'm gonna move on.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys got to check out The Great Separation. Yeah, it might be a little short movie. Yeah, it might be AI, but there's a lot of hidden gems up in that bitch.
Yeah, I've been watching it.
So what we need to keep in mind,
I came in late on that,
is them very first 2 episodes with
Yeah.
the sun.
Yeah.
They can no longer they tried to put a fake sun in front of the they've tried a lot. Like they are delaying the inevitable.
I thought it was Will Smith. The whole fucking time. Man.
I'm telling you, there are certain things. Look, natural disasters, all kind of shit. This shit is really gonna fucking happen.
Yes.
But in the meantime, there will be a protected people. I don't give a fuck. Why? Look.
Talk about reparations.
Look, white people used to lynch black men in the 40s for looking at a white woman. What done changed so fucking much now that y'all are okay with them being on Cheerios commercials together?
Wow.
Think about it. I'm crazy until I make sense.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's look at what the real difference is. Survival. Oh, survival. That's the big difference.
Survival what? What are they going to survive? They're like tacos. We don't know.
Once they realized, I don't give a fuck what they did in the Antarctic. I don't give a fuck about what treaties they made with the reptilians, any of that shit. We had already had an agreement as like black original people here. Do you understand? With the Tartarians.
Yeah.
Those were more infamous than any other. And what did they do?
Now we're starting to go down that rabbit hole, sis.
And what did they do? Look at all the World's Fair structures. Look at every capital in every fucking state.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't make that shit.
No.
That was Tartarian structure. And they misuse it all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so moving along.
It's actually supposed to be a generator, an energy generator.
Yeah. So
they misuse it all the time.
We gotta move on.
Well, do what you gotta do. Let me go on and put myself out.
Just go on mute, sis. So is America really America first? No. It's not.
You really gonna start with this shit?
Me?
Okay, so no, it's not. It's been Tartaria, it's been Alkebulan, it's actually honestly been Amaruka. It's been named a lot of different places. So where do we start?
Hold on, B, it's in the queue. You gotta let her run the show. It's in the queue.
This is why, yeah. You know what?
Yeah, like just
fuck all that. I'm a yep.
It's actually show because you gotta let her do a show. It's in the queue. There's a question in the queue. It's what? It is Saturday. Go ahead. Or you should just go ahead.
America First is one of the most powerful political slogans in modern U.S. history. It's short, emotional, patriotic. It suggests strength, independence, and loyalty to the American people above all else. But slogans are easy. The real question is harder. Is America actually run in the interests of Americans or in the interests of power, profit, and global dominance? Because when we move past campaign speeches and cable news sound bites, we see a country that routinely puts corporations before workers, military interests before citizens, foreign influence before domestic stability, and optics before outcomes. This video isn't about one political party. It's not even about left versus right. It's about structure versus people. So we're going to interrogate the myth of America First, trace where it came from, how it's been used, and most importantly, who actually benefits when America claims to put itself first. The phrase America First didn't start with Donald Trump. It dates back to the early 20th century, most famously with the America First Committee in the 1940s, a movement that opposed U.S. involvement in World War II. On the surface, it was framed as anti-war, pro-American lives, and anti-entanglement in foreign conflicts. But underneath that framing was
are we
something else
really
more
gonna negate what the fuck all
Many
this
America
shit was
First
about?
advocates at the time downplayed or dismissed the threat of fascism. They opposed aiding refugees and held openly racist, anti-Semitic, and nativist.
Not everybody knows all this stuff.
Nah, man, fuck all that. We're look. There was too many. I didn't even feel comfortable listening to all that fucking fuckery. Do you understand? I didn't.
This is Frontline Black News. It's
Man, say, yeah, because the shit ain't right. Now, if we're gonna tell history, let's tell it correct.
Okay, well, how do we know? I didn't know any of the shit.
How do I know? How do I know? I definitely know. Yeah, nah, man, this is a bunch of fuckery. Hearing about all these civil wars, because the very first civil war was against the Brits and the natives. Nobody else. It wasn't the North versus the South and all this other bullshit. We were fighting for our own fucking freedom.
Did you pick the Q?
I do. We won and still ended up captive.
Right. So this is
by words. By words. And I look, I'm gonna leave the shit the fuck alone, because you know what? It's not worth my energy. Like I said, I have more to invest into right about now, which is staying ready, so I ain't gotta get ready. And for the actual separation, I don't give a fuck. I'm preparing for both.
Okay, but can
the shit is it's inevitable. I'm not. I all this other shit is only. It's almost like frequency rage baiting. Like, what the fuck? It really is.
It is. You're right. But can the people who are watching learn something other than this? Because maybe they don't know what's going on. I know I didn't know nothing until that whole little moment he was talking. I didn't know any of that he was talking about.
Hey man, say if people don't understand what the fuck I'm saying, y'all don't hear me. Y'all just want to dance.
You're not listening, though. What I'm saying is, a lot of people don't know what you know. I don't know what you know. I want to learn what's being said. It's Saturday. It's Frontline Black News. We didn't pick the Q. I didn't pick the Q. The man picked the Q. There's the man, the mayor, the man, him, your brother. He made the Q. Obviously, he felt like it was important to put it in. So not everybody has what's going on in your brain. Like, they're not on it. Not everybody know where to go look. Not nobody, you know what I mean? So can we learn together? Is it not so each one teach one? Or is it, I know, fuck what you talking about. Fuck what you trying to teach us.
I'm here for support and nothing else. I ain't saying shit.
Views. America First has always carried a double meaning. One version will say protect the American people, while another version will say protect a very specific idea of who counts as American. That tension never went away. It just simply evolved. When America First returned to mainstream politics in the 2016 election, it was marketed as anti-globalism, pro-worker, and tough on corporations shipping jobs overseas. But when you examine the actual policy record, the picture gets complicated. Yes, there were terrorists, and yes, there was tough rhetoric. But at the same time, Corporate tax cuts overwhelmingly favored the wealthy. Stock buybacks surged instead of wage increases. Deregulation weakened worker and environmental protections. So we have to ask, if America was really first, why did everyday Americans feel last? Because America First often functions more as a cultural signal than an economic strategy. It tells people who to blame, it tells people who belongs, but it rarely restructures power. If America were truly America First, workers would be first. But in reality, corporations are subsidized while workers are disposable. Bailouts arrive faster than relief checks, and lobbyists write legislation faster than voters can read it. So let's be clear. The U.S. government routinely intervenes in the market, but almost always upward and never downwards. Banks end up getting saved, airlines get rescued, and corporations get tax incentives. Meanwhile, wage stagnate. Healthcare remains tied to employment, and retirement becomes a personal gamble. That's not America First. That's capital first. America spends more on its military than the next several countries combined, and yet veterans struggle with homelessness. PTSD care is underfunded. Military families rely on food assistance. If America were truly first, wouldn't the people who fight its wars come first? Instead, what we see is a system where defense contractors thrive. Endless conflict is normalized. War becomes a business model. America First in practice often means weapons first. The U.S. claims to champion democracy, freedom, and human rights, but history tells a more selective story. The U.S. has supported coups against democratically elected governments, backed authoritarian regimes when convenient, and overlooked human rights abused by allies. And the reason for that is because foreign policy isn't about values, it's about interests, such as oil, trade routes, military positioning, and global leverage. That's not America First, that's empire first. One of the most revealing aspects of America First is who gets included and excluded. Historically, full access to Americanness has been conditional on race, religion, class, and compliance. From indigenous displacement to slavery to Jim Crow to immigration bans, the definition of American has always been policed. So when politicians say America First, many people hear people like you first, and that's the danger. Black Americans have always been asked to believe in America before America believed in us. We fight the wars, we build the culture, and we power the economy. Yet wealth gaps persist, justice remains unequal, and loyalty is constantly questioned. So when we hear America First, the question then becomes, which America or whose America? Because for many Black Americans, America has never put us first, only demanded that we put America first. Media plays a crucial role in maintaining the illusion of America First. Patriotism is aestheticized. You see flags everywhere, military flyovers, hero narratives, but substance is missing. We celebrate symbols instead of systems, and that allows leaders to appear strong without delivering results and perform patriotism without accountability. And here's the contradiction at the heart of America First. The elite live globally, the workers are told to stay national, corporations outsource, capital moves freely, and borders only matter for labor. That's not nationalism, that's class protection. If America were truly first, we would see universal health care,
But nobody's
living
looking
wages,
into what
strong
happened
labor
during the
protections,
Titanic.
veterans fully
Like,
supported,
what
and
the fuck?
education prioritized over incarceration. America First wouldn't be a chant, it would actually be a policy. So is America really first, or is it corporate first, military first, empire first, and optic first? Because until
Nobody's
America
knowing that
comes
there was a
before
black
profit,
president
power,
before
and
Barack
performance,
Obama.
America
What
First
the
is just
fuck?
another slogan. And the real work begins when we stop asking who sounds patriotic and start asking who actually benefits.
Sister B, we're gonna need you to have some decorum because we just outbursting. Now, what he was saying about America is true.
Yep.
You know what? Like I said, I'm gonna leave this shit the fuck alone. I don't even smoke this brand today. Do you understand? I don't even smoke this brand.
Okay.
I actually celebrated July 2nd. Okay. And that was the day of the rebellion. That's what the fuck I celebrated, and everybody else can fuck clean off.
I'm not saying you gotta celebrate this shit. All I'm doing is telling the news. That's it.
And there were so many more. They documented them, but they will never let us know about them because they don't want us to do it. They don't want us to know we're capable of social uprisings like that.
Oh yeah.
Without consequences of death and fear mongering.
We are due for another uprising.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Michael, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts is really like nothing new with America First because corporations and the military spin it to make it feel like America that the political system is going to serve the working class people, but it's not. It's going to benefit people at the top and big corporations. Even like Reagan has demonstrated since the 1980s. Let's win. Um, let's make America strong first, but really it's about making rich people richer, big corporations bigger, and making the military stronger without really uplifting working class people. So it's really nothing new. What's new is because of Donald Trump accelerating the deceleration of America falling, and that reparations is going to have to be paid to American freedmen, owners, regardless of the changes in the economic conditions.
For your skin.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's
All
where
that.
Citizens United
All that.
is a problem.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Jesse.
I already said what I said.
All right.
Let me tell you what he does.
Oh, he got me on a magical highway. They want to go do some research, but I thought it was the business, and they only care about money, and they'll be fuck with theirs. So, and they're gonna leave us in a like I said. So, I'm on the same page, the same wavelength. I didn't know. I don't know, like why would we even be a question with us? We know that they have never cared about us as a people, or even being seen as such. So that's really surprising. Like one of those rhetorical questions you already know the answer to. So they just don't want to hear the defense, or let's say what should say the dictionary, and it's true. So it's not like it's falling on deaf ears. It's like they heard, they just don't give a fuck. They're gonna do whatever they want to do. They're playing a level of a game we don't have the rules to. You know what I mean? And they keep moving the goalposts. So yeah, she's got. But good. Just worth like 2 seconds. We'll be right back. Yeah, it's good.
Like Joe was saying something in the chat. Oh, y'all, I'm trying to do something.
Well, I apologize for my absence. I just had to go and relieve myself and make sure my hands were sanitized and get me some food.
Yeah, with us.
Lay down. Lay down. Granny.
On mute, sis, because I get a copyright strike.
Wait. How long you got to take it for?
It's on mute.
sitting right on the blackjack. That was good.
Yeah.
One second, you just here to help me with something. He goes, it actually looked like it rained today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be really hot for the next what week.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm glad today's over with though. Now to get back onto business at hand and do what they always do. Why is Monday closed?
Because they're celebrating the holiday.
What holiday?
The one that we're doing right now.
What? That's what the weekend's for.
They're doing it on Monday.
What?
Because a lot of people went out of town for July 4th.
What the fuck they gotta do with Monday?
There's no city council Monday. That's what that has to do with it.
I don't make no goddamn sense.
I didn't make the rules. That's what they're doing.
Holidays fall on the weekends, like that means you gotta wait till Monday.
They turned it into a 3-day weekend.
Oh no, and they gotta raise. No, this don't make no damn sense. It does. It makes total sense. That's stupid. That's stupid. Because everything will be closed then. That have a reason for everything to be closed. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Makes sense to work on.
And then we move on to the next topic.
It's still the same topic.
So, same topic.
The truth behind the 4th of July with Professor Griff and Kalonji Changa.
Whatever y'all got. Griff, what's happening, brother? How you feeling today?
Peace. How you feel? I'm good, man. I'm good. Rolling with the punches. I'm happy to be on this side of the dirt. Peace to the family. Peace to everyone. All right.
No doubt. Hey, yo, man. We've been around for a few minutes, and it's a lot of things going on, and every now and then we got to tap into snap folks back into reality. You know what I mean? Because we get so comfortable just with the BS. Today is we remember just 50 years ago, we had the whole bicentennial situation. They had the little bicentennial quarters, and Negroes was happy, talking about, it's Independence Day, so on and so forth. But today, 50 years later, ain't shit changed, but the number on the range, as your man would say. And we still in the same conundrum, you know what I mean? So wanted to talk about that. Glad to see you today. So tell us about this.
My honor and my pleasure being here. And I think we need to start up and we need to make it quick, but we need to make it very simple and very plain. When you start talking about the whole idea of a people, of a nation being independent, and you start talking about celebrating with firecrackers and barbecues and all this other kind of madness, we need to kind of first unravel the lie. We got to unlearn to learn today. You understand what I'm saying? Because what you think you celebrating might not be what you're truly celebrating, and we need to understand that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So while this nation is quote unquote celebrating this 250 years, all right, on this Independence Day, negating other nations and other people's independence almost seems like hypocrisy at its finest. You understand what I'm saying? So how in the world a nation is going to claim its independence by subjugating another people, and then at the same time unaliving leaders of other countries and taking their natural resources to cut them off at the kneecaps to slow down their particular independence? You understand what I'm saying?
No question. So when we talk about 250 years, we're talking about 250 years of war. And, they're saying that the United States has been, quote unquote, united in the past 250 years. That don't count the other couple hundred years that, you know, they enslaved African and other indigenous people. So, you know, we're clear about that. And to some, I know that folks every now and then they get caught up in the, oh, here they go. Every time it's a holiday, you know what I'm saying? They got something to say. Let me explain something to you so we can be clear. These quote unquote holidays in the United States, it's all about capitalism. Every month, there's a month for the United States to pimp you and to make money off of you, right? Every month. January, we got what? We got New Year's, so you got these whole New Year's sales, so on and so forth. February, you got Valentine's Day.
Wait. You got to skip back. There's a couple of more in January now because they done pimp Martin Luther King. Now that's a holiday that they celebrate. And but I'm sorry, go on, good bro. I don't mean
no doubt. And add on because of the fact that I almost forgot how they you know, we didn't even get to pimping the Black holidays yet.
Right.
But as you mentioned, King. February, we got Valentine's Day and President's Day. March, you got St. Patrick's Day. April, you got Easter. May, you got Memorial Day and Mother's Day. June, you got Father's Day. July, of course, we got this day here today, or they got this day. August, back to school. So you got to do that shopping for that. September, we talking about Labor Day. October, we got Halloween. November, they got Thanksgiving Day. December, you have Christmas and New Year's Eve. So every month is designed to boost this economy up and to have Negroes and others in a frenzy for some fake ass sale and celebrating something that you really don't know anything about. So that's
celebrating nothing.
So even if they miss you or you miss it, they make sure they come up with a pseudo holiday since you're in the spirit of it, and they get your money anyway. And this is where the Black Friday comes in, and this is where Cyber Monday comes in, and all
my
these
phone's dying, bro.
Considerary holidays. And when you look at the word holiday, it make you relax your senses, put your guard down, because when you say you're going on a holiday, it's a holiday, you tend to start to relax. You understand what I'm saying? And you open up your purse or your wallet simply because you mistake holiday, which was the original term, was holy day. The day you took off was the holy day, but they changed it to a holiday. You think you're going to heaven, but you ended up at the Holiday Inn Express. You understand what I'm saying? So you're not celebrating the holy, you celebrate the holly. You understand what I'm saying? Holly, we all know, and I'm not going to get super deep, but the holly comes from, the holly is the tree that gives you the wood that makes the magic wand that they use in Hollywood. But we're not going to go too deep into that. That's too deep.
And at the end of it, with that Hollywood, you don't get nothing but the wood. You understand what I'm saying? So that's just what we dealing with here in this trifling ass country. And again, I need folks to understand, because, you know, I hear Black folks in particular, because that's who we trying to talk to today. You know what I'm saying? Others, let them do their thing. That's cool. Knock yourself out the box. They have this false reality when you talk about quote unquote independence. You know what I'm saying? And as you mentioned earlier, there's been no independence for us. There's been no independence when you talk about African or indigenous people. You know what I'm saying? And we could take that back not only to chattel slavery, but to the whole Berlin Conference, where, you know, things were broken down and you had so many historical atrocities during that particular era. When you talk about the Berlin Conference, the significance in it is not just the fact that these 14 or so nations split Africa up. It split your mind up. Right. You understand what I'm saying? So the Berlin Conference is an example of your mind, because of the fact that we get so caught up in trying to keep up with the Joneses or the Zuckerbergs or whoever the hell. You know what I'm saying? That we lose touch with reality. And so today we wanted to tap in, and we have a number of different people on the platform that's checking us out, and we appreciate you all, because we believe that you feel the same way we feel, that instead of us talking about celebrating some independence today, we should be memorializing, you know what I mean? Memorializing some of the our ancestors who, you know, died and was slaughtered and had genocide committed upon them, while folks are talking about some damn independence. And before we tap out, I definitely want to go into what Frederick Douglass talked about as far as what is independence to the slave? What does the 4th of July mean to the slave? But anyway, go ahead, Griff.
No, I think that's a beautiful place for us to start, because if Frederick Douglass came forth, I believe in 1850, 53, 52, I'm not sure. He basically said, you know, to a slave is the 4th of July. You understand what I'm saying? And then when he laid that speech out, he laid out certain things that he held a mirror up to white America to say that, okay, then what is it to a slave? If you're celebrating this, you're going according to what you put in place to establish your country and your government and who you are as a people, then all he was asking them to do was adhere to what you said you are about. You understand what I'm saying? What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals him more than all other days in the year. The gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. Basically said, we are a constant victim, and we continue to be a constant victim, even to this day, on a mental and spiritual level. He exposed the hypocrisy of America. He called it a sham, and it was very hollow mockery. You understand what I'm saying? To say that you're celebrating independence while you have people enslaved.
That's right.
All right. And then you'll find some Negroes even today defending aspects of the Constitution. When I say defend it, not stand up for Black people, not stand up for the oppressed people, but standing up for America to say this is a beautiful country. This country is not racist. This country is X, Y, and Z. How dare you? You understand what I'm saying? And then their excuses, well, I don't even think Frederick Douglass even existed, so that nullifies anything that he even written. I'm like, come on, stop playing, bro. That's a weak excuse for your cowardness to stand up for your people. So if he delivered it, not on the day, because he didn't want to insult them, the day after, he intentionally delivered the address on the day after, which was his choice, simply because he wanted them to go ahead and celebrate what they call independence, which is truly not independence.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And it's important. And I'm glad that you're saying what you're saying, because of the fact that folks are always talking about, well, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know, I don't know if he really said it, so on and so forth. I don't care if he said it or not. You understand what I'm saying? And of course, we know historically, according to white folks, according to the folks that you love and you adhere to and you feel so beholden to, they said he said it. And of course, we know that their water and ice is colder, right? But the fact is, the reality is, regardless if nothing was said, the sheer reality is 250 years since this quote unquote founding of this quote unquote great nation. Okay, there's been atrocity after atrocity. There's been all types of different murders, like I said, genocide committed, etc. And we are constantly victims. And unfortunately, you know, we say a revolutionary is not a victim. So for folks that are calling themselves revolutionaries, then you have to reverse this whole thing like osmosis. You understand what I'm saying? You just can't say that, you know, we are free and we're about liberation and all this type shit. You can't just walk around fronting with guns and shit like you're gonna bust something, you know what I mean? And ain't nothing happening. We're not even gonna get into that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just so sick of the fronting, so sick of the posing. You understand what I'm saying? Because of the fact that you ain't busting nothing. But these crackers are taking us out 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3. And the reality is, when someone responds, you won't even support them. When you have a young man, what's the young brother name out in Carmelo Anthony? When you have a case like a Carmelo Anthony, you know what I'm saying, or Rodney Hinton Jr., you have Black folks analyzing on why they should have did this, why they shouldn't have did that, where was the parents, so on and so forth. Listen, you Negroes are asked the same question about where was the parents when you talk about Emmett Till. You understand what I'm saying? Where's the parents? Look at the 1-year-old that was gunned down in his mother's arms. And of course, the low-hanging fruit and the easy way out is to do what? Blame the victim. Well, you know, they shouldn't have been stealing Pampers. We shouldn't even live in a society if they did steal Pampers. We shouldn't even, if they liberated the Pampers. We shouldn't live in a society that, damn, the price of Pampers is so goddamn high that someone would have to steal some Pampers. You understand what I'm saying? So you say, okay, let's go ahead and kill the baby. You know what I'm saying? And we make excuses for all that. So again, independence here in the United States is a sham. It's like what Malcolm talked about. He said democracy here in the US is hypocrisy. And he talked about that if you lived south of the Canadian border, you're in Mississippi, because folks get it twisted and they talk about the South like they're in some, like it's an anomaly. But anyway, Griff, don't get me started. What we talking about here?
So let's keep it, like I said, let's keep it simple. Let's bring receipts. Let's talk straight truth to power. Even the limited power that some of these Negroes think that they have, be they Democrat or Republican or both Republicrats, because those are two wings of the same damn bird. Let's keep it simple. So listen, on the 4th of July, independence means what? It says here that the United States officially declared its freedom from the British rule in 1776. Is that true? Is that false? And what kind of freedom or what kind of control did the British have over these particular individuals that they had to free themselves? And then what kind of action did they take to free themselves from the British? So by adopting the Library of Congress Declaration of Independence, which is a document that anyone can read. You understand what I'm saying? The 13 American colonies severed ties with King George III and the British Empire. So it's 13 colonies. What happened to the rest of the country? Who was living on the land in the rest of the country? You understand what I'm saying? So when we start talking about the independence, you're talking about a people coming over, tricking a people, lying to a people, unaliving a people, committing genocide on a people, not just one people, nations within a nation, tribe that were in tribes, millions of people that were already here, for them to establish these 13 colonies to break away from Britain, land that people were already on. What happened to the people that was on that particular land that you established these 13 colonies? And then what happened between you and your other white friends that you had to break away from them to establish your own? You understand what I'm saying? So these are the things that we need to keep in the back of our minds as we drop some of these receipts today. And I just wanted to lay that out to let people know.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad you're saying that, because when you talk about Independence Day, folks are forgetting that there was still 13 quote unquote slavery was still legal in 13 different states and colonies, right? So we're talking about, and we also have to remember that the Emancipation Proclamation wasn't signed till about 90 years later, 91 years later, something of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So for us, we were still enslaved. You understand what I'm saying? So it's real, it's insane that we can even buy into this madness. You know what I mean? And that doesn't even mean, when we talk about the Emancipation Proclamation, that still didn't end slavery. You had reports of slavery still in existence going back in Mississippi back to like 2010 or something. You understand what I'm saying? So this is not mythology. It's not, we're just on here, we just some angry black militants, and I'm still gonna fry my hot dogs and I'm still gonna wave my flag and I helped build this country. Yeah, all enslaved people helped build this country. That's what we talking about. You understand what I'm saying?
So the whole idea of a document called the Emancipation Proclamation. Stop, family. Just look up the words. You understand what I'm saying? This is what Frederick Douglass did. He hit the reset button and said, wait a minute. If you're saying this in your document, I'm reading from your document and what you claim that you're about. So if you stop and say, well, what is emancipation? Emancipation is not freedom
at all.
I'm releasing you from the purview of my hand, not my control. And then it's a proclamation.
You will only
Emancipation Proclamation. You're not free.
No, not at all.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Go on.
Right. No. Because I'm thinking about Lincoln. Because again, that goes back to the whole Lincoln freed the slaves bullshit. Right. First of all, the African was never a slave. We were enslaved. Let's start with that. You understand what I'm saying? That's number one. Number two, dude was like, send them back to Africa. You understand what I'm saying? So that's like you being released. That's like a modern day example is like ICE. They go ahead and they kidnap someone and they say, okay, a person might have came here when they were 1 year old. Now they're 65. And they say, okay, send them back to Haiti, send them back to Cuba, send them back to Colombia, somewhere else where they have no family, where they don't know anyone there. And you just saying, just send them back. That's what he said. So he worked you and released you But at the same time, there was still, besides slavery itself, they still had indentured servants, etc. So it wasn't no, it's like prison, like you said. I might release you. I'm not technically holding you, but you're being held. I'm not holding you by your hand. I don't have to chain you to have you in the cell.
Right. So let me run down a few things real quick. I'm not one of those kind of individuals to come on there and act like what some of the people are saying in the comments don't matter, or things that we've heard before, or the things that we've studied leading up to this particular day, because we keep our finger on the pulse of what's going on with our people. Whoever this individual said, we act as though there would be no Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, Farrakhan, Silas Muhammad, but for the coming of Master Farad Muhammad, who made his presence known 4th of July. That's beautiful. But words have power. These people that you wrote and I just mentioned gave their life, all right, to see that Black people's spirit is free, mind is free, and we are physically free. So words have power. Thanks to Dr. Chika Okoa, who gave us this book, who's always on the front line on the intellectual academic front, educating young people, not only educating young people's parents, and educating the parents and the teachers that our children got to see every single day in these classrooms, which look like prisons. So shout out to Dr. Chika Okoa. All right, so let me dive into this. All right, so words have power, according to Chika Okoa. The brother mentioned all of these individuals. And I'm not going to be long with this, but if you haven't read Message to the Black Man in America, then what are you doing running around here talking about the independence of another people, and you're not talking about your particular independence? You understand what I'm saying? Well over 30 to 60 million Black people in America, a whole lot more than that, because some of us are just not documented. You understand what I'm saying? So let's understand that. Read Message to the Black Man in America. Kalonji, we said from the outstart that we're going to have receipts, and we're going to approach this thing from a solution think kind of basis. Read, family. Cross-reference, family. Come with receipts, family. Hold on 1 second. If you haven't read the study guide to back up, you're talking over 400 or 500 questions that's asked. You don't have to ask or guess or think. Go in, study, answer the questions, and then come up out of this thing asking some serious questions, not only to yourself, but your homies, your partners, your business people, family members. Some things you should be doing at the damn family reunion before they uninvite you. Anyway, like my ass was uninvited. Last but not least, words of power. So it just wasn't talk coming from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, because Master Farad Muhammad made his parents known July 4th, 1930. There's a whole agenda to be presented to Black people, not only to Black people, but to the United States government and governments throughout the world. Have you read the national agenda? All right. This is a document that was put together. Research Department of the Nation of Islam, where it goes into reparations. We're not operating on branch knowledge, Kalonji. We're going down to the root of it. You understand what I'm saying? So we can unravel this thing, because we are simply a nation within a nation. And that's how we need to conduct ourselves here in America.
True indeed. Yes, sir. You're checking out. This is a mashup. You know what I'm saying? We're both on Black Power Media, but today we repping our shows, Arm the Masses, RSTV.
Yeah, it is.
I think this is a good thing Saturday morning, instead of Saturday morning cartoons and
Kung Fu
fireworks. Yeah, Kung Fu. You took it all the way back. Channel 5. Shout out to Channel 5. They don't know nothing about that, Griff.
Channel
they don't know
5,
about the
right?
Exactly. They don't know about the matinees where you go check out Kung Fu flicks and you go break your broomsticks and your mama whoop your ass because you know because you know I took the broomsticks and made them into nunchucks. But anyway, so we're here, and I think the thing is, when we talk about liberation again, I mentioned earlier about the Berlin Conference, and the thing is, folks, you know, we hear folks talk about Hitler all the time, and we don't hear about people like King Leopold. You understand what I'm saying?
Asian
Who decimated African people, hundreds of millions of Africans. We don't remind ourselves of the recorded lynchings here in the United States that are still taking place to this day while we're talking about independence. According to the NAACP and white folks, since again, y'all like white folks and the Equal Justice Initiative, they said there were 4,743 federally recorded lynchings between 1882 and 1968. Of those recorded, 3,446, roughly 72%, were men, and the rest we're talking women and children. But we know that just recently, they just found a sister in North Carolina this year lynched. And what do they do when they say that when brothers and sisters are lynched here in America? They say that it was a suicide attempt. In fact, Griff, one of the earliest cases you and I worked on, along with our sister Cynthia McKinney, back in 2004, was the lynching of Bernard Burden right here in Georgia. About how many miles from Atlanta? Maybe like 25 miles from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Baldwin County. You know what I mean? So when we talk about, like I said, independence, it's insane. It's totally insane. And you should be ashamed of yourself to walk around talking about some goddamn happy 4th of July. Happy to who? Happy to who?
I heard, Black.
Who happy? Are the enslavers? You know what I mean? But yo, you the Minister of Information, Griff, give us some more. As they
all right,
say.
so this is where we are. So in studying and putting research together, we're gonna have to lay a base. We're already 40 minutes in, and we haven't even really got started. But I'm saying we have to lay a base, and no one understands that our sister, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, basically gave us a fundamental working definition of racism, white supremacy. And if you're not operating, looking at this whole idea of America celebrating its Independence Day through the lens of what our now ancestors gave us to unravel the madness so you can come back to your sane self, I don't even know how you approaching this thing. If you're looking at this thing through the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, if you're looking at this while you hoist your American flag up in front of your house because you think that's going to give you a pass in the gated white community that you live in, it's not. If you think it's going to give you a pass because you got on some American flag ass tighty whities or some fucking tubes, or some tubes, I said I wasn't going to curse today.
You said that?
Or some tube socks. You understand? Yeah, I said that. You understand what I'm saying? Or you got an apple pie in the oven, think that's going to give you a pass. You understand? Or you trading baseball cards today. It's absolutely not going to happen.
Blasting James Brown, living in America. None of that's going to happen.
All right,
no red,
so
white, blue draws.
Right. If you outside doing the Macarena or a happy dance or happy feet or the electric slide with your white wife or your white husband, you understand? No. We need you to sit down also. Crack this book open, the ISIS Papers by Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, so we can look at this Independence Day through a lens given to us by our ancestors. Now, the list of lies about America's history. There's a book called The Lies My Teacher Told Me. All right. And I believe there's a documentary, it might be a documentary film listing 50 items from that particular book alone, just 50 items. And that doesn't even scratch the surface. So what we need to keep in mind, the biggest problem is not only not isolating the factual errors, but a pattern, which is now digitized, Kalonji. Before you actually had to go to the book and read it and sit in front of the teacher.
I'll catch you later, Jesse.
Okay. And then it was supported by television and other things. But you had to read it. Then now it's coming and beaming right to your cell phone. You understand what I'm saying? So James W. Lowen's Lies My Teacher Told Me argues that many American history textbooks replace complexity with patriotic myths, actual lies, things that never really happened. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it omits uncomfortable facts and horrify historical figures, making history less accurate and less engaging by pointing the blame at these particular individuals that dare to tell the truth. Below is a list of based directly on major themes and chapters in this particular individual book, and I'm only going to mention a few of them.
Most for ignorance.
Christopher Columbus discovered America. If you are allowing your child to go to school, and you sending them to school to continue to learn this madness, you should be ashamed of your damn self.
Definitely.
Millions of indigenous people already lived in America. Columbus did not discover an empty continent, nor was he heroic explorer portrayed in textbooks. Lowen argues his lasting significance lies in the whole idea of the lie in and of itself, because Christopher Columbus never stepped foot in America.
Right.
Wait,
a
Griff,
minute.
are you saying that in 2026 that folks are still saying that Christopher Columbus, nasty, funky, filthy white ass, discovered something when he couldn't even discover toilet paper, when he couldn't discover a bar of soap to wash his ass? They still people still buying that, Griff? Come on now, Griff.
The parents are allowing their children to be taught this in the name of, in the name of getting a good education.
Come on, Griff.
No,
not our people, Griff.
The next one, the Pilgrims. Well, the Pilgrims and the first Thanksgiving. The familiar Thanksgiving story ignores centuries of warfare, like you mentioned earlier in the outstart, land seizures, disease, and colonial violence against the native people.
Right.
So when you start studying these things, they gloss it over like the Pilgrims bought, bought food stamps and other stuff for you to get free food, free government cheese. No, they didn't.
Pilgrims didn't do that, Griff?
No, they didn't do that. Hell no. Native Americans disappeared after. The textbooks often treat Native Americans as historical figures instead of living nations with continuing cultures, governments, and political struggles. Next, slavery was simply unfortunate. And the slaves were happy on the plantation because they should have been happy that white people took them from the continent, brought them to America to have a better life.
So nice.
Lowen argues that the textbook minimizes slavery's economic importance and failed to show that it was foundational to America's wealth and national development.
Yeah.
Wait, this is all in one book, and I didn't get to the other ones.
Come on, man. You got to be making this up, Griff. I mean, like I said, man, these good white folks didn't free the slaves and the savages, brother. They didn't bring us here to...
If we have Chat GPT, Perplexity, Google, if we have the Flow, if we have Claude, if we have all of these things at our disposal and we're still believing this madness, you understand? You could go to Chat GPT right now, the lies that my teacher told me. Give me 10 to 20 facts about the lies that America has told about her history with sources. You can get this information. It is not hard. You need to change the method in which you study, because if we're living in a digital society, then that's how you need to approach this thing to get this particular information. So when you come to Professor Griff with your lame ass argument, sticking your little fake ass, corny ass, little weak ass chest out, pumping yourself up to come at me with some madness, come with the receipts. Wait a minute. Not only come with the receipts, come with the sources that your receipts are based on.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? Anyway, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. You talked about that earlier. Freed the slaves.
What slaves?
The slaves. It's funny. Hold on. John Brown was simply an American that lost his way.
That's what happened.
I'm not going into the details. I'm just reading them. The federal government has always been open to Black people's rights and liberties, civil liberties. The great leaders of America were flawless. They signed the independence of America in their Constitution and Declaration of Independence, freeing Black people with certain amendments, giving Black people to freedom to be Americans and taking advantage of what America has to offer.
But wait, Griff,
America's history is a steady march toward independence and freedom.
Before you go there, because you talk about, they talk about the whole Constitution itself. Didn't Thomas Jefferson own like 600 something slaves, some enslaved Africans? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Didn't George Washington own about 300 something himself?
Yes, sir.
So what are they talking about? You know what I'm saying? The founding, quote unquote, founding fathers, the first 12 of them owned Africans. So I'm really confused about how this whole thing is even passed along in 2026. I mean, it's just amazing.
Let me tell you what they're doing on a subconscious level. what they're doing, according to this brother and according to other documents that I'm going to show you in a minute, this idea of the biggest problem not being the pattern in hero worship, heroification, omitting the controversies, anything that's controversial, like Trump is doing right now, taking this stuff out of the libraries and out of the museums and destroying statues and monuments and this kind of thing, downplaying racism and inequality, ignoring the indigenous people's perspective, all right, avoiding class conflict, all right, presenting history as settled rather than debated. We've settled that. You guys are free.
Right.
What are you complaining about? This kind of thing. You understand what I'm saying? And you're roughly talking about people who absolutely don't know their own history. White people need to be taught the correct version of their history because they have been lied to also. This whole idea of goddamn Paul Revere rode through the night yelling without stopping at Dunkin' Donuts in the morning and goddamn Krusty Kremes to get a cup of coffee, rode
Look
through
like
the whole goddamn night on a horse.
Like Ichabod Crane or some shit.
Yeah. Exactly. These are the kind of lies. These are myths. The fact is that the operation was a covert operation. He was used and he used multiple riders to silently warn the colonies what was about to happen and tip them off about the British patrols and the British invasion. So just tell the truth.
Right.
Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. It's a goddamn lie. Your man, Supreme Understanding, told us that black people invented every goddamn thing. Not something, not a few things, but every damn thing.
Everything.
So this whole idea of Thomas Edison and these clowns that stole the ideas and the patents of black people, you understand what I'm saying? Is an absolute lie, and we've dug up the truth and we put it in the book. The problem is, Kalonji, on the 4th of July, we up in our tidy whities in our tube socks right now, making bacon and eggs, grilling some bacon and eggs because we can't wait to fire up the grill. You'll hoist your American flag up. Imagine you walking around in your underwear with the American flag on them.
Can never imagine that.
Talk about you MAGA. You understand what I'm saying? Stop playing with black people. Black people, what y'all gonna do? Black people, what y'all gonna do?
Yeah.
With the real black people, please stand up.
Yo, Griff, this is amazing, man. I'm really, I would never imagine that 2026 we'll still be having this combo, bro.
We're having a conversation simply because those ancestors, those elders that came to us, confronted these particular issues and laid them out for us. We wanted to write it off because of our cowardness. We wanted to integrate into the mindset, the spirit, and the quote unquote freedoms to enjoy the freedoms of what being American has to offer us. You understand what I'm saying? And we've yet to enjoy those freedoms. Some of us enjoy some of them because we've been selected to do that, because they got to give a few Negroes a pass to give it the illusion that we're free, give it the illusion that we're enjoying the fruits that America has to offer. Stop that. No, we've been brainwashed. Tom Burrell told us in his book, Brainwash. We've been brainwashed to believe these things. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's amazing. It's amazing. So Griff, man, you know, you've been teaching this since I've known you. You're talking about 4 decades in there. And you know, we've sat and we listened to our now ancestor Changa, you know what I'm saying, who was the brother-in-law of Mumia. Of course, he was married to Mumia's sister, Free Mumia. When we talk about enslavement, and we talk about what does Independence Day mean, when we have brothers and sisters who are locked up for 40, 50 plus years.
Right.
And you talk about Happy Independence Day. It's total insanity. And the thing is, because we're on this platform, this is where you'll hear us talk about this. I'm getting text messages right now, you know, from family and others saying happy 4th of July and all that type stuff. And I'm not bombing on you. I simply invite you to check out this platform because of the fact that I'm not one to just run around attacking people for what they, what makes them feel good, so on and so forth. But when you come to this particular house right here, please understand that we're going to give it to you raw because of the fact that it's necessary. Because the United States government, by design, by default, has to always have some star-spangled slaves in order to continue to do their bidding. So that's why we're doing what we're doing. We're not just here to just rain on anyone's parade, so on and so forth, but we're here to remind you that historically, on Independence Day, 250 years ago, Africans in America were still enslaved. And they were enslaved hundreds of years after. But go ahead.
Now let me ask you a question. So you made that statement. All right. So let me push the needle a little, just a little. I don't want to skip the record, scratch the record.
Okay. Don't scratch the record.
So then if you say that the Africans were enslaved 250 years ago, how about those people now that claim that they're not African? Were they enslaved also?
The fact is, if you was black in America, because we get the whole argument around, I was here before Columbus. Columbus didn't even come, so that argument is not even worth, we don't even have there's not even a need for that. They enslaved all types of folks, including the quote unquote indigenous that were here on this land. Whether you say that you are black, whether you say that you're native, whatever you choose to call yourself, if you was in America, you know what I'm saying, there were a few that quote unquote were freed. But at the same time, when they ran across some of these different areas, you can get your papers ripped and sent right back to the plantation.
Right.
We're not free, quote unquote, now, let alone back then.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When we talk about the U.S. prison system, there's 2.5 million people locked up in the United States, and 67% of them are quote unquote black, African, or other.
Right.
Please let me remind you real quick that the U.S. population, the black population here in America is supposed to be 14 to 15%. Okay, so if it's 14 to 15%, how mathematically is it possible for 67% of the U.S. prison population to make up us and all types of indigenous people? It makes no sense. Help us make it make sense.
So let me answer a couple of people in the comments. I would love to have that book. Where can I purchase it? I don't know what book. Write the name of the book you're talking about. If you're trying to get Tom Burrell's book, Brainwash, all right, screenshot it, or just kind of write it down. Brainwash by Tom Burrell. Put it in the search. All right. Now, this other gentleman said Griff in caps. So I guess he's yelling. I don't know. It's only brainwash if you believe anything and do have discernment. You mean don't have discernment. But let me answer that real quick. I can show and prove starting tonight, tomorrow, soon as we get off of here, that the vast majority of our people were actually brainwashed to believe that they were Americans. Written in the Constitution as 3/5 of a human being. They didn't even write you in. They didn't even write you in as a full human being. You understand what I'm saying? You've been written in the Constitution as 3/5 of a human being. They said they don't even know what the other 2/5 are.
Right.
So if you're just tuning in, we're live right here.
That's right.
On Black Power Media Reloaded with Kalonji, Changa, and Professor Griff.
In the building.
All right. Arm the masses, Black Power Media Reloaded, and Serious Mind. But let me continue. Now, I guess they wrote that in caps. I don't even know why. So this idea of believing
busting caps, Griff,
in America. You understand what I'm saying? Hell yeah. I can show you every parade. We can drive through Black America, through the hoods, and I'll show you how many American flags. I'll show you how many people in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party still believe in this quote unquote two-party system that think that's going to free them. So don't talk to me about brainwashing. I can show and prove on a daily and consistent basis how the brainwashing actually works.
Griff, before you go there, there's another comment I want to address real quick. Tariq 4054. He said that we are the Aboriginal, Indigenous, autochthonous people of America, erroneously called Indian, Negro, Black, Colored, Minority, or African American. My friend, I don't care what you call it. Enslaved by any other name is enslaved. And you can say that, I hear folks talk about, well, I'm not this, I'm that. What your man say on American Gangster? You call it blue dog shit if you want to. Just don't call it blue magic. The reality is, my man, we get caught up in wordplay. We get caught up in all types of nonsense. When you get pulled over by these crackers, or Negroes right here in Georgia, they don't care nothing about what you call yourself. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about what your title is. I don't get caught up in the I'm foundational Black American and I'm this and I'm that. That's your own personal business. What you eat don't make me use the bathroom. At the end of the day, when you finish bumping your gums, we, and this is being pronoun correct, we are in the same boat. And it's a sinking ass ship. It's a Titanic. You understand what I'm saying? And so either you're going to play like Fiddler, keep playing, or you're going to get the hell out the boat. That's the reality. Checking out Black Power Media, Arm the Masses, RSTV. Let's get it. Tell a friend, tell a friend. We up in here. We got about 238 people in the chat right now, Griff.
All right. So
check us out.
Just to let people know, we're going to get back to this because I got a few more receipts to kind of lay out. You know how you get the receipt from the store and you get it on paper and you crumble it up, put it in your pocket. You see it a week later because you got to wash some nasty ass pants you've been wearing 4 or 5 times, and you end up opening up a receipt and it reminds you, you understand, what you spent on a particular item. Well, we held on to all of them damn receipts. You understand what I'm saying? And just to veggie back off of what you just said to the person that put that up, if these people decide to come after us not right now and re-enslave us, in which they're trying to do, they're not asking you what your status is. They give less than a rat's ass what you call yourself. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So let's
give 2 shits about it.
Right. Let's move forward. So, family, I put the GoFundMe information about the documentary film in the chat. I sent it to you, Kalonji.
Yes.
Support the independent film. Support the independence.
Yeah.
Your brother trying to tell his independent story. You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
To educate the masses of our people. I got a GoFundMe for my my documentary film called Rebel.
Let's talk about that real quick. Let's pause and talk about that real quick. Let's get a quick break so folks can know what you're talking about, because some people are not familiar. Real quick, what's the documentary about that you got coming out?
The documentary is called Rebel Without a Pause, and it's actually about my life story, the early days, the music, the kung fu, the karate, the organizing days that led into Unity Force, that led into the S1Ws, and then at the same time, my DJing path, my musical path, being in bands, that led to me helping to form Public Enemy. I talk about the Public Enemy days extensively. I want to interview individuals that have been part of my life in coming to this particular point. You as well, Brother Rich and Black Dot and other people, Professor Smalls, Kaba Kwabene. You understand what I'm saying? Other people that's been a part of me getting to this particular point. That needs to be told through Professor Griff's lens, not anyone else's. I don't want to pass on and they lower me in the ground and I haven't told my story. You understand what I'm saying? So I decided, turning 65, I got to tell my story. You understand what I'm saying? And I want to be able to tell it through my lens, and I'm asking people to support that. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I just put it in the link. It's on your screen right now, family. Support however you can support. You understand what I'm saying? Kalonji, you want me to send it to you again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I can so what we need to do, because they're not going to be able to click that link from here, make sure that you go. What page do you have it on so we can send people?
I have it on my Facebook page. It's Kavan Shah or Professor Griff, my Facebook page. They can go right there. It's pinned to the top of the page. They can go right there and support. It's on my Facebook page.
And we'll also put it on the Black Power Media page as well, so folks can just click the link. But we have some ads and whatnot that we'll be bringing over the next couple of weeks in support of Griff's film. So make sure that you check it out. What's the name of the film? What do we call it? Rebel Without a Pause.
Rebel Without a Pause. You understand what I'm saying?
No doubt.
And people can go find. I sent you about 4 trailers we've done so far. So family, what I'm doing, just so we can establish the trust and the integrity of what this is about and how we're raising the money. Every 2 weeks, I'm going by people's pay period. Every 2 weeks, I'm putting up an update where your money is going. So you can see firsthand. It took me roughly maybe $350 to $400 or so to do each trailer. There's 4 trailers out right now. All right. So this is where your money is going, fam. And I'm putting it up on the GoFundMe page that if you gave $1, you can click on and see the progress that we're making. I've already got connected with people and had several meetings on doing a participation letter, an introduction letter, NDA, non-disclosure agreement that we sending out to people that want to participate in the documentary film. I'm up to 15 solid people right now, people that we love, honor, and respect. Some people you may not even agree with. You understand what I'm saying?
No doubt,
so
no doubt.
these are the things that we've done so far. All right. So
No doubt.
family, trust me, this is not a scam. This is not me trying to take your money. This is not a money grab. To tell this story is very intricate and it might be kind of costly. The money that we're trying to raise is $75,000. I'm doing it in $8,000 increments. All right. So we can move this thing gradually and slowly. You understand? To keep people abreast on where their money is going.
No doubt. That's Rebel Without a Pause. Stay tuned to Black Power Media. We'll keep you updated. I want to, real quick, Griff, because I want to address something again. We usually don't jump up and down in the chat, but it's Saturday, and y'all here with us, and it's Saturday. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we happy to be here with y'all. We by no means are looking to disrespect anyone's belief system. Let's be clear about that. We're simply saying that no matter what you call yourself, you could call yourself whatever. That's your own personal thing. You know what I'm saying? You can call it doo-doo, feces, shit, fertilizer. It's all the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you want to call yourself, that's good with us. It don't even matter. It don't matter, my G. I'm saying I'm not trying to diss how you get down. I'm simply saying that right now there's a war going on against people with melanin in particular. So if we can all agree that we have melanin as a start, that's cool. And if not, that's cool as well. There's a problem with humans on this planet, right? And the majority of these humans, they uphold a particular system. This same particular system is the same system who, as Griff spoke about earlier, gives you this whole brainwashing joint. Now, some people may say, well, you can't be brainwashed and so on and so forth. Let me hit y'all with this. We all been brainwashed. How do I know that? Because English is not our original language. You're speaking a language of our colonizer. So we all have been infested and infected. So please understand that. No one's thinking that anyone's better. I don't really, personally, I don't give a fuck where you was born at. I don't care what you read. I want to know what side of the barricade you on. It's us and them. It's only two sides. All this other shit, we call that the sidetracking of the slave. It's like, well, you know, I'm not this, I'm that. My pronouns, I don't give a fuck what your pronoun is. I don't care at all. I want to know what's your action. Are you have a verb with that shit? Are you doing anything to build up? If not, who cares, my G? I don't.
Right.
Maybe Griff does. Griff might be a little more sensitive than I.
Absolutely not. I give two rats ass. You understand what I'm saying? I know when them people come,
that's right.
If you ain't mentally, spiritually, and physically armed and ready, and like I said before, I'm gonna keep reiterating this point, they do not care what you call yourself. You can carry your papers in your back left pocket. They don't. You carry it around your neck in a folder, in a backpack, in a briefcase, or between a crack of your nasty ass. They don't care. They don't care. And wait, but what we
hold on,
need
brother
to
still in
be
the chat time where we was born. Brother, okay. Congratulations. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you want us to do, bro? I don't know, man, wherever we were born, that's all good. But right now it's how you live. It's either you resist or not. Go ahead, Griff. I'm sorry, man.
What I'm going to do, all the spirited revolutionary brothers and sisters throughout the planet, I'm connecting with. I don't care if it's the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, Brazil. I don't care where it's at. They are my brothers and they are my sisters. We air alike. Blood of my blood, flesh of my flesh. You understand what I'm saying? So we need to keep this particular thing in mind. They my brothers and sisters. Now, y'all can start differentiating yourself between who and what culture and what you called and all that kind of that madness. Yeah, let me tell you something. When they were stacking and packing them ships, they didn't care what tribe you was from. When you got over here, they met the other ones that were already here. And yes, we were already here. All right. They still didn't care. They mingled the rest of y'all with the rest of them. And all of us fell under that. You understand what I'm saying?
Every last bit.
Anyway, let's move forward. Because we don't want to spend too much time on that madness. Those people if you ain't got it by now, you're not going to get it. All right. Do me a favor. Say the fuck out of grown folks' business then. Go on the other channel and argue with them on TikTok or wherever the fuck you argue. I said I wasn't gonna curse today, Kalonji.
Griff, when you said that, I'm like, this nigga lying. But anyway.
Yes.
I'm like, this motherfucker he gonna cuss. And you got me on here? Go ahead.
And the other things that they lied about. They not only lied about the history, they lied about a whole bunch of other stuff. Hold on.
Yes.
They lied about what we went through in the COINTELPRO.
Talk
They
about
lied
it,
to different groups that was trying to free our minds and free our spirits. They wrote in their COINTELPRO. And then John Patash came and even wrote the book, The FBI's War on Tupac, Shakur, and Black Leaders, the U.S. intelligence murderous targeting of Tupac, MLK, Malcolm, the Panthers, Hendrix, Marley, rappers, and we could add FBA, NBA, and India, the rest of we could add USA. All of them. They lied to all of us.
All of us.
So everybody. They didn't stop lying. To this day that they're lying. It's America is bought and already sold. So you running around here waving the American flag, crying fucking crocodile tears when they sing the Star Strangled Banner. You gotta be out of your black ass mind.
Hey man, they don't care if you bloody redneck, a house nigga black. It's all the same thing, my G. It's all the same thing. But go ahead though, Griff. Got Griff.
They lied about history. They lied to you about who the hell you are. Black out through whitewash. You know how thick this book is? It took me a few years to get through this book by Dr. Suzar. You understand what I'm saying? Black out through whitewash. They whitewashed our entire history. So you damn right what Tom Burrell said when he talked about brainwash. You are brainwashed. All right, because I can quiz you on some of this, and I know you don't know. You understand what I'm saying? So understand the science, brothers and sisters. We need to rely on all those individuals that are still walking and breathing and teaching among us. We brought the receipts and we have the receipts. This is only a few receipts that I had crumbled up in my pocket. You understand what I'm saying? You remember Kalonji when you used to wear dungarees? We don't even call them dungarees anymore. You understand? We just call them jeans as though they're special. They're the same damn pants. I'm just saying, I had crumbled up receipts. I had to pull out today and be like, look, maybe these people forgot. Have you forgotten that once we were brought here, we were robbed of our names, robbed of our language? You understand what I'm saying? We lost our religion, our culture, and many of us, by the way we act, we even lost our mind.
Lost our mind. Boy, I feel like I'm ready. We might as well start a new public enemy because half them niggas lost their mind too. But that's a whole other story. Oops.
So last but not least, they lied to us about religion. They trying to interweave the fake cosmetic character into the whole idea of this being a Christian nation. This is not a Christian nation. Go over the founding fathers. Excuse me. Did I say founding fathers or the founding fathers? Go over the founding fathers of America and you tell me how many of them were Christian and how many of them were Freemasons. How many of them practiced black and white magic? Listen, the cat is out of the bag now. You can no longer deceive us. We have the receipts. This is the world's 16 crucified saviors. Cursed grave.
Right.
You're not going to deceive us about this madness anymore. So now, this evening, when you sit down and have that 4th of July dinner, and you want to pray in Jesus' name, know what you're doing, fam. Know what you're doing. They said, damn, they're coming after everybody today.
We don't care. We ain't discriminating. Griff, don't even let up, man. That's the problem. Hey,
no. I don't intend on letting up, bro. You know why?
Yo, you know what though? Yeah. Go ahead.
No. Go on. I'm listening.
No. Because I'm just thinking about Griff and I. We was on the road together many different times, right? And I just feel like, unfortunately, at certain times, because of the times, we've been politically correct. And I just want to say, I'm no longer politically correct unless the politics are correct. So if the politics is fucked up, then that's what we're dealing with. If you come to us talk about, I ain't African, I ain't black, all that, no one cares about that. We're not even debating, we're not arguing, none of that shit. If you come to us talking about some old Star-Spangled bullshit, we're not even addressing you because of the fact that we understand, like what they talked about drapetomia. Drapetomia was something that they said it was a disease and it was a mental issue for enslaved people to want to escape. They said if you wanted to escape enslavement, that something was wrong with you. So I see that many of you won't be guilty of drapetomia because of the fact that you love the plantation so damn much. Right. You understand what I'm saying? So anyway, let's get to some of them black facts you got.
All right. So the whole idea of the number of people that they said that they kidnapped and brought to America, it went from 600 million to 250 million to the new Negroes now are saying it was only 12 million to the newer Negroes that said it never happened.
No, Griff, they're not. There's someone that we know mutually that's a good brother, but I keep hearing this brother talking about we were never enslaved and where's the proof? They had the Amistad. I'm from Connecticut. I'm from Bridgeport. They had the Amistad ship in New Haven, Connecticut for years that you could have checked out. They have shackles that many of our comrades and OGs and ancestors have with them. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, the proof is there. It's like we make up all kinds of excuses, any excuse not to fight. That's like when you talk about earlier, I mentioned, what's his name? Leopold, King Leopold. Mm-hmm. We know on record, they said at least 100 million people was tortured, slaughtered, had their hands chopped off, had their legs chopped off, castrated, so on and so forth. And now they dwindled that down to 10 million. The only people we notice, their numbers go up and ours go down. We don't even have to say who they are because everyone already knows who we're talking about.
Right.
They've even trademarked certain terms. You know what I'm saying? And we don't want to say too much about that because we're on YouTube and we don't want, you can't totally tell everything because of the fact that they'll try to get rid of you.
Right.
So like they try to get rid of you. Go ahead, Griff.
To answer some of these Negroes, we could go to what these people have established to let them know through the lens of these people that have established these entities, to let them know that it did exist. Agriculture, banking. We're talking about going to the root, not operating on branch knowledge, going to the root. Sure. Insurance. Listen, shipping. When I say shipping, I don't mean fucking Federal Express or UPS or DHL. I don't mean Amazon Prime. I don't mean none of that shit. I'm talking about the whole idea of trade routes. Listen, Kalonji, I think I heard you say it one day. The whole idea of black people trading with black people, we were not even allowed to do. There's not even direct flight you could take from Kingston, Jamaica to Burkina Faso.
Not at all.
Because they closed down the trade routes and how we can interact with one another. You want to go to from Burkina Faso, from Kingston, Jamaica to Burkina Faso, you got to go to New York, then you got to fly to London, then Doha and a couple of other places, then down into Africa. Come on, man.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So shipping. And then the whole idea of stealing the theft of African consciousness. I heard Tony Browder and other people talk about the theft of African consciousness, dealing with the establishment of universities and the educational system and what we had already established. The whole idea of interacting with other people and building the roads and the railways in America. We act like that was outsourced to the Chinese.
Right.
Yeah, some Asians, yeah, we got that, but no, it was black people on the chain gang.
That's right, baby. That's what it is.
The whole idea of government infrastructure. You could go into this government and see how they stole. You can see
military. Even their military. How they even put they study folks like Shaka Zulu. They study Hannibal, and these were African people. Of course, they whitewashed them. You understand what I'm saying? But everything, they are non-original people. We must understand that. We must be absolutely, positively clear about that. When you talk about God to them, you talk about guns, oil, and drugs. That's what it is. That's what it is. It has nothing. It's about as our brother Leonard, Dr. Leonard Jeffries would talk about. They come with nothing but domination, destruction, and death. Exactly. That is their marketing, that is their commodity, and we, unfortunately, we are willing participants in our own demise. So when you see Griff and I hop on here, you mad at us because we telling you some shit that you need to know. You know what I'm saying? Because you was planning on burning them hot dogs and roasting that pig and throwing on your red, white, and blue drawers. And here we come. Here we come. Y'all was gonna do what's them little lion dances they be doing where they
I mean,
boots on the ground.
Now they got fucking opening fans and taking up your underwear, ripping your bra off, throwing it over your shoulder, jiggling and all kind of I don't got
cats bigger than you and I put together. Talking about throwing some fans out. Man.
Anyway,
we in bad shape. Go ahead, man.
So the whole idea of what Dr. Ivan Van Sertima gave us, they came before Columbus. Who came before Columbus? What did they establish and what was already here? And where did they come from? They came before, where did they come from? And when I hear these other people talk about their status and who they are and who they are not, I never hear the term Pangea even mentioned. The whole idea of this thing being one landmass. You understand what I'm saying? There was things already established here in America. So when we talk about the colonization was a conquest, and the things that they established, because the numerous scholars argue that enslaved labor significantly contributed to the early American economy and development, through histories differ on the practices and what's being taught in the educational system. It differs. We tell the truth. They tell fabricated lies that they want to kind of rewrite the history. The whole idea of reconstruction.
That's right.
All right. The revolution that almost was and was not. It says, following the American Civil War, formerly enslaved people briefly participated in politics, establishing schools. Hell, where do we get this knowledge from? Where do we get the knowledge from to build towns and cities that resemble the towns and cities on the continent that white folks came and burned down?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Right. How do we know that? You see, it's written in our DNA. This is why I keep telling these people, these Negroes, we the same people.
That's right.
It's written in the DNA. If you just stop and watch us, we say and do the same things. It's just we do it through a different way and we see it through a different lens. You understand what I'm saying? I don't care if we talk about labor movements. Even if we're talking about the whole idea of establishing spirituality and what we went back to as far as the root of who we are and the gods and goddesses and the orishas and the deities that we tap back into. Do you understand what I'm saying? Who were those deities that we tapped back into? All right, where do we get that? Where do we get that from? Well, I don't know, Griff. They weren't African. I said, you know something? For a minute, Kalonji, let me agree with them, all right?
Okay.
Let's just say it wasn't African. And you know something? It probably wasn't, because the term Africa didn't even exist in the time frame that I'm talking about. But we still the same people.
No matter what the label is, it's the content.
Exactly. So if we're talking about Pangea and it was one landmass, right? When it broke away into the tectonic plates and we ended up on this side of it, we still the same people. South America fits right into Ghana and other places, the east coast of Africa, the west coast of Africa perfectly. The Gullah Geechee people are the same people that you'll see in Ghana and other places, Nigeria and other places. Stop playing with us, man.
No question, no question. And I'm glad that you're saying that, because of the fact that, again, my grandmother used to say, you got to use your head for more than a hat rack. You know what I'm saying? Our brothers, Dead Prez, in one of their joints, Sick was talking about how everybody want to be somebody better than everybody. Repeat that. Everybody want to be somebody better than everybody. The fact is, like I said earlier, and I'm going to repeat this for folks in the back that can't hear us in the nosebleed seats. Listen, no matter what you call yourselves, we are the same people, okay? And I know that being oppressed is an embarrassing thing. So you want to talk about what percentage of a native that you had in you, and your grandmother was this, and some of us were born here. First of all, that whole argument around we all were enslaved and some of us were born here. let's entertain that, because of the fact that, let's say that some of your ancestors were born here. In order for you to make this thing totally pure, as you would say, the people on your mother's side and your father's side, your grandmother's side and your grandfather's side, and so on and so forth down the line, they all would have had to have been born here. And the chance of that are slim to none. There's no pure, quote unquote, American race, no pure Black American race. So that shit is so absurd, because of the fact that, let's say that your great-great-great-great-grandparents was born here. The mother of your children, or your husband, the father of your children, they were born here. All of their lineage was born here as well. You continue to procreate with all types of people. You understand what I'm saying, Griff? Am I making sense of what I'm saying? Because I think that people get lost in the sauce, as if like, no, all of us we all wasn't slaves, or you know what I'm saying? Some of us are born here. It's a ridiculous notion to think that everybody that your great-great-great-great-grandfather dealt with and had any type of relations with was their family, their entire generation and bloodline came from there.
Right. So let's have everybody take a deep breath. You understand what I'm saying? Don't get all rattled or get your panties in a bunch. You understand what I'm saying? The name of the show.
Tidy whities in a bunch.
Right.
Yes.
The name of the show is The Truth Behind the 4th of July.
Uh-huh.
Say
it one more time. I don't think it hurt you.
We've been lied to from day one. You understand? And let me ask you something. Even if you claim these things, what's wrong with you and I coming together?
What's the problem?
What if you claim that you're a Moor? You claim that you Hebrew Israelite. You claim that you FBA. You claim that you God in Christ, over Christ, no damn Christ. You claim that you Jehovah wickedness. You claim Muslim. You claim all this other. What's wrong with us coming together?
So
regardless of what I call myself.
Yeah,
I'm just that dude. That's what I call myself. Okay. So what's wrong with us uniting to defend who we are then, and to establish infrastructure so we can survive?
Yeah, I mean, we live in Georgia. When we venture outside of Atlanta, these crackers will tell you quick, you ain't in Atlanta no more, boy. You in Georgia. You in Georgia, as they say. You understand what I'm saying? So let's not get all of that. Again, that goes back to what I said. It's the sidetracking of the slave. We're sitting here really arguing. We know it's a war against the hearts, the minds, and your black ass. And you up there arguing about where you came from. I don't give a fuck where you came from. You could have just left a zoo or a mansion. When you drive your black ass through the streets of Georgia, you are still a slave to these motherfuckers. And that's the bottom line. So we're not impressed about how much percentage of an indigenous native you have in you and all that. Who gives a shit? Does it make you any better? Does it advance society as a whole? You know what I'm saying? Does it stop your black ass from being locked up or treated unjustly? And I think the answer is no. Leonard Peltier, one of the people that we represented, he's a native. They locked his ass up too. He was locked up for 50 years. Damn. You understand what I'm saying? So they didn't say, oh, you get a pass because you indigenous. These motherfuckers don't care nothing about that. We dealing with a ruthless, racist society. And we got to be absolutely clear about that. But like what Griff just said, listen, what's wrong with us doing this thing together? That's all we saying. We not knocking it. Call yourself whatever you want to. That's your own personal business. But I'm not about to debate with you.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Please do.
Why not both and? Why can't those people remain? If that's what you want to call yourself, cool. I may call myself something different. You may call yours. But when it comes to our survival and protecting our babies and the sisters, to establish an infrastructure so we can survive and establish a nation within a nation like other people have done. You know, all of them don't get along with one another.
No.
They have a two-party system, and when they unalive some of them people, and they have a history of unaliving their own kind. You understand what I'm saying? What's wrong with us coming together so we can survive? Plain and simple. I don't listen. If we're going out to feed the hungry and feed the homeless like you and I used to do,
that's right.
I don't give a damn if I'm rubbing elbows with Moors, Hebrew Israelites, and Christian people, and who are Muslims, and I don't give a damn. We feeding the homeless.
That's all.
Some of the homeless we're feeding us some Muslims, some ex-jail brothers and sisters, some ex-revolutionaries, most of them are Christians, homeless. We feeding everybody.
Everybody.
You don't get a brown paper bag because you claim to be FB. Come on, stop that, man.
Yeah, yeah. Or you get more mayonnaise on your sandwich You know what I'm saying? Because of the fact that
Right.
you call yourself something. Who
Well,
cares
get an
about what you call yourself?
You got an extra soy sauce or a pack of ketchup. Stop playing, man.
Because you
See,
identify as an American.
We don't think nation. We don't think beyond our individual selves. You understand what I'm saying? My daughter said that to me recently. We were talking about doing music together and having groups and making songs together, making music. She says, Daddy, I see what you're saying, but yeah, I'm not saying the way you move and the way you think is outdated, but ain't nobody trying to unite behind nothing. Everybody want to be a solo artist and be independent, and it's about them, and they sit to themselves in the middle of everything. I said, you know something, daughter? I think you might be on to something. You might be right. Everybody want to be a solo artist, man. Don't nobody want to be the dude in the back singing background vocals with the tambourine.
Listen, man, just put me down with the team, man. And I think that's the thing that you got to understand too. When you talk about, and I mentioned this a few days ago, when you talk about the U.S. military, everyone's a quote unquote soldier, but somebody got to clean the latrine, somebody got to wipe the damn windows down, somebody so that you can see, so you can go to war. Somebody got to make the meals so that you can have the nourishment to do what it is you got to do. We can't just keep walking around talking about, I come from kings and queens. You know what I'm saying? Or the other thing I love, because of the fact that I remember I was talking to his brother one day, and he was trying to impress a sister. We stand in the corner. He like, yeah, I'm sovereign and this and that. He going off. He going into a joint. And he kept interrupting what I had to say because he wanted to prove that he was sovereign. He had a certain status, so on and so forth. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with me. So after a while, I got tired of him talking. So I said, yo, my man, let me get your phone number. And I just reached back out to you. He said, I ain't got no phone right now. I said, okay, well, come by the spot when we doing these classes. He said, well, right now I'm living in a shelter. And I'm like, nigga, you sitting there arguing me, talking about some goddamn sovereignty right now for 20 minutes and you homeless like the rest of us here in the United States. You know what I'm saying? And this is your argument with me. I'm trying to tell you, we're talking about growing some food. We're talking about agriculture. We're talking about building, but you're trying to impress someone and you talking about some goddamn sovereignty and you don't even know what sovereignty is. The fact is, Black folks or Africans here in America, or whatever you call yourselves, we talk about the Black community. We don't even know what the fuck a community is. You understand? So
right.
That's the first thing.
Wow. Yeah, that's critical. The idea that we had trades and relationships with other tribes and other African nations prior to being called Africans. I'm gonna say that again, because they talk of Africa as though it's just one little town. Right. Africa has 54 nations in it. That's right. It's a continent. It's not, bruh, come on, it's not Target. It's
Brooklyn.
Right, it's not Brooklyn. You understand what I'm saying? So when you talk about Africans don't like us, and that, like, which Africans are you talking about? And then what? You Negroes are confusing.
Man, listen. I feel like Will Smith's daughter. With my head back and forth.
Let's get up off that.
Yeah,
and
take it back to the joint.
And hit the reset button on what is the reason, not the reason, what can we do to unravel some of the lies moving forward that we've been told, not only about ourselves, but about America's history. They just celebrated the 250th anniversary of America being established on the lawn of the White House.
Right.
With a wrestling ring in the middle of it. Seats were $1 million. Where they ended up calling Michelle Obama a man, where I lost a level of respect for one of brothers that I thought was one of the most dynamic boxers in the history of boxing, Terrence Bud Crawford, taking a picture with Trump. I said, bro, come on, man.
He took a picture with Trump. I missed that one.
Oh, bro.
Not Bud. Bud went out like that, bro.
Bud went out like that. I was like, come on.
Bud must have been smoking or drinking Bud. Bud tripping on that.
I'm like, come on, Bud. Don't do that, bro. Come on. You understand what I'm saying? But it's true. And I just said to myself, what is the price, Kalonji, that these individuals are putting on people that we sell out so quick? Can you answer that question for me?
Yo, Griff, man, honestly, I think it's not even a dollar amount. I think that it's just being adjacent to what you think, who you think the victor is. Folks, unfortunately, we have this this illusion of wanting to be able to stand next to whoever's famous, stand next to whoever's quote unquote legendary, or stand next to whoever you feel is in charge. So it's just the adjacency to master. They just want to be white adjacent. You know what I'm saying? So if you could stand next to the motherfucker that you think is the toughest cat in the room, then that somehow makes you tough. Like if I stand next to Mike Tyson, I take a picture of Mike Tyson, and everybody's gonna be like, oh man, he took a picture of Mike Tyson. That don't mean your ass could fight. You still get the shit slapped out you right after you take that picture.
Right.
So that's just how it's rolling, man. That's my belief. And we could and Flavor Flav could tell you that. I'm just saying that. So that's just, you know what I'm saying.
So let's sum this up. We've been on here almost an hour and a half.
Okay.
So let me say this. The whole idea of the 4th of July, the Independence Day for the United States of America, no one understands. I said it earlier. The United States have been bought and sold on this idea of the United States versus the U.S. Can y'all look that up real quick? Can you put that in the chat real quick? The United States, the U.S. versus the USA. Hold on, I'll put it in the chat. The U.S., right, versus the USA. Do yourselves a favor and look that up. This place that you call the United States of America is not what you think it is. It's been bought and sold already. It's a corporation. Inside the corporation, you have a president, Trump, that's running the corporation. His idea and his job is to make money for the corporation.
No question.
And what is the business? What has been the business of this corporation?
Servitude and war.
Right, exactly. In order for them to make money to keep this thing well-oiled machine, you have to have war.
Non-stop.
You have to have servants. You have to have people working for this thing called the minimum wage. Not even enough to live, not earning livable wage. Whoever put that, the corporation equal versus corpse, y'all getting a little bit too deep. Look up the document first.
All right.
Then we can have the discussion. I'm not talking about the papers that you need to carry around to prove that you indigenous to the butt scratch Eskimo tribe that was here first, that's now living in a hut in Alaska. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, what the fuck is the butt scratch Eskimo tribe that live? the views and opinions of Professor Griff. Hey, Griff gonna have me fucked up like Nick Cannon. You know what I'm saying? They're like, do you have Professor Griff on your show? No.
I'm putting it in a language that they understand because they sound so ridiculous. You know why?
Totally, Griff. Totally.
If you start thinking in terms of nation instead of as an individual that's living on your block or even in a homeless shelter, your perspective will change. Trust me, it will. For example, let's bring it down, Kalonji. You ever been to a community garden?
Yes, absolutely. We've done them.
Have you gotten free vegetables and fruit?
Absolutely.
Did they ask you for your status?
Zero. Never that. You
I got free vegetables a couple of weeks ago.
No doubt. Yeah.
I brought the vegetables home. My family said, "Oh man, where you get all the vegetables from?" I said, "From the brothers and sisters at the community garden. From my brother that runs Naga's footwear. Him and Sister Sharon, they got the community garden. They gave me some vegetables and some fruit. Here you go." My family didn't ask me, well, did they ask you whether you indigenous or sovereign? I'm like, nope, they just gave me the fruit, the vegetables.
Come on. They asked you your pronoun though, right?
Nope.
Damn. So they didn't ask you where you come from either?
They didn't ask me my papers. They didn't ask me whether or not I'm from Africa or where my people from. Or
did they ask you was you vegan?
Nope, they didn't ask me was I was vegan. They didn't.
Was you drinking alkaline water?
Nope, they didn't ask me whether I rolled the toilet tissue under or over to wipe my ass. They didn't ask me none of that, man.
I'm gonna have to talk to the Naga's crew, man, because they don't have enough. They're not coming with enough questions for people to eat. You know what I'm saying? What the hell is their status? But anyway,
I'm saying all that. I'm saying all that, and I'm joking about it and being jovial to put it in very simplistic terms. All right, no one's coming to save us. And if you only worried about the few people that's in your club, then it's easy to knock off your little club. But if we unite, like for example, recently, I saw about 500 brothers and sisters walking through Louisiana, armed, suited, booted, black uniforms.
Okay.
Was all of them people sovereign?
Probably
Was all of those people indigenous? Were some of those people church and God in Christ? Some of them Muslims, some of them ex this and ex that and Hebrew Israelite and yeah. Okay. Did they have one common aim, one common goal, one common destiny?
No question.
Were we flying under numerous flags, but we're all one people? Yes. That's a beautiful thing. United States of Africa. What's wrong with that?
No doubt.
I wore a damn Ibrahim Traore shirt one day. Kalonji, you don't know what I went through that day, man.
Oh man, did they question your status, brother?
Everybody looked at me like, hey, I owed them money, but there was a couple of brothers and sisters from a distance with nappy ass afros with the pick still in it, throwing up their black power sign. I'm like, thank you.
Okay.
One brother couldn't say nothing because when he was with his fat white wife, he couldn't say nothing. He was just like,
he wasn't with his fat white wife. He gave the thumbs up still. Yeah, shout out to him, man. At least
one
gave you
brother
a thumb.
Was with his white wife. He didn't want to look too long. He was like this.
Do we know that, brother?
We probably do, but there's a lot of them.
Hey, well, listen, Griff.
Turn of the century, they discovered that there were 600,000 mixed race babies. They at a time where they didn't allow us to marry, but the wholesale raping of black women produced 600,000 mixed race babies. That's how much they hated black. You do the math. Wait. Post-traumatic slavery syndrome. Dr. Joy DeGruy went over those numbers and she broke them down. How were there 600,000 mixed race babies at a time when they was lynching us, killing us, calling us every name in the book, Negro, niggers, porch monkeys, birdheads, black Sambo, right? Post-traumatic slavery syndrome. They couldn't get enough, so much so they loved and hated us at the same time, so much so that they ate us, the delectable Negro. Read the book. I'm not done, Kalonji. We got study guides that talk about the whole idea of melanin. All right, and which makes us superhuman beings. All right, and they don't care what status you are. They don't care whether or not you had cheese on your ham sandwich. You understand what I'm saying? Or government cheese, or Kraft's cheese, or who are the other cheese makers? Orville cheese, or whatever the hell.
Kroger.
Right. They don't care. You understand what I'm saying? The whole idea, if you had a high concentration of melanin, this made you a superhuman being. You understand the chemical key to black greatness? Did it say black greatness or more greatness or Hebrew Israel or whatever status you are, indigenous greatness? No, black greatness. You understand what I'm saying? Hold on, not done. We have people that came forth, Dr. Chika Akua again, parents, teachers, resource guide, the treasures within. You could have a home library educating your own black babies. These same people that claim to be indigenous and sovereign don't even have schools to educate their babies.
Zero.
Where's your infrastructure? Who's educating you indigenous and you sovereign, you NBA, NDA, and all these other alphabets, but you allowing the enemy to educate your babies. Stop playing with us, man. Anyway, hold on now.
Griff, folks are putting black fists in the chat. I told them to put your black fist in the chat if you want more of this. You know what I'm saying? I got folks texting me, asking me, are we doing this every Saturday? I don't know. Griff be on the road on tour. Everywhere I go, they say he just left. You know what I'm saying? So make sure that y'all, if you want to see more of this, put your fist in the chat. Griff, what you got? What's that book right there, bro?
This is Altered Images. Dr. Ashwa Kwesi got this from him. Kepra Sahu Kul. Researched and compiled by this sister. You understand what I'm saying? Altered images. They altered the images of the same people that we've been studying. We thought these people were white.
Right.
We didn't know the genealogy of Abraham Lincoln and other people. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's too deep. We're not going to get into that right now. But when you start talking about uniting Black people from the continent, we the same damn people, man. We just come from a different culture, so to speak. Now Valley Contributions to Civilization. Wait a minute. This is not the book, family. This is the workbook. You refuse to do the work and answer the questions that was asked by our ancestors and our elders who's still among us. Anthony Browder still among us. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then this one by Ashwa Kwesi and Meriwa Kwesi, Kemet New Productions, African Builders of Civilization, a pictorial history of famous personalities from ancient Egypt. Should say ancient Kemet.
True indeed.
You gonna deny our greatness? Some of the same people that built civilization here. And we're not even going to talk about the Tartarian civilization and the wars and the Great Reset. That's a whole different conversation. Classical African activity book, Molefe Asante. You don't even know enough about Africa to be condemning Africa. Talk about, I ain't know about Africa. I wasn't no slave. I didn't come over here on no ship.
You're a slave now.
Do you even know enough
slave now.
about Africa to be condemning it like that? Wait a minute. I'm not even going to go into the book, but let me say this, Kalonji. How many minerals can you name that come out of the ground of the brothers and sisters under the feet of Africans that move nations, all of the white nations on the planet? Does cobalt count?
Absolutely.
Does titanium count? Does oil and gold and diamonds count, which are all under the feet of Black Africans in Africa that we need to unite with? That if we was to establish an infrastructure in a nation in America, we'd have to do business with these people, but they're not going to want to do business with you. You calling them African booty scratches and all this old childish madness that you're saying right now.
Yeah.
They
And to your point,
we need them.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about minerals, you talk about chromium, manganese, uranium, bauxite. You know what I'm saying? You mentioned diamond. Just damn near all the minerals that exist that we need, period, you can find on the continent. This is the motherland. You know what I'm saying? And you can jump up and down and talk about what you not and all that. What you not is making any sense. That's what you not. You know what I'm saying? That's the reality of it.
How
we get a lot of black fish in the chat, Griff. They saying bring it back. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I was asking the question, how are we going to survive, right, in a world that was built with using the Black spirit, the mindset, the energy, the inventions, the innovativeness, and the raw, rare materials that are in Black lands? I'm not understanding where y'all coming from. If we was to establish a new infrastructure tomorrow, do we need Black Africa, Kalonji? I'm asking you a question.
No question. No question.
Thank you.
We need Black Africa for everything. Everything.
Thank you. Why would I want to give that relationship up?
Man, only a fool would. If loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. That's what I got to say.
Exactly. So my thing is, we need to understand and start thinking through the in the terms of nation as opposed to individuals. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you think of the deepest thinker that you could possibly imagine, for example, if you start thinking of Einstein don't compare to check out the
no doubt.
Imhotep. I could go on and on.
Amos Wilson.
Dr. Amos Wilson.
Theophilus Benga.
Exactly. So my thing is, when we start thinking of these things to educate our babies, I mentioned 20 books so far. If you just had those 20 books in your library, you would be educating your children's children. All right? Because we need to teach our babies about the greatness of who and what we are. We have people right now that have dedicated their channels, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, to destroying the legacy of Black people. I'm talking about Black people are doing this.
No doubt.
How hard should we push back, Kalonji?
Man, all the way, pushing back to the river. You know what I'm saying? The reality is, if you are walking around, and I know I see some people in the chat, you know, upset, so on and so forth, and all that. We don't care. We don't care. The reality is, our love for our people outweighs whatever nonsense and babble that you're talking about. The reality is, we're in a situation where they are murdering 1-year-old babies. 1-year-old babies in broad daylight, killing men, women, and children. And you talk about what you identify as. Well, that's great. That's cute. But when they run up on your black ass, I want you to explain that to them. That's what you do. That's the reality.
Yeah, that's a non-reality, simply because they don't know the status of these particular individuals. When you ran down the list of people that was recently lynched, it doesn't matter to them. It's a mindset that these people have. You understand what I'm saying? Dr. Frances Cress Wilson laid it out in her book. You understand? It's something in Carol Barnes. I believe I failed to mention. Hold on. Carol Barnes' name when I was talking about melanin. Hold on.
No doubt. Timothy Owens Moore as well. Shout out to Timothy Owens Moore along with Carol Barnes, indeed.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Carol Barnes is a man, not a woman.
Right. Right.
All right. So when you start talking about the idea of melanin, when you start talking about what Dr. Suzar talked about in her book, all right, we could understand these people's position and why. When you go into what Supreme Understanding gave us, hold on. I want to show the books, Kalonji, because I don't want these people to have no goddamn excuse that black people invented everything.
Hey, hold on, Griff. I just saw this cat right here. How the hell am I disrespectful to black Americans?
Who said that?
You see this, Griff?
Must be a Caribbean. Kalonji must be a Caribbean. That might
disrespect black Americans.
That might be a bot or somebody that didn't change his fucking tampon.
Got it.
Don't worry about
Thank
that.
you. I'll do it.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, it's all good. I love you too.
Let me say this: melanin is at the top of the list of those precious minerals.
Sure indeed.
All right, melanin. But let me run it down real quick. The mineral, major African producer and primary uses. Gold from South Africa, Ghana, Mali, Sudan, and Tanzania. Currency reserves, jewelry, electronics, and aerospace. Hold up, aerospace. You're not going to the moon, Mars. You understand what I'm saying? Or nowhere. You see those individuals that climbed the Empire State Building the other day?
That's right.
You not absolutely not a satellite, not what's Elon Musk's little space little thing he do?
His little spacecraft. Yeah.
You not going nowhere without gold. And where is the gold? South Africa, Ghana, Mali, Sudan. I didn't mention Europe, France, Brussels, London. I didn't mention none of them places. Hold on.
Right.
Diamonds in Botswana, Africa, Angola, Namibia, and the DRC. Keep talking about the African booty scratchers, you idiots.
Straight idiots. And you know, we usually don't even address these fools, man. But the thing is, it's just so insane. I'm just gonna call you out, and I'm gonna say that y'all are cowards. You're cowards because you're not fighting a real enemy. You're cowards because of the fact that you're going for low-hanging fruit. You know what I'm saying? If you got beef with somebody, have beef with some of these motherfuckers that's oppressing you. Griff and I, we don't have the power to oppress you. You understand what I'm saying? So let's not play these little silly ass games and act like, oh, he's disrespectful to black Americans. First of all, I'm not a black American. I'm not an American. And your ass shouldn't be claiming American either. Black American is some bullshit that they created. The fact that they call you a black American and call white folks American is a telltale sign. You already at a deficit. Quit the madness.
Yeah,
we at war.
Yeah, we at war. And I was listening to these idiots. Let's not call them names. I was listening to these brainwashed individuals the other day who say, man, the hell with that Africa stuff. I'm not no African. I'm from here. I'm from North Carolina. What was North Carolina before North Carolina was North Carolina? Anyway, let me finish this list real quick so people can get it with the few minutes we have left. Platinum. Where do you find the platinum at? South Africa and in Zimbabwe. What is it used for? Catalytic converters. fuel cells, and medical equipment.
No doubt.
Wait, did I mention what diamonds are used for? Jewelry,
Nah.
industry cutting, and drilling, and electronics. All right.
No question.
Palladium from South Africa, electronics and automotive catalysts. Rhodium from South Africa, automotive emissions control, chemical industry. Chemical industry. I'm gonna say it again with a bolder font and underline it. Chemical industry. Manganese, you mentioned that earlier. South Africa and from Gabon and Ghana. What is it used for? Steel production and batteries. Next, iron ore from South Africa, Mauritania, Liberia, and Algeria. What is it used for? Construction, automobiles, and infrastructure. I could go on and on and on, Kalonji.
To the break of dawn. No
You
doubt.
understand what I'm saying?
No
Negro,
doubt.
wake
Negro.
up, man. So we talking about
Please.
the education of the Negro right now.
On the real, on the real, on the real. And whatever you call yourself, again, going back to that, understand that the original people of this planet comes from that one master land with that one master plan. You understand what I'm saying? And that's the reality of it. The fact is, again, it was divided. There was, of course, the continental shift you talk about. There's, of course, the whole, we spoke earlier about the Berlin Conference and so on and so forth. So again, the Berlin Conference, it did more to the mind, and you cannot play a role in that by continuously hopping up in chats talking crazy shit. What does that work look like in the real world? I know what Griff's work look like because we've been out on the road together for the damn near last 30 years.
Right.
There's been times we ain't even talked, but we've had ups and downs, but we understand that our mission and our vision is bigger than our egos. And that's how we have to look at this thing as a whole. So whatever the hell you choose to call yourself, that's cool. You go ahead and call yourself that, but show us where that work at. That's the reality of it.
I think
the reality.
that's the bottom line, moving from where we are now forward on this 4th of July. Not you lie, not that I lied, but you've been lied to. Do you understand what I'm saying? Moving forward, enough of the talk. Let me see your work. If you claim that you indigenous, sovereign, you whatever, start showing me the history. Show me your language. Show me your culture. You understand what I'm saying? Or what you were doing prior to, I don't know, the slave trade and all this other. Show me these things and answer these questions that we're asking you. What language did your people speak, and how come you don't speak that language now?
True indeed.
What was your culture? Show me your recipes. What music did you have? Show me all of these things. All right.
Yeah.
So we can continue to understand you and you can understand us. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's the reality. I want to point out a couple of things real quick. You're checking out Black Power Media. This is Professor Griff on deck, the Masters Serious Minds. I'm Kalonji Changa, RSTV. Tomorrow, right here on this platform, I want to remind you all that 6:30 p.m. we will have Dr. Greg Carr on deck right here on Black Power Media. So make sure you like, subscribe, share, etc. Griff show on Black Power Media is called Arm the Masses. He has some real powerful shows in the archives that you all need to check out. Griff, I'm enjoying today, brother. We got to definitely do this more often. We got to tap in because of the fact that I'm seeing a lot of good people in the chat. A lot of people, checking us out today. There's a few haters or whatever, but fuck them. That's how we go. You know what I'm saying? Those folks clearly don't know me. They think I'm someone else or whatever. And I saw some comments talking about tethers and all kinds of shit. I don't even know what that is. That sounds so fucking lame. I don't even know what that means. Like, you don't get your goofy ass up out here. One cat called me a devil. You get your monkey ass up out here. Who you think you talking to? You better Google my name. You gotta be fucked up. You think I'm on here with Griff because I'm a rapper, motherfucker? We the rappers, we the scrappers. Get your ass up out of here. We talk about the 4th of July. You gotta be fucked up all the way. I don't care about that. You don't care about that. You can do a tight buy if you want to. Get your corny ass down.
A tight buy.
You do the tight buy, busting caps. Yo, goofy ass up out the chat playing with
Well,
us.
my thing is, Kalonji, let me say this, and I hope you don't mind.
Please do.
Them individuals, I think they might be real. I'm not sure. But if they want to show up and put some money up, we'll debate them online. I don't mind that.
Let's go. I'm with you.
Tell me put some
Where the
money
money
up.
at? Yeah, we with you.
I don't mind. Put some money up. Let's go.
We could do it tonight if your bankroll right. You know what I'm saying? We talking about.
Because if I didn't lay out 20 sources, I got 50 more though.
Yeah, and I didn't even get started. I let you hold it down. You know what I'm saying? I was the hype man today. You know what I'm saying?
I wrote out when I first started hearing this language that they use, the tether and the FBA and the we're not African and I wrote out a list of 50 questions to ask.
Right.
I get to 3 and they get tongue tied. I'm like,
yes.
It's like, okay.
Again, it's because it's entertainment to some people, man. You know what I mean? To some people, it's like it's cool to sound good and to look good opposed to be good. Again, you can't be mad at us. We're pointing out the facts. If all you can find in everything we said is Kalonji must not be a Black American, well, I can help you with that. I ain't never aspiring to be no damn Black Americans, nor know anybody that call themselves a Black American. You understand what I'm saying? America's a cesspool. You understand? So I'm not caught up in that. You know, so, you know, let's stop the madness. We out here, as they say. You know what I mean? And we ain't get caught up in no sidetracking of the slaves, so don't even try it. It ain't no FBA versus this and this versus that. I ain't into that goofy ass bullshit. I don't know nothing about that. I'm about liberating our people as a whole.
Let's go.
You got melanin, we rock it. If not, pull it out the socket. That's what we do.
Exactly. I really appreciate coming on with you today, good bro. Once again, my GoFundMe, I put it in the chat. You can go to my Facebook page, ProfessorGriff.me, and or Kavan Shah, or just Google Professor Griff. The GoFundMe will come up. You understand what I'm saying? Support.
Okay, I put nothing on. I'm paying goofy never. Yeah, because they were mad because people was calling them a bunch of tellers in the chat because it sounded like a damn teller. It don't sound like he FBA. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, man. That sounds like her kitties right there.
Yeah, hit dogs. Hurt dogs. Hit dogs holler.
It's not lame because you felt compelled to answer back.
Mm-hmm.
That means you got your feelings hurt.
Yep. Exactly. That's exactly what it means, like Fresh said.
Do we do that? We don't. Do we do that?
We do what?
We don't do that, right?
We don't do what?
When they talking about us as well, they're really shit. FBA run the yard.
Right.
Never mind. Just remember that FBA run the yard.
Yeah.
You can say whatever they want every day.
What's that pan goofyism? That shit ain't getting us nowhere. I'm still on that dumb shit. And I already checked Griff. Like, you're supposed to be FBA, Griff. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And like, what's wrong with trying to have an identity? It goes with your lineage.
Right. Why are they trying to keep us away from America so bad? This parent goofies is everywhere but in Africa. But yeah, they telling us we need to work with Africa. We need to do all. No, we already been there, done all that shit. Lord.
How do you go from the white man lying on us to all that?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. And why? I must have fell asleep when we played it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember getting that disrespectful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. That's the same video I played earlier. Mm-hmm. All right, so Amanda Mass Media gonna give us an update on the 4th of July special birthright citizenship report. I think that was still staying with us, whoever's still in.
Mm-hmm.
The original bill, SB 1403, called the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency.
What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? What do we want?
Thank you for joining. This is Me, the Mass Media Group. Hope you are doing well on this wonderful 4th of July. Some people call it Independence Day. America is officially 250 years old. So we're going to be getting into some things, including the good ancestor, Frederick Douglass. We're also going to be talking about immigrants coming into the United States and the history of it and the timeline, and the birthright citizenship current Supreme Court case. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and hit that bell for notifications. We'll be right back after these brief messages. So if you're interested in some of the previous 4th of July or 4th of July presentations right here on the Mass Media Group, go ahead and leave a playlist link at your earliest convenience. Let's continue with the program. Welcome back. I'm going to start with the great ancestor once again, Frederick Douglass, in his speech in 1852 called "What to the Slave is the 4th of July." On July 5th, 1852, Frederick Douglass was invited to address the citizens of his hometown, Rochester, New York. Whatever the expectations of his audience on that 76th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, Douglass used the occasion not to celebrate the nation's triumphs, but to remind all of its continuing enslavement of millions of people. So let's actually go to the crux of this speech. I'm not actually going to start from the beginning because it's actually a pretty lengthy speech. I'll probably actually read it one day right here on ETN Media Group and probably do a breakdown and analysis. But I do want to read part of the speech because I think this part of the speech is important and will definitely give us a good context of even the things that we are facing here in the United States from American freedmen, those who are descendants of American chattel slavery here in the United States. So let's actually continue a little bit farther down in the speech. All right, so just kind of summarize prior to the point of speech that we're going to be referring to. He basically talks about the history of America and how basically Americans were subjugated then to the British rule and how that day was celebrated amongst the American citizens. So actually, let's continue kind of right in the middle of the speech because I think this is a very good point to start from. So here we go. Frederick Douglass says, "Fellow citizens, above your national tumultuous joy, I hear the mournful wail of millions whose chains, heavy and grievous yesterday, are today rendered more intolerable by the jubilee shouts that reach them. If I do forget, if I do not faithfully remember those bleeding children of sorrow this day, may my right hand forget her cunning, and may my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. To forget them, to pass lightly over their wrongs, and to chime in with the popular theme would be treason most scandalous and shocking, and would make me a reproach before God and the world. My subject, then, fellow citizens, is American slavery. I shall see this day and its popular characteristics from the slave's point of view, standing there identified with the American bondman, making his wrongs mine. I do not hesitate to declare with all my soul that the character and conduct of this nation never looked blacker to me than on this 4th of July. Whether we turn to the declarations of the past or to the professions of the present. The conduct of the nation seems equally hideous and revolting. America is false to the past, false to the present, and solemnly binds herself to be false to the future. And in the future, today we are, ladies and gentlemen, standing with God and the crushed and bleeding slave on this occasion. I will, in the name of humanity, which is outraged, in the name of liberty, which is fettered, in the name of the Constitution and the Bible, which we are discarded and trampled upon, dare to call in question and to denounce with all the emphasis I can command everything that serves to perpetuate slavery, the great sin and shame of America. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not use the severest language I can command, and yet not one word shall escape me that any man whose judgment is not blinded by prejudice, or who is not a slaveholder, shall not confess to be fight and just. But I fancy I hear one of my audience say, it is just in this circumstance that you and your brother abolitionists fail to make a favorable impression on the public mind. Would you argue more and denounce less? Would you persuade more and rebuke less? Your cause would be much more likely to succeed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to stop there because, this speech is so profound. But I just kind of wanted us to start there so we can get a good understanding of what was happening at the time, especially from Frederick Douglass, who was a slave and escaped out of slavery to get his freedom. And what is so remarkable and so outstanding is his eloquent speech is amazing. This whole speech, there are no words to describe what kind of brave and courageous man this is to, on this day, on so-called Independence Day, call out the hypocrisy of the country. What a brave soul Frederick Douglass is and will always be. All right, so another reason why it was good to start with Frederick Douglass, because we have to think about the time when Frederick Douglass said his speech. And that's basically coming from enslavement, out of enslavement. And what happened, and as we go through these numbers, you'll see that the majority of people coming into the United States, and this was obviously done on purpose, were predominantly white Europeans. And that actually might be argued because these same people coming over may not even be classified as white, but that's a whole nother topic. But let's continue. Okay, so not only did I want to start there during that time, and once again, I think definitely we need to read the whole speech from Frederick Douglass because it'll definitely give a great context of what was happening at that time. But as we look in the numbers, you'll basically see we're going to go from 1965 or pre-1965 and then after 1965 to see what was happening in this country. So let's start with pre-1965. All right, so as you can see on this chart, you notice that the largest immigrant groups before 1965 were Germans, the Irish from Ireland, Italians, Italy, Austria, Russians from the United Kingdom, Scandinavia, some from Canada, and then you also have some of the immigrant groups, Chinese, and then some Japanese before 1965. So you can check those numbers out on the screen. Well, I guess for the seeing impaired family who are watching this, let me actually go through these numbers because I think it's important. So please forgive me. So let's continue actually with some of these numbers before 1965. Okay, Germany at 18.2%, that's 5.5 million. And that's from years 1880 to 1924. We have Ireland, 4.8 million at 15.9%. Italy, 4.5 million at 14.9%. Austria, Hungary, 4 million at 13.2%. Russia, 12.2% at 3.7 million. United Kingdom, 3 million at 9.9%. Scandinavia, 2 million at 6.6%. Canada, 2 million at 6.6%. China, 300,000 at 1%, and Japan at 200,000 at 0.7%. All right. So let's continue on to the largest immigration groups after 1965, and this is from 1965 approximately to 2023. Now, once again, these are all approximate numbers. Country or ethnic of origin is Mexico. Okay, approximate number of immigrants, 12.4 million. That's 27.6% of the share that sits at the top. Number two, Indian or India, 6.2 million. That's 13.8%. China, 5.1 million at 11%. Philippines, 4 million at 8.9%. Vietnam, 2.2 million at 4.9%. Dominican Republic, 2.2 million at 4.9%. El Salvador, 1.4 million at 3.1%. Cuba, 1.3 million at 2.9%. South Korea, 1.2 million at 2.7%. And Guatemala at coming in at 10 at 1.1 million at 2.4%. All right. So some of the key comparisons before 1965, immigration was overwhelmingly from Europe and Canada. And after 1965, immigration is more globally diverse, with the largest share from Latin America and Asia. The 1965 Act eliminated national origins quotas and prioritized family reunification and skilled immigration, leading to a dramatic shift in the countries of origin. So we know that Haitians in particular and some people recently coming over from the continent of Africa have been in the news. So I wanted to kind of do some numbers and some research on African immigrants to the United States prior to 1965 and then after. And then along with that, we're going to look at Haitian immigrants to the United States before and after 1965. So let's start on the left of the chart with the African immigrants coming to the United States before 1965. So as you can see on the chart, it says before 1965, we have all African countries combined. You're looking at approximately 150,000. If we go down the list, break that down by country, you have Egypt at 16.7%, around 25,000. Ethiopia at 20,000 at 13%. Morocco at 15,000 at 10%. Nigeria, including the Gold Coast, that's 10,000 at 6.7%. Liberia, 10,000 at 6.7%. South Africa at 9,000 at 6.6%. Algeria, 8,000 at 5.3%, and other African countries, 53,000 at 35%. All right, so after 1965, you have all African countries combined totaling of 4,550,000. So let's go down some of the numbers. So you have Nigeria, all right, at 915,000 at 20%. Ethiopia, 485,000 at 10.7%. Egypt, 405,000 at 8.9%. Ghana, 300,000 at 6.6%. Kenya, 250,000 at 5.5%. South Africa, 210,000 at 4.6%. Cameroon, 200,000 at 4.4%, totaling or other African countries at 1.7 million or 1,785,000 at 39.3%. Once again, totaling 4,550,000. So once again, family, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell for notifications. And once again, for those who are able to see, really doing this for our brothers and sisters who are sight impaired, and I guess maybe hearing impaired as well, but more particular. So thanks once again for your patience. Let's actually move on to the Haitian chart, okay? So before 1965, this is in periods 1790 through 1899. You have about 1,200 at 9.8%. From 1900 to 1919, you have about 18.7%, 2,300. 1920 to 1935, 4,000 at 32.5%. 1940 to 1959, you have 3,200 at 26%. And from 1960 to 1964, you have about 1,600 at 13%, which totals approximately 12,000-ish Haitian immigrants immigrating to the United States. And then after 1965 to 1974, you have about 6.2% of the share at 28,000. 90,000 at 20%. That's from 1975 to 1984. 1985 to 1994, you have about 229,000 at 50%. 1995 to 2004 at 63,000 at 4%. 2005 to 2014, 32,000 at 7.1%. And 2015 to 2023 at 8%. And that's 1.8% approximately share of the Haitian total, which totals between 1965 to 2023, 450,000 Haitian immigrants coming to this country in the United States. So just to note, there was an increase of more than 30 times after 1965 for African immigrants coming to the United States. And then there was an increase of more than 36 times after 1965 for the Haitian immigrants. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 eliminated national origins quotas and opened the door to greater diversity from Africa, the Caribbean, and around the world. So as you can see, not only did the 1965 Act, bring more people all across the world, but in particular, some of those other countries as well that are outside of the European continent. So as the racial wealth gap widens here in the United States, and as people migrated into this country, I wanted to actually show this chart here. All right, so we can compare the difference between those who came out of chattel enslavement here in America and those who then came to the United States, which is basically 1862, regarding the Homestead Act, and see how that actually impacted the American freedmen, or those who descend from the American freedmen community, and also those who came, in particularly from Europe, to this country, because it's often said, well,
hey family, I'm gonna lay down now. Lady Chair's gonna cover the rest of the topics. So after this, she's gonna take over.
So long ago, and this actually didn't happen to you in terms of reparations. So those who, like yourselves or us, who are currently in the United States after slavery shouldn't receive reparations. But ladies and gentlemen, we're actually talking about we are those people. So let's get that clear. All right, here we go. U.S. land policies, a tale of two promises, comparing land promised to freed people during Reconstruction versus land distributed under the Homestead Act. All right. So for those that don't know, I'm sure people who listen to this, and if you don't, and if you're new here, go ahead, like, share, and subscribe. But obviously, those who are listeners and viewers of our content are very familiar with Special Field Orders number 15 by William T. Sherman. At the particular time, that's the 40 acres and a mule. So if you see on the left-hand side, we'll start with that chart. It says land reserved about 400,000 acres, and the beneficiaries would have been about 40,000 formerly enslaved people for temporary settlement. Unfortunately, most of the land was returned after President Andrew Johnson's orders to basically recall and renege on that promise of 40 acres and a mule. Versus the Homestead Act of 1862 through 1986, land was distributed about 270 million acres. Beneficiaries, about 1.6 million homestead patents were issued, and the outcome, land generally was retained by those successful homesteaders. So let's actually watch a clip from the great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, where he actually talks about in one of his greatest speeches. So let's go see what he had to say, and then we will come back.
I'm trying.
All right, so let's move on to the birthright citizenship debate, the case scenario that's happening right here in the United States, in particular with the Supreme Court current ruling. Let's go ahead and watch a clip.
The Supreme Court has rejected President Donald Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship that would have denied citizenship to children born to mothers who are in the country illegally or temporarily. Trump signed an executive order on his first day in office last year that would have upended more than a century's understanding of what it means to be an American citizen. Birthright citizenship is enshrined in the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which was adopted after the Civil War. President Trump has posted repeatedly on social media about the importance of limiting birthright citizenship, and in a sign of his interest in the case, attended arguments in April, apparently the first time a sitting American president has attended Supreme Court arguments.
The court, in a 6-3 decision, ruled that Trump's executive order 14160, which would have denied citizenship to children born to parents who were in the United States unlawfully or temporarily, violated the 14th Amendment's citizenship clause. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote for the majority, joined by Justices Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and Amy Coney Barrett. Justices Brett Kavanaugh concurred in the judgment, but dissented in part, arguing the order violated federal statute, the 1940 law, rather than Constitution, and suggested Congress could later legislate exceptions. Very interesting. We're going to get into that point later. Justices Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch wrote separate dissents, arguing that birth alone is not enough for citizenship, and that the decision, quote, devalues, end quote, American citizenship. So according to Gerald L. Newman, who's the J. Sinclair Armstrong Professor of International Foreign and Comparative Law, said basically by trying to do this, meaning Donald Trump, by executive order, it's a violation of citizenship statutes as well, not just the Constitution. It's doubly unlawful. So as we know, and has been stated plenty times, as well as now President Donald Trump said the 14th Amendment was made for the babies of slaves. As he put it, those who descend from U.S. chattel slavery and those who are descendants of American freedmen. But the question is what it would take to amend the 14th Amendment. So here's an article by legalclarity.org. And it says what amending the Constitution requires. It says changing the 14th Amendment's citizenship clause requires navigating the amendment process in Article 5 of the Constitution, which was designed to be difficult. The process has two stages, proposal and ratification. Proposing an amendment, there are two ways to propose a constitutional amendment. The first and only method ever successfully used requires a 2/3 vote in both the House of Representatives and the Senate. An important detail, the Constitution requires 2/3 of members present and voting, not 2/3 of the total membership. When the full chamber votes, that translates to roughly 290 House votes and 67 Senate votes. But the actual threshold shifts depending on attendance. All right, so the article goes on ratifying an amendment. Once proposed, an amendment must be ratified by 3/4 of the states. Okay, so not just the House, but the states. Must be ratified by 3/4 of the states, currently 38 out of 50. Congress chooses between two ratification methods. The standard method sends the amendment to state legislatures for an up or down vote. The alternative method requires special state ratifying conventions, which has happened exactly once in American history. For the 21st Amendment repealing prohibition in 1933. The Constitution itself says nothing about time limits for ratification. For the 20th century, no proposed amendment included one. Starting with the 18th Amendment in 1917, Congress began attaching 7-year deadlines, and that practice has continued for every amendment proposed since. Whether Congress can extend or remove a deadline after the fact remains an open legal question, as the ongoing debate over the Equal Rights Amendment illustrates. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That will conclude the program today. But before we go, what we must understand is the United States is currently in a conundrum, something like the same conundrum that the United States was at back in 1776. The same topic that was discussed in terms of those who were enslaved in the United States in 1776, 250 years ago, also in 1865, as well as in 1965, as well as in 2026. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about those individuals who built this country for free. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not only talking about birthright citizenship, who it was meant for those coming out of enslavement, but more in particular, reparations are owed because the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment were for those individuals emancipated from the chains of enslavement and oppression in this country. And those descendants are still dealing with those grievances. It's not like it's gone away, and it's not like it's going to go away. So whatever you do on this day, on the 4th of July, 4th of July, or Independence Day, as some people would say it, be thankful, be humble, and definitely have gratitude. But just always remember that the United States would be nothing without the American freedmen.
That's right.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, as always, you take care of yourself, your friends, and your family. We'll see you next time right here on Amen the Mass Media Group. Peace and reparations.
Peace and reparations. Thank you. And I like that new song. I play it all the time. It's good. I like the beat. All right, real quick before we get into this.
Shabbat Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. I really think Comcast got hacked, y'all.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Shalom. Black Valley, I gotta take over for Jesse. You got the food back in the morning, so we got only a small handful of topics left. So it's for me to cover. Just want to welcome you back to the Frontline Black News. To your host, the Black Villain, Seduction Dog, aka Lady Che, or Brady, whatever. So we're gonna be in here together. I want to thank the little eyeballs for watching. Don't be weird. I see you. Say hi. See what I'm saying? And let's just keep it going. Hope everybody had a beautiful day of being inside and not outside, I guess. I don't know. It's been weird for me. I try to sleep through most of the day. But I do know that I'm at the Black House, sitting at the black desk in the mayor's chair, or his chair, whatever. We used to call it the mayor's chair. And this desk is getting on my nerves. Every time I move to touch this, and it's a laptop right first, and I'm going to move something like elbow touches something, like I'm fear knock shit over. Like, oh God. So, anyway, I'm sorry about camera. I was fixing my hair, and I had to take over. So, yeah. And it's going. Apparently, I got to keep redoing this one particular one. It's getting on my goddamn nerves. So I took a break. Here we are now. So I'm gonna let this play. This is Lisa Cabrera. This is part of the queue. The title is "The Great American State Fair Just Kicked Everyone Out," and we'll see what that's about.
It still didn't come back. It's been down all day, and I think whatever's going on, it's an attack. Well, I don't know if y'all heard, but there was an accident at Trump's event, the 250-year anniversary. Some man parachuted down and he crashed into some type of almost like the rooftop of something that was on the ground. So I don't know if the dude is okay or not, but I mean, I sure hope you didn't pay for that, Donald Trump. It's money down the drain. Yeah, dude parachuted down. He was supposed to parachute, I guess, down into the event, and he ended up crashing into some type of aluminum roof or something. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is crazy, but it just goes to show you the Most High has screwed up this entire event, y'all. It's been a bust from day one. Not enough people are there, and all these things are going on. My Comcast is down. I really think it's an attack. I really do. I mean, I've had Comcast issues before, but this has been going on since the early morning hours, before the sun came up. And now it is still down, and it does not look like any signs that it's coming back. And we're getting ready to have a major severe storm. The sun is no longer out, but it's hot as hell, but the sun is no longer out. A storm is supposed to hit us. Man, that thing gonna be violent. You know how hot it is? We're going up to 102. So yeah, I'm not looking forward to this storm. This storm gonna be pretty loud. So yeah. The Most High made sure this 250-year anniversary was exactly what America deserved. All screwed up and everything. So y'all, let's see here. Now we're gonna see some of the things that happened. Now, the first video that you're going to see is these girls practicing on the stage, and a big chunk of the stage crashes down. I mean, they're lucky they did not get hurt. They're lucky they didn't get hurt, for real. And then they abruptly closed the event yesterday, talking about it was due to the weather. Now, other people are saying that the reason why that happened, and I tend to believe the second reason, Donald Trump was embarrassed by the super small crowds, and he abruptly had the entire event closed yesterday. I said, that sounds more like it, because it really, truly was nobody out there. I don't even, from just looking at the videos, I don't even think 1,000 people were there. And there's another thing that people are saying, that they were supposed to spend, I think, $100 million on this event. When you look at this event, y'all, it don't even look like they spent $1 million on it. He went the cheap route. Now, from what I understand, this is what I'm hearing, and just from the way this event looks, it does not look like $100 million were spent. It looked maybe $1 million was spent. Now, I'm hearing when the money came through, Donald Trump and his rich friends intercepted the money. They took that money, and then they took like $1 million, some say $2 million, and used that to pay for this event. And I have to tell you, this event looks very flimsy. It looks cheap. It looks like not a lot of work went into it. And the fact that a chunk of the ceiling fell when these girls were just practicing says it all. But that is what they're saying. They said there's a lot of corruption and theft that took place leading up to this event. And the money that was supposed to be put into it, it did not get put in. And Donald Trump went the real cheap route, but you'll see what I mean. So anyway, but this is Congress, because Congress are the ones that are backing American 250. Y'all are the ones that sit down, and y'all know Donald Trump is stealing all kinds of money. I'm not even in DC, and I know that. Y'all don't do nothing to stop him. So I really don't feel bad. I do for the American people, because that's our taxpayer money. He's sitting there raking all up and throwing it up in his pocket. But y'all know what's going on, and y'all not doing a damn thing to stop Donald Trump. Y'all just letting him sit there and rob the place blind. So Donald Trump is guilty as hell, but everybody in Congress and the Senate, y'all are guilty too. So y'all, let's go ahead and get started. Put your comments up here. So y'all give me a 1 if you can see my screen. I'm not surprised. But no, when you look, take a good look at how this whole setup is. There's no way this is $100 million. It looks like maybe $1 million, if I might be pushing it by saying that, went into this. It's very flimsy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Is it flimsy? Whatever magic situation.
Man, look at this. Freedom 250 is already falling apart. Part of the stage fell mid-rehearsal. Man, look at this. Freedom 250 is already falling apart. Part of the stage fell mid-rehearsal.
I think the whole White House is about to fall to the earth here shortly. At this rate, it sure does not like his presence there. That's
Attention caregivers, the event has been postponed. Reopen in 5 p.m. Please refer to Freedom 250 social media for updates. Please proceed to the nearest exit.
Y'all, you notice another thing? Where are all the rides? What kind of fair only has a Ferris wheel? Where's all the rides? There should be a lot of rides there. Because they said there were children where, you would see the typical things, a merry-go-round, maybe some bumper cars, and you know what I mean? All you see is one big old Ferris wheel. What kind of fair is this where it's nothing but a big Ferris wheel? Come on.
I gotta save money though.
And yesterday, people actually passed out.
Just being late.
They had to have the ambulance come up there because folks were passing out. But y'all, where's the rides? That's why I said this shit is cheap. I could have done something better than this.
Should bring kids to the hellhole anyway. Why isn't the Ferris wheel working? Another question. They're like the perfect making for a funnel cloud.
Attention fairgoers, the event has been postponed. We will reopen at 5 p.m. Please refer to Freedom 250 social media for updates. Please proceed to the nearest exit.
No refunds.
Attention fairgoers, the event has been postponed. We will reopen at 5 p.m. Please refer to Freedom 250 social media for updates. Please proceed to the nearest exit.
Kiki, that goes for you too. Fucking magic almost hopped above the stove from the ground level.
Attention fairgoers, the event has been open at 5 p.m. Please refer to Freedom 250 social media for updates. Please proceed to the nearest exit.
You have too much fun. Take that toy from her.
Donald Trump's state fair is quite literally falling apart. This is the stage where they're doing rehearsals for America's 250, and a piece of it just fell from the ceiling, and it was caught on video.
Literal right there. Oh, no.
I mean, that is terrifying. From this angle, it really doesn't look like that piece of the set was far away from these dancers right here. Somebody could have been badly injured. And there are other parts of the fair that are falling apart too. Clearly, safety was not a concern for Donald Trump and the people around him. But this is insane.
Could they not have just made something worth the actual celebration of the 250th anniversary of our country? All these videos going viral says here that you can see that these buildings are just covered in printed sheets and they're starting to fall apart. Look at that. It's so cheap. This is so cheap. I'm still wanting to know, how much did this all cost? How much did this cost? And how much did they spend? I think those are two different things. Look at this. Donald Trump's arc, like they made a recreation of Donald Trump's arc that he wants to have made in DC, and it's barely. Oh, it's the perfect metaphor for his presidency, isn't it? It kind of looks like something from far away, and the second you get up close, it's a total disaster.
But a new report from some Democrats on the House Natural Resources Committee is raising alarm over the nation's 250th anniversary festivities, accusing President Trump of hijacking the celebration to serve himself, going so far as to allege corruption and possible fraud. The report is titled "From Vanity to Insanity: How the White House Cheated the American People Out of Their 250th Birthday." Joining us now, the ranking member of that panel,
Of course they are.
Democratic Congressman Jared Huffman of California. Congressman, thanks for being with us this morning. People are going to celebrate across the country America's birthday regardless, but clearly the federal celebrations Donald Trump has become the centerpiece of. What are your concerns and what did you find?
Okay, y'all, I found the video of the guy that was parachuting in. He's got a white and blue parachute and he's holding the American flag. And when he crashes, so
I think that's on her end.
The
audio is like shifting around. Oh, shit.
Okay, so this happened today. So I'm going to show y'all this. All right.
Like and subscribe for like Black News. Thank you for watching.
Opportunity to say a quick prayer and bless the arena and bless the individuals involved in this event here today. If you would join with me.
Is dude part of is scheduled part of the show, or you just decided to do some old dangerous?
Y'all, you can tell America is definitely under judgment. 250 years. And look at all of the disasters that are happening around this. He went right into the crowd. He parachuted right down directly into the crowd. You know, people on the ground could have got hurt. But yeah, this happened a few hours ago. So this was today. And it just goes to show you, oh no, honey, the curses on America are real. The curses are real. The Most High made sure this 250 years was going to be jacked up. And that's exactly what it is, y'all. This is white people's holiday. As you know, our people, 250 years ago was still on plantations. Okay, there was no freedom for us. So this is very much a white people event. And look at what it's turned into. It's horrible. It's horrible. You couldn't make this up unless you've seen it.
No, okay, at all though. Like,
all right, let's get back to the other.
When you voted for him, you knew shenanigans
event, because I did not have the parachuting thing in the other one because I made that one yesterday. I made, all right, let's get back to it.
In this new report, and also just for people watching, the connection to your committee and all of this.
Yeah, a lot of this is in the jurisdiction of the Natural Resources Committee. And so our oversight and investigation team has undertaken a year-long investigation that really, I think, should upset every American, because our country only turns 250 years old once. We were on track for a broadly unifying national celebration with serious folks like the Smithsonian leading the programming. Congress set up this commission to be insulated from politics, to really be above politics. And it was going to be a lot like what many of us experienced in 1976, something that we could all feel good about our government leading. Instead, Donald Trump hijacked it, made it all about himself and his vanity projects, his political agenda, and all of these endless schemes to enrich himself and his cronies.
Here it is, brand new report, congressional report, alleges that the Trump administration hijacked America's 250 anniversary celebration and literally turned it into a pay-to-play political operation. They claim that they committed wire fraud, harvested voter data on families, and even solicited foreign governments for cash in order to have access to Trump. Donors were given the Freedom 250 bank account instead of the actual America 250. Freedom 250 is a corporation that Trump and his allies set up, so the money was going into their company. They claim that the event sign up, when you signed up, that it went into this like voter profiling platform without anyone's consent.
All right.
Yes, y'all. Congress was footing the bill for this event. Their account was America 250. Donald Trump switched everything over to Freedom 250 so that him and his rich buddies could get their hands on the money that was intended to go towards America 250 anniversary. So he intercepted the money, and they know this happened. They know this happened, and they had done absolutely nothing to Donald Trump.
They can't. What can they do? I mean, who's in charge of creating this little shindig? The money's there, but
then they claim that foreign governments were actually solicited at Davos, that they could donate up to $10 million for access to Trump. Like, they took the PragerU trucks that were supposed to be going around and teaching about America's history to schools, and they were teaching like white Christian nationalists and completely rewriting history of our country. Insane. The entire thing was just built to bypass, like, Congress has transparency requirement, and they built this entire operation to completely bypass all those requirements. He literally took America's celebration and turned it into another grift and to push white Christian nationalists. Like, if you've been following this administration for any sort of time, this probably doesn't surprise you. But the fact that they continue to do it at every turn in the wide open, absolutely insane, y'all. Absolutely insane. And it'll probably get no coverage. It'll probably get no, it's just another drop in the bucket with this administration.
Why has the Great American State Fair become so political? Well, it has to do with who's putting this on. This is part of Freedom 250, and that is not what was originally supposed to be here, which was put on by America 250. Those are two organizations, two totally different things. Let me break them down.
So America 250 is a nonpartisan group that was established by an act of Congress in 2016 with the goal of hosting events throughout the country to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our nation. It's made of lawmakers from both sides of the aisle and private citizens. On the other hand, Freedom 250 is a task force that was created through an executive order by President Trump, making him the chair of the organization.
So, right. So, y'all, technically, there should have been an event in every single state. All 50 states were supposed to have an event. Instead, Donald Trump put this cheap shit together. Look at the stage. The stage looks flimsy. He put this cheap shit together in Washington, D.C. But it was literally supposed to be, they had enough funding to have every state, all 50 states, to have an event for America 250. And you see that didn't happen. He just threw some flimsy mess up. And look how empty the field is. You should have games. You should have people there cooking out. You should have, just like a state fair. You should be giving people souvenirs. All of that should be, people should be getting free t-shirts. You know what I mean, y'all? And you don't see none of that. The field is practically empty. Just a few setups here and there. The stage, which is extremely small and flimsy. The one Ferris wheel. I mean, what the hell is this? You know? So that right there proves Donald Trump don't care about no American anniversary. This shit looks horrible. And do y'all know the whole front lawn, and I might have to show y'all this in another live, the whole front lawn of the White House is gone. the UFC fight that he had up at the White House destroyed the lawn. The lawn is literally gone. It's destroyed from the UFC fight. So, wow. I mean, this whole thing is crazy as hell, y'all. Crazy. I could have put up a better entertainment just in my backyard. I could have had chairs, food, table, music, dancing. You know what I mean? I could have done a better job in my backyard than Donald Trump did with this BS right here. And you would have had more fun. Okay.
And this is where things get politicized. A number of the America 250 events were replaced with Freedom 250 events. A good example is the series of concerts that were supposed to happen on the National Mall, hosted by the Smithsonian Institute and America 250. Those were canceled and replaced with Freedom 250's Great American State Fair. Now, you've already heard about the crowd sizes, but what about having no shortage of Trump admiration throughout the fair? There's photos, posters, magazines, a replica of his arch, and videos of him. Now, this video was inside the Freedom Truck, which is put on by PragerU. That's the controversial conservative organization that uses politicized narratives and historical inaccuracies to promote a Christian national ideology. And these trucks will be touring the country under the Freedom 250 initiative. Of course, there's the state pavilions, some more decorated than others, but overall felt like a pop-up experience that you would find with really good Instagram photo ops.
Americans are credited for creating a number of things that we use in our everyday life: the credit card, the ATM, the escalator, the elevator, the assembly line, there's a lot. It is so hot that I cannot think straight right now. But let's see if any of that is mentioned inside the America Innovates Pavilion.
Inside were companies like SpaceX, motorcycles, TikTok, and NASA. And while I was walking around, I heard a lot of God bless yous, and I thought, wow, allergies must be really bad today. And then I realized it was the Faith and Religious Day. There were a number of churches that were doing performances. The Museum of the Bible, Christian universities, and Christian organizations were all in a pavilion. I saw the Faith Director of the Department of Homeland Security, and she handed me this paper. You can pause to read it. And she also said that it looks like no one is at the state fair because it's so hot there inside the pavilions. Now, this is easy to fact check. So I visited a number of the pavilions. There was only one that had a line, which was Florida. And there was also an entire wing of pavilions whose air conditioning was not working.
It is nearing 100 degrees right now, and I am a sweaty mess. It is so hot that the vinyl on these pavilions is actually warping.
It feels like a metaphor for the meaning of the Gilded Age, where it looks really nice on the surface, but underneath, not so much. The Great American State Fair goes on through July 10th.
As we come up on America's 250th birthday, I don't think anything could make this administration's lack of interest in our country more obvious than how they are treating this celebration. Now, I want you to know that 10 years ago, Congress created a bipartisan commission to coordinate the events called America 250 that was supposed to facilitate all kinds of cool activities for the big celebration. Well, that commission was hijacked by a separate Donald Trump-run commission called Freedom 250. And Freedom 250 is now the one handling the big events. So the America 250 budget was dropped to around $25 million, while the Freedom 250 budget was about $150 million and growing. It was the Freedom 250 people who wanted to book all those musical acts for the Great American State Fair in Washington, but no artists wanted to come. So Donald Trump said, I'll be the main attraction. He wrote on social media that he is the #1 attraction on earth, the man who gets much larger audiences than Elvis in his prime. It was also the Freedom 250 crew that led the charge for Trump's arch and the UFC cage match that destroyed the White House lawn. In what should really be a moment of national unity, what we have is a glaring illustration of government dysfunction and destructive partisanship. Our president is once again ignoring Congress, who, as the people's representatives, means he is ignoring the people, in order to highlight his own personal brand at the nation's expense, as if the only thing worth celebrating from the past 250 years is our current leader. So we're spending money hand over fist on vanity projects, while the so-called fiscal Republicans have forgotten they're the ones holding the purse strings. American wallets are empty, but the Republicans are willing to spend money on everything, from retrofitting the president's new Qatari palace in the sky to building him a $600 million ballroom. You know, we can't afford health insurance, but the congressional Republicans' answer to that is, yeah, take a loan. I mean, the patriotism here is non-existent. Look, the president's ego is clearly insatiable. And if the Republican Party, who have majorities in both houses of Congress, refuse to tell him no, then the rest of us are just along for the ride. But to be clear, this ride is not good. We are currently being held hostage by a narcissist, and the only people capable of stopping him just refuse to do it. So, happy birthday, America. I hope you enjoy your
what could they do?
$1 million taxpayer-funded MAGA rally, because July 4th is apparently no longer about freedom and democracy, but the desires of one ruler. You know, the very thing this day was supposed to celebrate our independence from.
Yeah. So, and you know what? He completely wrote slavery out of this celebration. That's why I was like, this is a white people celebration. And you look at those exhibits that he got up for each state, not one of them pertains to slavery. Not one. He wrote us completely out. So look, white people, have your event. MAGA, this is all for you, because I'm glad he didn't put us up in this shabby ass crap. I'm glad my forefathers weren't seen in this old shabby fest that y'all put on. It's cheap. And he put on this no frill entertainment. It's terrible. And to add insult to injury, y'all, he did a pre-recorded speech from Mount Rushmore. Pre-recorded. Okay? Just awful. Just awful. If you're going to put on a party for America, damn, you could have at least stayed in D.C. You couldn't stay in D.C.? He ran all the way to South Dakota to do his speech. You know why? Because it's not 100 degrees there in South Dakota in front of Mount Rushmore. You know? So you had to do your speech in front of carved out slave owners. Okay. Yeah, way to go, Donald Trump. And yeah, and everything they're going to be teaching about this, they're going to go around the country, and we know y'all going only to white schools. We know that. And they're going to be teaching about America. And like they said, it's a Christian nationalist teaching. Good. I'm glad y'all ain't coming to the hood. Our kids don't need that anyway. You know, good. Good. That's the best thing ever. We should be happy they're going to be skipping us. But I ain't mad at you, Donald Trump. This was always for y'all anyway. This was always for your people. You wanted a lily white 4th of July, you got it. And look at all the disastrous things that are happening. Couldn't happen to a better person. That's the way I see it. Zachariah Williams, thank you so much for the super sticker and your support for my channel. Cap, how you doing? Is your birthday the same day as mine, sister? Well, I don't celebrate my birthday, Cap, but it's July 1st. And I don't know, somebody reached out to me and told me Tariq Nasheed is the same day. Well, shout out to Tariq. I haven't been over on his channel in a while. I'm going to have to go check him out. It's been a long time since I've been over there, but a shout out to Tariq Nasheed. And RY54OD, thank you so much for the channel membership. Lisa, we dropped the ball. We needed sprinklers filled with hogweed at this. Oh, man. Oh, man. No, we don't need to be there. This was so shabby. It was not even good enough for our people to be there. I'm glad we're not there, you know, and we are keeping the separation going. Let white people have their event. This is their event. They were the only ones free 250 years ago. So let them have their little shabby ass event. It's a horrible event. I sure wouldn't stand by it, but that's me. But thank all of you for your support from my channel. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. So y'all, I am just laughing at this because at the end of the day, this was the Most High ruining this entire day for them. And, Donald Trump closing it at abruptly because he was ashamed of the little small crowds that were there. And even today, I looked at some of the events. They did the reading of the Declaration of Independence. That's boring. You mean to tell me instead of a reading, how come y'all didn't do reenactments? You could have done some reenactments of some of the history that happened. But this crap y'all put on was boring. And then your little parachute guy coming.
Thank you, Sister Lisa. Or move forward. Well, it's terrible, but I can't expect anything more. Or less.
What's up, man? We in the building. We're in the building, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the building. Round of applause for you. All right, what's going on, family? You guys good? How y'all living? We're doing the late night tap in. I don't even know what time it is. I know it's late. It's just late, and my ass is up, and I'm at a casino in damn Tulsa, Oklahoma, up just doing shit. So what's up with y'all, man? I was just down in the casino on them damn slots. Man, so I'm here just up doing shit out here in Tulsa. I'm up, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Tulsa. I'm having a ball out here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, man. Any Tulsa people in here, shout out to Tulsa. I'm having a great time out here in Tulsa. I was coming out here anyway, but when I found out they had slots, they got casinos, I forgot that all these Indian tribes out here, and they got all these casinos, and I love me a good casino. So I'm having a ball out here. These casinos out here, they got like free soda machines and free coffee. The coffee's good as hell, and everybody's just hopped up. I had some of that good ass coffee. They know what they're doing. They want to keep your ass up. So you just keep gambling, put money in these damn machines. They got free coffee everywhere, nigga. These machines, these casinos are slick.
Like, fuck a coffee. What's up with the drink?
Oh, they lure niggas in, boy.
You lure me in with some.
They ain't got no clocks. You don't know what time it is. Free drinks, free coffee. So you just up throwing your money away. I said, let me get my ass upstairs and talk to y'all. Y'all need to have an intervention with my ass.
But charging for a double shooter. That's like that. That would,
So I'm here. I'm here. Let me shout out some of the family before I get started.
About two of those.
Let me shout out the family. Some of the regulars in here. I see Stephanie. I see Rashonda. I see Brother McCall in here. I see the prototype. I see Ryan.
I'm gonna have my chance to go.
I see little old me in the building. I see Welsing's fan club, the Atavists in the building. Respect to you. Everybody share the spaces. That would be great if you share this space. That would be phenomenal. I won't hold you too long because it's already late.
Test my little.
And I know some of you are probably doing your graveyard shift.
Foresight's working.
I've been traveling all over the place. My time zone's off. I don't even know what time it is. I was in Atlanta, then I was in Birmingham, now I'm in Tulsa. So these different time zones are just throwing me off. So I don't know what time it is right now.
Like to go to,
but we're here. We're here, and I'm glad everybody's up chopping it up with me. First thing I want to talk about is, people are still talking about the birthright citizenship decision.
I didn't really go off with that.
It's been upheld by the Supreme Court. And as we know, changing the Constitution, that's not an easy task, which is understandable. People don't really want to mess around with that Constitution. You kind of want to leave a lot of things. You want to leave it be. I get it. But people are still talking about the birthright citizenship. And the great thing about the conversation about birthright citizenship is that people are now discussing who were the progenitors of that, who it was originally for. And that's a great thing. You cannot talk about the Amendment, birthright citizenship without talking about foundational Black Americans. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? I'm in the thing where my connection, it says it's lost. You guys can hear me good, right?
Like that's how my parents are.
If y'all can hear me, give me a thumbs up.
Make us fight, me and my brother. Get that ass up.
Okay, we good. We good. Okay.
So like I said, man, Clarence Thomas, and we know he's done some buck dancing and samboing in the past, but Clarence Thomas is a foundational Black American.
Sadly.
And he spoke truth to power as far as the main reason for birthright citizenship. He stood on lineage business. I give credit where credit is due. He's done some Sambo things in the past, but a broken clock is right twice a day. Let me read this article where they're talking about Clarence Thomas. They said on the final day of the Supreme Court's current session, the justices issued a landmark 6-3 ruling affirming birthright citizenship, a legal principle by which children born in the United States are automatically considered U.S. citizens. The ruling rejects an executive order issued by Trump that would have limited citizenship to cases in which at least one parent was already a citizen. The Supreme Court upholds citizenship promised to every freeborn person in this land. Well, let me skip down to Clarence Thomas part. Okay. Where's Clarence Thomas? Trying to get down to his part. Where is it? Come on, it's a long ass article. Okay. Okay. Where the hell was this? Okay, here we go. Clarence Thomas dissented, arguing that the citizenship clause was primarily meant to formally enslave Black Americans and their descendants. Quote, Clarence Thomas said, Blacks were entitled to citizenship because they were American. They had no other homeland, owed no allegiance to any foreign power, and were subject to no other authority, Thomas wrote in the dissent. The same could not be said for the children of foreign temporary visitors. That's a bar right there. That is a bar. That's absolutely true. And Ketanji Brown Jackson, in her concurring opinion, she took Thomas to task, according to this article, for his alleged narrow interpretation of history. She said, despite his longstanding endorsement of a colorblind constitution, Justice Thomas now surprisingly suggests that the citizenship clause was a race-conscious remedial measure relating only to freed slaves such as Dred Scott, Jackson wrote. She dismissed Thomas's view, arguing that his narrow vision of the 14th Amendment bears little relationship to the history of its ratification. Bullshit. Again, it was for us. It was for us.
Right.
And that's the main thing. People are talking about who it's for. Trump, after the decision, he did a speech and he kept saying, using the term, and he's used this term before, this thing was made for the babies of slaves. Let me play the audio. Trump has repeatedly said the 14th Amendment was for the babies of slaves. Let me play the audio. Hold on.
Yep, multiple times.
It was the most important, and we want some others. It was the most important decision of all of them, I think. But we'll take care of the birthright citizenship because that was not meant for rich people from other countries. That was meant for, actually, it was meant for the babies of slaves. If you look at it, it was a month after the Civil War ended that it went through. That's because it was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for rich people from China. They came over in Gulf Streams. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So I believe, no, I know they got it wrong, but that's okay because they gave us something that nobody thought. But they also gave us something in one of the sessions a year ago was called merit. Our country now is based again on merit.
All right. Okay. Excuse me. Now that's significant. Again,
they said
that's a great thing that us as a distinct ethnic group and lineage is being discussed openly. That's very important, ladies and gentlemen.
You're welcome.
We have Trump repeating the term babies of slaves. That's foundational Black Americans. He's talking about a specific ethnic group. The Supreme Court is talking about a specific ethnic group. We are a specific ethnic group. This is the conversation we need to have. This is a great thing. Now, the Democrats, all the Democrat shills, step to the front. Let me talk to you. Democrat shills, let me talk to you. What's up, Nikki the God? I see you, beloved. Democrat shills,
I'm smoking these cheap
you're
ass.
going to have to step it up now. You have Trump, who y'all keep saying is the enemy, the enemy, the enemy. Okay, whatever.
It's alleged menthol.
He's doing something that you are not doing.
It's like it's in like all
Respectfully acknowledging
all Marlboro.
our unique ethnic group. Whereas you Democrat shills, you have these people attacking our ethnic group all the damn time, telling us we're a hate group, and you send your Democrat flunkies to attack our ethnic group and try to diminish our ethnic group and delegitimize our ethnic group and try to make us generic Africans. Y'all gonna have to step it up. The foundational Black American blueprint of the 14th Amendment has to be acknowledged, and it's being acknowledged. The 14th Amendment was never drafted as a generic multicultural catch-all for global immigration. It was a specific targeted constitutional remedy drafted exclusively for foundational Black Americans to overturn the Dred Scott decision. When the opposition explicitly states on a national stage that birthright citizenship was meant for the babies of slaves, y'all said he was the opposition, but he's telling the truth, that forces an undeniable historical truth into the mainstream. The Democrat establishment, you can no longer gaslight the public about who built the constitutional infrastructure that everybody else is currently utilizing. All right? These are the conversations we're going to have with the Democrats when they come around with their little shaming tactics. All of that extraction and reassignment of foundational Black American political capital, that's a no-go at this point. The Democrat Party, they perfected a model of political extraction. They utilize foundational Black American civil rights struggle, foundational Black American civil rights amendments, and constitutional amendments. Because again, the conversation is all about who that 14th Amendment was for, and that was for foundational Black Americans. They use our blood equity, and they use all of this to create policies that benefit non-FBA immigrant groups. And when it's time to distribute tangibles, they refuse to name the source. All right? That's a deliberate strategy of trying to reassign foundational Black American political capital to other groups, while you tell us, foundational Black Americans, we got to wait till in the back of the line. We got to shut up and vote, get the catfish nuggets, and just go along with it. People acknowledging the true origin of birthright citizenship, that exposes that whole extraction. This is a great conversation, and we need to hop on it and keep the conversation going in this direction, ladies and gentlemen. See, the Democrats need a generic African voting bloc illusion. See, the reason why they attack us, who assert our specific lineage, is because our lineage destroys the whole generic African or the generic minority voting bloc strategy. See, as long as the Democrats can just lump us into this monolithic umbrella, they can exploit our sheer numbers so they can pass legislation and then hand the benefits of that legislation to newly arrived immigrants, ladies and gentlemen. So when you acknowledge foundational Black American lineage, we stop all that exploitation, because that now demands specific accountability, no generic pacification. You see, every time an immigrant group claims birthright citizenship, they are standing directly on the foundational Black American infrastructure. That's why I don't take no goddamn respect from nobody. Excuse me. I don't take no disrespect from any of these foreigners, nobody. You cannot come over here, bring your ass here and show any form of disrespect. Every nugget of rights and benefits you get comes directly from foundational Black Americans. That 14th Amendment, the civil rights, all of it, without any exception, comes from our fight and our struggle. There will not be no goddamn disrespect under no circumstance.
Ever again.
That's why I'm hard body on any of that shit. You understand? The Democrats, they don't want to acknowledge this, but we're forcing them to, because once you admit who built the infrastructure, then you got to eventually pay the damn builders. You understand? They want to try to keep treating our constitutional rights like a public park that any group can use without paying a goddamn maintenance fee to the specific lineage who put it down like that. You see? And for decades, man, the political establishment, they've sanitized the history of the 14th Amendment to make it seem like it's always been a broad, inclusive civil rights victory for the entire globe. Now that the truth has been spoken on a massive platform, that this was specifically for the babies of the enslaved foundational Black Americans, that sanitized narrative is dead. You cannot leverage on a foundational Black American protection to shield immigrant groups while trying to erase the foundational Black American presence from the narrative.
Get her.
See, that's what people want to do. That's literally tethering. That's like the movie Us. That's where the term tether comes from. You have this underground group of people who are tethers trying to destroy the real family so they can replace them.
Oh, wow.
We're not having that type of nonsense. You're going to name the damn source of where this stuff comes from. Moving forward, man, it is imperative that y'all goddamn Democrats, you're going to name the source. Y'all not going to sit up here and attack our damn lineage all the time while you use all of the benefits of our lineage to help all these other groups. You understand? I'm out here in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now. Respect to Tulsa, beautiful, and I love the energy and I love the spirit and I feel the energy of the ancestors out here. I was over at the Greenwood Archer area where our foundational Black American ancestors were attacked by white tea supremacists. You can feel that energy over there. The Democrats never produced justice. They let the survivors sit up there and get elderly without producing justice. The Democrats did that. The Democrats brought their asses out here and started dancing a jig and then left.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't do that. We're not doing that. This is justice time. This is justice time, ladies and gentlemen.
I like justice.
We're not doing all of that symbolic nonsense while you give tangible benefits to all these other groups. And we've done so much and been through so much and paved the way for so many people. You're not going to have your flunkies just attacking our lineage all the time and trying to reduce our lineage and trying to diminish our lineage. Excuse me. You're not going to just reference civil rights or equal protection in a vacuum anymore. You're going to explicitly acknowledge that these legal precedents exist because of foundational Black Americans. And if you don't want to name the source, that's going to expose your clear intent to keep trying to operate a political Ponzi scheme off our damn history.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been all over the country in this last week. This is my birthday week. My birthday week, I wanted to just power up on a lot of ancestral energy. I'm here in Tulsa now, getting some of that energy of the family here. I was in Georgia last week. I was in Atlanta. I went up to Lake Lanier. I was soaking up some of that energy, paying respect to Lake Lanier. Then I went over to Alabama, where my family was. I went down to the Montgomery riverboat area where they had Fade in the Water, gave respect to them. Went down the road to Selma, where my blood family is. I went to the church, Mount Gilead Baptist Church. That was the early hub of the civil rights movement. That's where they organized the Selma marches. That's where they organized the first Black Panthers. Do y'all know the Black Panthers originally came out of Alabama? How many of y'all knew that? Raise your hand if you knew that.
I did.
The Black Panthers did not start in Oakland. That's where Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale and those guys got the idea from. They got the idea from Alabama. There was a Black Panther Party in Alabama. Raise your hand if you knew that.
I did.
There was a Black Panther Party in Alabama, started in Lowndes County, right by Selma, organized at a Black church, Mount Gilead Church in Selma, or right near Selma, between Selma and Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
I went there, paid respect. There's a cemetery in the back of that church. My great-grandparents are buried there, ladies and gentlemen. That's the bloodline I come from. My great-grandparents, Reverend James Blacc, Caroline Blacc, are buried in the back of that church. This is my family. It's in me. It ain't on me. It's in me. It ain't on me. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
This is what we come from. That's foundational shit right there. So it's our duty to not let people exploit that. Every time somebody wants to get justice, remember when they sent them big light bulb head tethers from Minnesota down there to Selma, walking up and down the Edmund Pettus Bridge from Minnesota because they were scamming. They got caught in all them scams, so they're trying to clean up their image. So they sent them light bulb head tethers down the damn Edmund Pettus Bridge for what? People didn't suffer for you to come down and pull your scams and get a pass for pulling no damn scams. I got very offended by that when they sent them tethers down there to march up and down Edmund Pettus Bridge because they were trying to clean up their image because they got caught scamming up there in Minnesota. Kind of shit is that?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That type of disrespect shit don't fly. We have to check that. We have to check that, ladies and gentlemen. And the Democrats, they push all that type of nonsense. We can't let these folks denigrate our lineage. It's our duty to stand up for our lineage, family. That's our job. That's our duty.
Mm-hmm.
And understand the birthright citizenship conversation that permanently dismantles the whole idea of trickle-down representation. The Democrats, they can no longer put a generic immigrant or somebody with no ties to American slavery in a position of power and expect us to celebrate it as a win for the culture. That shit ain't, no.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all not doing that. Another Obama, another Kamala, that ship has sailed. Unless you're going to have some people standing on lineage business, we ain't rocking with them like that. We're no longer accepting symbolic representation under a generic African umbrella when the very laws and constitutional amendments being debated were written specifically for our lineage. Because we sit up here and support these non-FBAs, we get them in office, and the first thing they do is tell us what they ain't gonna do for us and then roll out the goddamn red carpet for their fellow immigrants. We ain't doing that. We're just not doing that. Let me get some of the family in here. Nakeem.
Serious betrayal,
Let's
right?
get Nakeem in here. Let's get some of the family. Nakeem, hop on in, Nakeem. Nakeem, hop on in, bro. Unmute your mic. Nakeem, can you hear me, bro?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's going on with you, brother?
Hey, man, just chilling, man. My question is, sir, what would you guys do without tethers, man? No food trucks, man. No nurses, no doctors. That's just my question, man. You know, without tethers, sir.
No,
What
you mean less fake degrees? Yeah, it would be less fake degrees, less fake nursing degrees, less fake diplomas. Yeah, it'd be a lot. We can get real diplomas and real degrees in there. That would be great, right?
So why you just got to give us the stigma that all our degrees is fake?
Because y'all leave, truth
hey,
be told, y'all
there's
leave
news
the
on it.
nation in fake degrees, sir.
Yep, there's news on it.
Y'all have whole fake degree meals. Y'all, it's a whole thing.
He's fake CDL.
It's always some fake degrees, some fake scams. I mean, that's a problem. We're not making that up,
a
sir.
real thing.
Y'all kind of got a reputation for that. There was a guy, what was this guy's name? He was out in where was he? In St. Louis. They caught one of your fellow tethers. He was a building inspector out there. Abe Banjo, Papula, whatever. He done finessed damn near $2 million. They gave him some money to repair buildings, and his musty ass finessed the money. God damn. This is what, we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need you finessing.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
We don't need it. This just happened today.
That's stressful.
Without us, man, you guys wouldn't be nothing, man.
That's a projection, sir.
Where's the food trucks in the hood, man? You got the Arabs making all the fish and chicken.
We don't eat your food trucks. We don't eat West African food trucks. There's no you don't have food in your homeland. So you don't have a food truck over here? What are you talking about? You don't have West African food trucks.
You have a food truck over here.
Bushmeat bologna? We don't eat none of that shit. We don't eat bushmeat bologna. What are you talking about, sir?
Where's the doctors and the nurses, sir?
We got them. Dr. Ben Carson. People like that. Sir, y'all, we've been had doctors and nurses. We were some of the progenitors of the modern medical industry. They were getting a lot of stuff from our herbalists, sir. Come on now.
Those are TikTok doctors, sir. We have real doctors, sir.
Talking about before TikTok.
But you
sir,
weren't a
before
real
TikTok.
doctor in your home country.
Dr. Ben Carson is not a TikTok doctor.
And
He's a
what is that
brilliant
machine
doctor. He
you
does some
take that
Samboing
home
sometimes. He's a
and be a
brilliant
real
doctor.
doctor over there?
We have our doctors, sir.
We gonna be all
You're
right.
Johnny come lately. You don't even have doctors in your homeland. You don't even have
There you have
hospitals,
it.
sir.
Like that.
We have hospitals,
No,
man.
you don't, sir. Especially when you're the presidents or somebody in the political office, when they get injured or hurt or whatever, y'all got to fly them to Europe some damn where. Who you think you're talking to? Sir, when that boxer got into a car accident, too, they had to call him an Uber. They didn't even have ambulances to go get him, sir. How you got to call an Uber when you get in an accident? They didn't have a goddamn ambulance to come get old dude when he got in that car accident, sir. What you talking about?
You talk about shit, Tariq.
You guys stripped us of our resources, sir. So we had to move to the Americas, man.
Who stripped you of the resources?
Well, your fellow white man.
No, the British
white tea man.
The British did that. Why didn't you go to Britain?
Well, we heard it was you guys.
Yeah, you damn right. You came over here where the getting was good because you wasn't gonna get shit from them. You had to come around the foundationals, didn't you?
Well, sir, we had to make things better and easy for you guys, man.
No, not for us. We fine. You had to make it easy for yourself, sir.
Who's delivering you guys this food? You lazy Negroes can't get your food.
Well, the problem is by the time you get there, you done put your little goosey fingers all in the fries. You done ate up half our fucking fries. So you're not even doing that good, sir. Y'all deliver the food, and I see little gap tooth teeth marks in my turkey wings. I mean, goddamn, you're not even delivering the food correctly, sir. And then the bag is musty. It's just a problem. So, all right, just get it together. Now,
Y'all
get it together. All right, let me get some more people.
The medical rooms and shit. Stop.
Let me get some more people in here. Okay.
What are we gonna do with that?
Let me see. Let's get Guapo X. Guapo X. Guapo X, hop on in.
I don't know shit.
Mr. Guapo, or hope I'm pronouncing your name right.
From a distance.
Guapo. Guapo X, hop on in, sir. Okay. All right, Guapo ain't saying nothing. Let's get the Black Alex Jones. The Black Alex Jones in the building.
Hey, what's up, brother? I just wanted to bring that to your attention about that sister defending herself at Walmart. They already trying to spin a story talking about she ain't do it in self-defense and all that. I wonder if you've seen that.
Context. What happened?
It was some incident just happened. It was a sister. She got approached by a suspected white supremacist man, and she had a gun on her, and she ended up defending herself. And she didn't get charged. It was self-defense. But you know how they are. They're trying to spin it like why she didn't get arrested and all that, protesting about it on here. I'll post it in the comments though.
Okay, yeah, let me know about it because I don't know nothing about it right now. So just let me know. OG, what's up, OG? OG, what's up, brother?
Shout out. I'm getting a little confused here. Am I supposed to believe that Trump is some kind of good or something because he pointed out about the truth about our ancestry and the birthright, all that birthright discussion?
Why did you get that?
Is he right just because he's saying what's right?
Why did you get that from what I said? Why did you get that from? Because I didn't say that. So why'd you get that from that?
I get that. Well, because I believe it's the truth as well. I'm even in the backdrop of skewed history. Okay, and this is the thing: the history is so skewed that we gotta, hoop to try to get to the truth of all these issues. Okay, so I'm just asking and wondering, what is this supposed to do good for Trump for him to mention this?
Telling you they got to.
Who said it was going to do good for him?
Bad.
Well, I guess he expects it to since he mentioned
it. Seems just because you don't agree with the Democrat that they just figure you are for the.
So yeah, do you think just because I'm critical of everybody?
Yeah. You gotta be open minded to it.
Understood. I'm critical as well. You know, that's why I'm raising this question and being critical.
But really,
my thing
you
is,
were
yeah, this
talking
ain't about
Clarence Thomas,
liking Trump or whatever. He
and
told
then
the
his
truth.
report is
And what happens is the Democrats comes to us trying to shame us into voting for them, but they won't acknowledge that basic truth while they exploit our
capitalize off the
they
player.
put everything and give it to everybody else and won't even give us no damn acknowledgement, let alone the tangibles. So that's a problem that the Democrats are doing. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I got you. I appreciate it, man. I just wanted to raise that question a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, my thing is, Democrats always telling us Trump bad. Okay, well, Trump basically acknowledged the truth about us and our lineage, and the Democrats, all they do is attack our lineage. So you're not going to wag your finger at us, and you're doing the same thing and worse. Go ahead, brother. Fresh. Go ahead, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, brother?
Hey, how you doing, Flex? Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Nice talking to you. When I last talked to you, I was kind of drunk talking about Arkansas, but I take that back. I just accept my apologies.
Have you been sipping on something now?
No, I'm not sipping on that. I'm in Georgia. I'm in Georgia.
Okay, people sip on shit in Georgia. That's not going.
You're right about that. Hey, when you told me you went to when I seen the video about you in Montgomery.
Oh yeah.
The first time going to Montgomery with my boy, and he's from Montgomery.
Okay.
And you're right about the not having many immigrants there, because when I went to a mall there back in 2007, I asked him, I said, hey, brother, where the Mexicans at? He said, no, bro, you ain't in Georgia no more. He said, you in Alabama, Montgomery. And he showed me the civil rights stuff and everything, and I was intrigued by it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, damn, you know what? This is history right here. And hey, I appreciate everything you do for us, man, FBAs, man. I wasn't aware about the immigrants, blacks not liking us in the diaspora. I was shocked about that. I see it. Now I can identify anybody that's not us. They just look foreign. You can just tell.
I'll let my hair out.
They don't really keep themselves up as far as like the styles and haircuts. I noticed that in the peppercorn. I've been looking at the shit every day, so I'm like, okay, I can tell.
The woods.
So you're right about that, man. Praise to you, man. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll continue following you. And what's up to Nikki, the God? Praise to her too. And you take care, man.
Thank you
I'll
so
continue to support you.
Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Oh yeah, down in Alabama, you getting the pure, uncut FBAs down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was good to be down there in Birmingham and Montgomery and Selma. Yeah, we don't have a lot of non-FBAs out there like that. You just don't have it. So you're dealing with the real deal out there. You're dealing with the real deal when you get down in central Alabama, all that. You're dealing with the real shit. Yeah, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that Montgomery thing was so pivotal. That Montgomery fade in the water. That's why a lot of folks were kind of shocked. We weren't shocked. Those of us who were down there, from there, whose families from there, we weren't shocked. That's the get down. That Montgomery brawl, shit, that's what, when there's an attack on us from outsiders, that's how cats get down. They've always done that. That's always been the rule. It ain't like up there in New York. I'm not crapping on New York, but that shit with Jordan Neely, he's getting choked out by Daniel Penny and them damn Sambo tethers standing around. Hell no. Hell no.
Mm-mm.
No. That's not what it is down there. That wouldn't happen down there in a million years. The brothers and sisters don't do that. You know? Let's get who's this brother with the Zay? Let's get Zay. What's up, Zay?
Hey, what's up, brother Tariq? I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. And that was pretty much it. I done lost my train of thought.
It's all
I'm gonna drop down.
No doubt. Thank you so much. Let me see. Let's get who's that? Let's get Raw Status TV. Raw Status TV in the building. I see Nikki the God. I see Nicety Girl. I see Sister Brooke. I see Cyber Regina. Raw Status. Raw. Okay, come on now. If y'all make a request, y'all stand on it. Let's get Welsing. Welsing, hop on in.
Brother, what's happening? How you doing?
I'm good, beloved. What's going on with you?
I want to wish you a happy birthday, man.
Thank you so much. I love that.
And God bless you. I hope you see 1,000 more of those days, okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay. I just want to say to everybody in this room that don't know who I am an ally. And I just want to assure you that, it even shocks me to hear the Black diaspora speak about Black American people. And the thing is that I have come to the conclusion that one of the greatest disservices that America has done to foundational Black American people is not enforcing what they used to enforce when my parents came here, my grandparents, my grandmother and grandaunt came here in the 1940s and 50s, is knowing about American history, but particularly foundational Black American history. I have found myself on various occasions educating foreigners about foundational Black American history. And you should see their faces. Like, they don't, anything past Martin Luther King, they know nothing about. And Black American history is far more than Martin Luther King. And I'm not putting Martin Luther King down. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know anything about any of the inventors. They know nothing. And it's interesting because both my mother and father, my father came from Cuba, my mother from Jamaica. Both of them, my father would have been 101 this year. My mother is going to be 86 in about another month. Both of them have said that in their respective countries, they were educated on Black American history. And in the processes of coming into this country, which took a long time, one of the things that you had to have, some of the things you had to have a skill set that America deemed needed. You had to have know how to read, write, and speak English clearly. And you had to know American history. These people come to this country, and America has done this purposely. Did not educate these people about foundational Black American history, and it is something that is necessary. Let's go beyond just illegal immigrants. Let's go to just our schools. Children, they don't know enough Black American history. So this summer, when Professor Allen was, selling those workbooks of his, I bought 2 of them because in another month, my niece and nephew are going to be out here, and it's time to give them the truth, And but I just wanted to say to everybody, and I assure you that from an ally point of view, and I'm telling you this, and I will catch hell for this, but it's the truth. I stand by my truth. That I wish you could have all met my parents. I wish you could have met my mother's side of the family. They're all but dead. My mother and another elder is pretty much that. It's just us, And to be quite honest with you, my generation in the family, I mean, everybody is almost married, and most of them, actually all of them almost, have married foundational Black American people. I want to assure everybody that, this wasn't always the case. When I hear these people of the diaspora speak in these rooms very disrespectfully, what they write. The one that blew me away was that young lady who said that filthy Black Americans. It's just, this is ignorance.
Right.
Yes. Okay. The Black immigrants of my parents' era used to hire these people that you're hearing in these rooms to come clean their house. These are not top level people. Do you understand? I'm telling you this.
Yes, indeed.
So I want to thank you because it is true. If it wasn't for your ancestors, there's nobody in the world that has the kind of history that you have. And I've often said, not even Shakespeare could have written it more beautifully.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
indeed. Be proud of every single thing that your ancestors have done in this country. Don't let these, my father used to say this to me. My name is Jackie. He used to say to me, don't let them beat you, Jack. Don't let them beat you, Jack. Tariq, I'm going to tell you something too. And I know I'm taking up a lot of your space, but I have to tell you this. Like, Mother Khadijah has passed away. This meant so much to me because my father was Nation of Islam in New York City. And he used to take me to Madison Square Garden almost every month to see Farrakhan speak, and his wife was there, and to see her pass away. And somebody made a comment in the space that not even Barack and Michelle Obama have given him any kind of love for the 72 years that he's been married to Mother Khadijah.
Right. And you know what? And let me build on that. And thank you so much, beloved.
Thank you.
It's something. The BET Awards gave honor and praise to Clive Davis because Clive Davis just passed away. But they did not give an acknowledgement to Farrakhan's wife. All right. Just keep that in your back pocket, by the way. All right. Put that in your back pocket. Keep it in your back pocket. A lot of people acknowledge that little faux pas. Not that serious. What's up, brother?
How you doing, Tyreek, man? I just want to get up here and tell you, man, I was one of them brothers that was lost, caught up in the Democratic Party, man, and it took good men like yourself, Daniel, and I see Ant CEO in here, brothers like that, man, that intellectual brothers that brought me around to understand who I am. You know what I mean? A true foundational Black American, man. And I just want to tell you, man, I appreciate y'all, man. Them dudes right there really. I mean, man, listen, when I listen to y'all, bro, I'm literally sitting down, I'm writing stuff down, man. And I just got up here to tell you that real fast, man. I'm from the bottom. I'm from Mississippi.
That's right.
Now, them where the true foundation is at. If you true.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they ain't playing with none of that, man. And you ain't gonna see too much of all that running around them, man. But I just want to get up here and show my appreciation, man. And I'm gonna leave on that.
Thank you so much.
Electric Root Work.
I like
Electric Root Work. Electric Root Work. Electric Root Work. Electric Root Work.
You gotta do AI killing it right there, man. Killing it. I'm like, the AI do it great.
Salute family and welcome back to another video. This is Black Truth United, and today we're going to be covering the FBA threat database, and we're specifically doing a side-by-side comparison with Tougaloo College and their Sundown town map. Now, first I want to clarify that this is not a diss to Tougaloo College, but it will be a critique of some of the data that they have, and I think that it'll allow our people to realize that this data is not redundant. Sometimes when you present something, people pop out of the woodworks and say, hey, that already exists. You just wasted your time.
Yeah, and I suggest, this is my suggestion, my personal suggestion, because this brother is extremely intelligent, very nice, genuinely decent man, you know what I mean, kind and everything and such. I recommend that when we have like certain spaces in the new Black media, yeah, in the new Black media, that, you know, we already highlighted Black Truth United and several other platforms, you know what I mean? And so this is a very, very big thing. It's like, you know, our answer to a green book for this generation, right? So as these boycotts and things are happening, you know, you see a whole bunch of inspirational reels and whatnot, talking with our people talking about, look, you know, start making a list and, you know, put them on the list, you know, this, that. There's already a database created, you know what I mean? It was like, let's create one. It's like that's been going on for like 2 weeks solid. And like don't forget, we still have the hair braiding shops that we're still boycotting. Let's not get complacent. But these are things that are like, it's already there for you. So if you're on the new Black medium spectrum, like, I mean, you know what's going on, you know which broadcasters or signal boosters or activists you're going to listen to, or what you're going to listen to. It's already, the work is damn near done for you, you know. So like a lot of stuff is like everybody's so elated, like, oh, it feels good to spend Black dollars with Black people. This is what we were supposed to been doing. This is what people that do actually do spend their money with Black people. It's like, and I've been there, like you just catching up. This feel good feeling you have, it should have been happening like 20, 40 years ago. You know what I mean? At least 20. You're like, this is nothing new. For me, I'm like, you're elated, like, for doing the right thing? This is what we're supposed to be doing. This is what we're supposed to been doing. It's what Dr. Clyde Anderson was talking about. This is like, you know what I'm saying? So this is what it is. So like sometimes I hear it and I'm just like, I roll my eyes like, you're just catching up and this feeling is just barely taking over you. Okay, you like it, I love it. I'll be elated for you, with you, right? Knowing good goddamn well, I expect to have an opportunity. I don't right now, but like where I'm at used to be a lot more Black businesses. You know, so like I was just in one yesterday for like 2 hours chopping it up over nothing. I wasn't even in there for shit. Just in there just bullshitting. You know what I mean? Talking about B1 topics. B1 topics. And every time, I swear to God, there's like me and two other brothers, in there just chopping it up. And every time the door would open, white people come in to come make purchases, in the little store or whatnot. And they all look like twacked out clucks. I was like, man. It's like we just immediately stop talking. As soon as the door makes a little ding dong, the little sound, we immediately stop talking. No more talking. Till everything's on their way out. They were back to gossiping. So this is like nothing new, family. For me, like this is nothing new. Like we've have people that have took the Black dollar idea from our sister B, capitalized on it, and is actually acting like an active movement still to this day, every Saturday. Even though it was Sister B that was like, look, we should do this. You know what I mean? We said Black summits, things like that, where you go in and like, it was just maybe a few years ago, we were all kicking it in this little warehouse. And there was like 30 people with little booths, you know what I mean? Selling jewelry to homemade chessboards, like, African-esque this, Black this. We had homeopathic healers. We had everything there. Painters. We had people that made blankets and all kinds of shit. Like, I've been thinking about that on my own personal time. Like, what can I do, to start getting camera ready like I used to be, you know? So I do little lives and stuff like that. Stuff like that. So I've been thinking about, little stuff like maybe I need a hobby. Because I get burnt out, So I say that because this is nothing new. And we can have everything that we've been boycotting. There's a slight problem, but really we just need to find the most experienced individuals amongst us that know how to negotiate with wholesalers or who knows how to start something from the ground up. Things that we don't know about doing, but we can do because we can create that asset or resource for our people in our community. Meaning, I myself am living in an apartment building that has no motherfucking washer and dryer anywhere. It's across the street, okay? So we can do stuff like that. We can make it more geared towards us. Also, too, another fun fact, we can create little things for our children. Like, for example, Give them a motherfucking pop machine or a vending machine. Make them show how it works. Put it in the neighborhood, and let them be their boss, so they can start creating something. You never know. One pop machine could turn into 15 pop machines, could turn into something else later on. You know what I mean? All that change, all this money, all adds up at the end of the day. You know, all while teaching life skills. You know what I mean? And give our children something to do so they can inspire others like them. I'm going to talk about the buff classes and white to talk about young Black children or teenagers inspiring other young Black teenagers to save their money, you know, get something that's damn near obsolete and make it better again. Man, I just bought a soda yesterday from the pop machine downstairs that I thought was broken. You know what I mean? It was costly as a motherfucker. That's another thing. We need to bring it down. See you know, you got to bring it down. You can't just keep raising the money, raising prices and shit like that. We also got to show our children what it looked like to boycott businesses that aren't exactly businesses and people who are not FBA friendly or FBA conscientious and are on some other shit. We need to show them how to deal with that, because we don't want to create another generation of Tethers, anchors, coons, sellouts, any of that shit. Butter biscuit eating, walnut head, motherfucking people. You know, we don't want to do that. So this is a good opportunity. All while shit's going crazy, we should think about little things like that. And, you know, for example, I think about, like, you know, when we get like a reparations package, I think about like that, you know, to where you can do stuff if you want to with like a little piece of your portion, you know, if you want to develop something for the children that raises money, that's, you know what I mean, that's for them, like to move them forward. Is I think that there's a lot of I know it always goes on the ballot. You know, they take out taxes for this and that, or they ask for fundraising for this school or that school or whatever, but nothing's really truly ever goes to the children. Like if they raise taxes, they always take about school lunch and shit. Man, well, the food should have been a given anyway in America, especially with the children. Should thank the Panthers. They should have never got to this like constant raiding of fucking your wallet 24/7 on shit that they don't do. They're supposed to do, they don't do. Instead, they still continue throughout the year to tax the parent for fucking lunch and breakfast or whatever that they can't obviously do. I mean, like right now, if I had a kid right now in school, my kid would be suffering because I couldn't provide breakfast or lunch type meals. Why? Because the fucking cost of everything is so fucking expensive. But I would lean on this in my defense. I've been paying taxes for like 20-something motherfucking years for children to get fed for free. The money's right there. Where you? No, it's been there. You ain't using it for what it's meant for. You see what I'm saying? Why do we gotta keep putting in on it when it should already have been taken care of? And you see what I'm saying though? That it's always like they always want to make it seem like we don't do enough. We're not using, you know, they need more tax money to continue to lie, gaslight. You dig? So we gotta make sure we put that down too. Also, Felly, I don't know, but I think that, you know, we live in certain states, like we have certain schools in areas where Black children are, where the teachers are actively fucking racist racist beyond supremacist. They're like, it's just like they don't give a fuck what happens. They give your child books to read, just making sure they have a full understanding that they're going from there to fucking prison and no jobs or ambitious dreams or anything. Also, too, I don't think we're even talking to our children anymore about what they want to do with their lives. You know, as far as like what goals do they got? What do they really want? And I say that because I know I came from, and I'm very disgruntled about this as of late. come from a family that didn't ask me a motherfucking thing, and I probably wouldn't have gave him a chance anyway because I was boning out, running away all the time. And just, you know what I mean? I was hardly ever home until they took me away. You know what I mean? But nobody ever asked me, and I know that I have a younger half brother. No one definitely asked him, and I think he wouldn't even know what to think because he's been like a little workhorse his whole life. Let him tell it. I like really need to think about this because we shouldn't just be forced to pick up trades and do AI and shit because that's our only options. You know what I mean? Or growing food or whatever, just being dismissed like the whole point of doing this now is so that generation's children don't have to go through the same fucking mess that we're going through right now. You know what I mean? So it's Generation X and then the ones beyond are really fighting for the motherfucking future, you know? At this point, they just want to groom our children. So I say all that because if we're going to be elated, talking about feels good to spend black dollars here and there, feels good to, do this and that, let's stay consistent, blah, 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 blah. We really have to mean it. And that starts there with them too, with our children, especially our young black boys and black girls, you know what I mean? Because they're being targeted on so many different levels. One to put them in prison or to keep them under the curve of fucking reaching their full potential, with school, because they're too busy on the internet. They're not learning reading, writing, and arithmetic, or probably don't even know how to use a pencil, yeah, because everything's so swipe left or right. You know what I mean? Use your thumb or your first finger, like that. I don't, if they get a chance to pick up a book, I don't know if they even have the capacity, patience-wise, to get through it. That's some serious shit. Let alone do math or work out problems, like round, like bring this up here, to lower this down there, divide this into that. You see what I'm saying? There's like, I got a calculator. That ain't shit. Everybody knows this is lazy work. But I'm just saying, we have a prime opportunity to create something with all of this somewhere, somehow, and make it good for us, where we prosper and our children prosper and their children prosper and are safe. And not only just safe, but consciously educated and aware of their circumstantial situations. You know what I mean? So, that's all I got to say about that. Ponder on it. So,
And trust me, I wish that the data listed in the FBA threat database was already listed somewhere, but it wasn't. And we're going to do a side-by-side comparison to prove that today. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to go to blacktruthunited.com, the place where you go to get the B1 Rolodex, as well as the FBA threat database. Now you have the Sheets version, you also have the map version, and if you haven't watched the tutorial video yet, make sure that you watch that one before you watch this video. So here we go. Let me zoom out with the data. Everything in the Excel sheet is right there in the map. Now let me go to Tougaloo College. You can get directly to the Sundown Town map by clicking that link directly. But even if you're searching for it on their website, you should be able to go to this one. I believe it's the third one. Yep, right here. And this one organizes the data by state. So you can click on, for example, Texas, and then click on any of the regions and check to see. This one surely was a Sundown Town. De Leon. And I can guarantee you that it's in this data as well, as long as it's nothing new that they added within the past couple of months. So I'll use Control F. Here I just type that in, and as you can see, it's inside of the FBA threat database, meaning it's also in the map. So let me scroll up here. They have you go to the map. Let me actually go back. Yeah, here we go. Right here. This is the better version of their map. Just click on it. Now, the first thing you're going to notice is that the dots are all different. You can check the legend to the map to see what the colors mean. Now, some of them seem kind of strange to me, to be honest. For example, the label, I don't know, and the unlikely biracial label, just kind of strange information that you would have on a Sundown Town map. But hey, this is how they decided to do things. I do want to point out that this data is limited to the US, So that already is an advantage of the FBA threat database. You have international locations listed for international travelers because, again, keep in mind, this is not just a Sundown Town map. It goes based on current information. So anyway, here you have data that I didn't really find all that helpful. Some of these said unlikely, always biracial, black town or township. That doesn't mean much to me because there have been plenty of black towns that have been viciously attacked by white supremacists and their allies. So what data really was important to me was the Shirley and also some of the probable data, but mainly the Shirley Sundown Town data, which, as you can see, there's a huge clump in the Midwest. But let me just click on one right here, St. Louis Park. As you can see, groups excluded, it says Blacc. So this one is surely going to be inside of the FBA threat database. Hit here, type in the same exact thing, and as you can see, it's listed. But obviously with the polygon as opposed to the dot. Also, you can see all the different areas that are nearby as well. Let me zoom in here just to show you how theirs looks. So they have 2 places listed here. I'm pretty sure we have this one as long as it says Blacc. Yep. See how they mix in Jewish over there? But it did exclude our people, so it's going to be listed. Here we have it. Edina, Minnesota. Historical racist and/or Sundown Town data. So that's listed. Again, keep in mind, these are historical Sundown Towns. This map does not take into account the modern Sundown Town data, but there are even other criticisms that I have. For example, if you go over here to the west, I know Idaho and Washington are famous. Yep. For example, right here, Clark Fork, they have quote unquote Sundown Town data, which excluded the Chinese. So this isn't really data that's pertinent to FBA, so it won't be listed in the FBA threat database unless our group was also affected. So if I type in here, the exact location, it's not there, but we do have some spots here in Idaho. Let me just zoom in to show you. I think these are like white supremacist hubs. Yeah, these are zones where you had a whole bunch of white supremacist groups. So just something to keep in mind. It's only going to include FBA data, not data from other groups like Asians. Whereas the data listed here on Tougaloo will include all different groups. So next we're going to zoom into a particular area. I want to just show you this just to really drill home a point. Now I've clicked Shirley, Sundown Town areas, and here in the deep south, you only have one place listed in Mississippi, which is of course listed in the FBA threat database. One place in Louisiana, a couple of places here in Alabama, a couple places in Georgia, and you know damn well there are tons of areas which were and are currently Sundown Town areas. Now let me show you that same region just in the FBA threat database. And there you go. I think you can see a major difference from Louisiana to Mississippi to Alabama and Georgia. All those areas have tons of threats that were simply not in the book or in the data from Tougaloo College. Now, when I say in the book, I'm specifically talking about the book Sundown Towns from author James Lowen. This is the main person that Tougaloo College is using on their website, and this is the main book that they pulled data from. Trust me, I know because I read it. But to be honest, there are even things that Tougaloo College missed from this particular book. We'll cover that a little bit later. Let's go through some of the towns that they do have under Shirley. Yeah, one place, for example, here, Neuvo, or however you pronounce it, Alabama. I'll go here. Of course, it's listed because it pertained to us. So that place is listed. But keep in mind, it's listed amongst various other towns and locations with more recent data pulled from. And that brings me to my next point. As you can see, most of the spots are located here in the Midwest region. Now, you may be asking, why is that the case? And a quick Wikipedia search should help you. I typically don't use this website, but if you look up the author, James Lowen, who worked on the book Sundown Towns, you can see that he's from Decatur, Illinois. So if I take this and I type this into the map, check out what happens. Let me zoom out so that you can see the trend. So as you can see, the data that's backed up, or I should say that is sure, is all centered mainly in this location, a huge clump. There are some places scattered elsewhere, but even if you go to the probable, again, all centered around James Lowen's hometown. Possible, again, all centered around that area, whereas other regions are neglected. So this is not a diss to his data. but it's just an acknowledgement to the fact that most of the data he had was from areas that he was aware of, but there were tons of different spots that were not documented in his book. And speaking of that book, I know most people, including the people who created this map, have not gone through the book Sundown Towns, possibly because of how large of a book it is. Definitely not an easy read, but also because if you look in this book, you'll see various towns that the map itself is missing. Now, I do want to say that they got most of the places, but there were plenty of places, even easy places, that were listed in the 3 main maps of this book, which were missing. So let me give you an example. Let me just type some of these towns in. Now, this one I believe they do have. Germantown, Illinois. This, in fact, was a sundown town, and it is listed. Let me get a new place. Rosaclare, another place that is listed. So they're doing good so far. Now let me type in Lincoln Park, Michigan. And as you can see, things start to break down because this place is clearly listed in the book Sundown Towns from James Lowen. I can prove that to you here on the map. As you can see, anything that has bold caps is a confirmed sundown town, and Lincoln Park is one of the places listed. And keep in mind, these are the easy ones. These are ones that were located in the maps, not throughout the text. There were plenty of hidden sundown towns all throughout the book, which were not as easy to find as the ones listed here in the map. So, as you can see, that's one location that is missing, and there are plenty of others. Let me go here to another one. This was also listed on the same page, Gross Isle, and as you can see, once again, it is not listed in the map. Now let me give you another one. These are sundown town counties throughout Indiana. So let me just pick one of these at random. Let me just pick the thin one right there in the middle, Martin County. We're going to see if they have this listed on Tougaloo's map. So I'll type that in real quick. And as you can see, it is not listed. So that's definitely something I would consider inexcusable. I mean, once I see something like that, the data itself comes into question, which is again why I went with mainly areas that were surely sundown town areas, as opposed to just any and everything that's on this particular map. And of course, if I type in the same locations that I was just looking for inside of their map using the FBA threat database, you're easily able to find all of them. Let me just type in Barton County real quick. As you can see, that one is located right there. You also have other towns and other counties which were confirmed through various sources, not just the book Sundown Towns, but a wide variety of sources. So let me zoom out here and let me actually erase this filter just so you can see I wasn't making this up. They don't even have these listed as probable or possible when we know that they were surely sundown towns. So let me go to Martin County, and I do see one place listed which looks like a probable, but it's not the county, it's just a town which is in the county. I don't even think this is listed in the FBA threat database because again, I didn't add everything that was a probable. I went off of mainly the Shirleys, some probables, especially if I got other indicators from other data, but it's just something to consider. Now let me show you where the real danger is if you go based on this particular map and are using it as a basis. Right here, I'm going to type in the town Jasper, Texas. Now you should know this place from an infamous story regarding Brother James Byrd, who was lynched in this town. This is an infamous sundown town, place where our people should not be for safety reasons. As you can see, it's missing from Tougaloo's map. Now let me type in Vidor, Texas. I'm pretty sure they have this one. I think I did see this one. So yes, they do have Vidor, Texas as Shirley. So that's a well-known one. Now let me type in another Jasper, but this time I'm going to type in Jasper, Alabama, which is also a sundown town. In fact, there are 3 Jaspers that you should avoid. Here we have Jasper, Alabama, and of course it is not listed on Tougaloo's map. However, if you go to the FBA threat database and you type in these same areas, Jasper, Texas, you get the real as far as how dangerous it is. Jasper, Alabama, also listed, danger level 5, very dangerous area. So again, this is why a more modernized version of threats is necessary through the FBA threat database. And let me zoom in here to another zone here in Colorado. Here we have modern data I know because I added this myself. And if I'm not mistaken, if I go here a little bit closer, I'll find that this is where the black farmers, yep, this is where the black farmers are being harassed up in Colorado. So again, this is more pertinent data, racial harassment, violent threats, things that pertain to us here and now, not necessarily old and in some cases outdated sundown town data. Also, let me zoom into another city here on the West Coast, LA. You can see some of the groups, the Peckerwoods, the Armenians, some infamous police departments, just a whole lot of data that will keep you informed. Here's a historical site where our sister Latasha Harlings was slain, racially targeted, and unalived. Now that location is no longer there, but the tag is important so that our people are aware of what occurred. Here you have Riverside's police department, infamous. And also, if you didn't know, Dr. Khalid Muhammad was targeted inside of Riverside. Right here is the area where the assassination attempt occurred. So, just a whole lot of data pertinent to us, for us, by us. And to be fair, they do mark this as historical data. So, that is a big difference. Whereas our data is more modern and includes various sources. Tougaloo's data just being one of them. And again, you can check everything I put. I have surely or probable data added, some of the probable data. So just know when I add something, like when I added the book Sundown Towns, trust and believe that I've gone through it line by line and have all the places listed that are pertinent to us. But now let me give you an example. Let's say you live in Kansas City. Shout out to the Kansas City family. Much respect. Let me scroll down here in the intro and help section to submitting an FBA threat. So let's say you're from Kansas City and you know about a location that is not listed. You would go here, you would fill in the information, who you are, where you're from, what the location is, what the dangers are, all that kind of information. Then you'd add a threat level based on what you know. You'd add specific data as far as what happened. If it's not a first-hand account, make sure you cite your source and then leave a way for me to contact you. Also, let's say that you're in Kansas City and you're saying that this specific area named Kimi, Missouri, that's not that dangerous anymore. It used to be an area where people were excluded, but it really is more like danger level 1. So let me go here, not to the anti-blacklist form, but this last form right here. Click this, and this is a form for adjusting the danger level. So I briefly talked about this on the other video. Again, you have a link to the other form in case it's not listed, but we're assuming that it's listed and that you're just looking to adjust that danger level. So you're going to go through, fill in all the information, and then change the danger level to what you think it is right now, as well as providing a brief description as to why it is that danger level. It could be higher than what it's listed as. But then again, give me a way to contact you so I can reach out, ask any questions, and then we're good. I'll look at the data, scrutinize every entry, and add it to the thread database if it checks out, because you know we always get trolls. But this is how we're going to build a thorough and comprehensive thread database that we can go off of. Again, no disrespect to Tougaloo College. I learned a lot from their data, took a lot from their data, but this is more of a testament to the growing need that we have for more modern and accurate data from the people for the people. And that's what the FBA threat database provides. So with all that being said, I want to take the time out to give a shout out to the recent contributors of the channel. Shout out to Brother Cyberdime 100, Sister Baz 72, and Sister Tanya Lewis. Greatly appreciated. Now with all that being said, be one, be safe, and be blessed, family. Peace.
Thank you, Black Truth United. Next one is Tori Reloaded.
What's going on, y'all? And I'm here to do another.
I have to say, I fucking hate Matt Walsh. I'll be right back, family. I'm step away for a few minutes. I gotta go to the restroom and I gotta put one of the cats in jail. I'll be right back, okay? But this is good. This is really good. Hold on a second. We're getting the chair.
What's going on, y'all? And I'm here to do another reaction style video. It has been it's been a long time since I did a reaction video. It's been a couple of months the last time I did it, but let me just give the disclaimer. When it comes to the reactions, y'all know that means that there's going to be pauses in here where I give my take on the things that the person who I'm reacting to is going to say. So what I'll do is I will leave the link to the full video pinned to the top of the comments, and you can go and watch the full video for yourself. But considering the subject matter, I wouldn't be surprised if you did not click on to the full video. And now that I think about it, I think the last time I did a reaction style video, I could barely get through it. And I think that was on Anton Daniels. So we'll see if we can make it through today. But Matt Walsh did this video. It's been about, by the time you see this, the video will be about a couple weeks old. And he's been doing these series of videos on Black history lately, or in his case, revisionist history. He's done one on slavery, and he's done a couple of others. Well, today, this one is about Emmett Till. And I'm like, oh God, what lie is he about to concoct about this one? So let's go ahead now and get into it and see what BS he's going to say, because I know that's exactly what it's going to be.
I mean, that's the whole point here, that, you know, seeing through this kind of propaganda isn't easy when the propaganda was written more than 70 years ago, but we should try anyway, just to see what we might find out. You know, again, they're lying blatantly to our faces about events that we all experienced, and that in most cases were caught on video for the whole world to see. If they can and do lie about those sorts of things, imagine what kind of lies they can tell about events that none of us experienced, with no videos to go back and check to confirm the record.
Let me stop right here already. The fact that this man is sitting up here and talking about lies as if he's a truth teller himself is an insult to my intelligence and probably everybody else that's listening to the sound of my voice right now.
Consider every supposed racist atrocity from decades or centuries ago, every quote unquote innocent minority wrongfully persecuted by racist whites. I'm not saying that all of those stories aren't true. I'm saying that you can't assume that they are true. You have to go back with a skeptical eye, willing to question even the narratives that are most taken for granted, indeed, especially those narratives. So let's go through a couple of examples now. Let's begin that process today. And
I want you to understand this. When he does these type of videos right here, which he, again, like I said, he's done plenty of them so far, he only talks about the atrocities that fell upon Black people at the hands of white people. And he frames it in a way where he's trying to basically let the white person off the hook and make the Black victim seem like they were the aggressor or the perpetrator, or they somehow deserve what happened to them. So I'm kind of giving you a hint at where he's going, or where he's about to go at with this narrative, even though for the most part, every Black person in America knows the Emmett Till story from top to bottom and everywhere in between. And there's even some stuff that you may not have known, but you know the basics, at least, of this story. What he's doing here, again, is nothing more than revisionist history to make it seem like Emmett Till was the one in the wrong, or somehow that he deserved it. Like he's going to go there. So consider this like a trigger warning for anybody out there who might get offended or will get offended by anything Matt Walsh says. Just understand, this dude is nothing more than an anti-Black propagandist.
For the killing of a 14-year-old Black boy named Emmett Till. Now, there's a good chance that you've almost certainly heard of Emmett Till. As the writer Steve Saylor has pointed out, he's not just a fixture in high school history textbooks. He was also center stage during the BLM hysteria of the past few years. Quote, Emmett Till, who was murdered in 1955, has been mentioned in 427 different New York Times articles over just the last 10 years. Emmett Till was mentioned more often in American books in 2022 than in any previous year. So as far as enduring myths go, Emmett Till is certainly up there. The basic narrative, which you've probably been told in school and by the media, is that Till was abducted and lynched by racist white people in Mississippi back in 1955. His crime allegedly was just simply whistling at a pretty white woman in a grocery store. Her name was Carolyn Bryant Donham. And it was a serious violation of racial codes at the time. So Bryant, who was very offended, lied to her family and told them that Emmett Till had groped her. This is the story. And in response, Bryant's husband and his half-brother hunted the boy down a few days later, abducted him from a cabin, and brutally lynched him. The story was a major catalyst for the civil rights movement. Many decades later, in her 70s, Bryant admitted that she had lied about Emmett Till. Black activists then demanded that prosecutors charge her with a crime, and ultimately Bryant died before they could get their vengeance. That is the official narrative. A few years ago, when Bryant passed away,
that's the main narrative. Anything else that he says past this is basically him doing a retelling of the story, which will be nothing but a bunch of lies. That's pretty much the surface of the story. Of course, there's more stuff in there that, of course, Matt will leave out, but that's the basics of the story. Anything else that he says is a bunch of BS, and he knows that.
CBS News repeated this version of events verbatim on air. Watch.
Carolyn Bryant Dunham, the white woman who accused Emmett Till of making advances towards her, has died. 14-year-old Emmett Till was kidnapped and brutally murdered by Bryant's then husband and his half-brother in Mississippi in 1955 over the allegation. The two men were acquitted in his killing by an all-white jury, but later confessed in an interview. The case gained national attention after Emmett Till's mother allowed Jet magazine to take and publish photos of her son's mutilated body in an open casket. The horrific image shocked the nation and served as the catalyst for the civil rights movement. Years after Till's death, Dunham admitted to fabricating parts of her story, although she was never charged with a crime.
Now, the problem here is that virtually every aspect of what that anchor just said is a fabrication. First,
here we go, y'all. Here we go.
First of all, Emmett Till was not accused of merely making advances towards Bryant. That's an extremely, I guess we would say, sanitized and deliberately misleading way to present the story. According to Bryant's testimony in court, as well as her memoir, Emmett Till grabbed her hand and said, "How about a date, baby?" And when she tried to flee, Emmett Till followed her to the cash register, forcefully grabbed her waist and said, "What's the matter, baby? Can't you take it?"
I don't know about you. Has anyone ever heard that version of the story? Not saying that it isn't true, but I don't know. Has anyone ever heard that version? You got to ask this question because, again, this is Matt Walsh at the end of the day. You can't really take anything he says seriously. Did anybody ever hear that version? Because this is my first time ever hearing that, especially with all the stories that I've heard over the years. That never came up. And you would think if what Matt is saying right here was ironically true, that would have been something that we would have heard about years ago when we first learned about this.
Told her she didn't need to be afraid and explained, quote, "I've been with white women before." Emmett Till did not leave the store until one of his friends entered and forcefully removed him. So this was, according to her, an attempted sexual assault, not just an advance.
And again, this is Carolyn Bryant, and she admitted that she fabricated the story. So easily right there, she's telling you that she lied. So how do we know that what Matt is saying right here isn't a lie as well? Again, let me continue.
Now, these facts are obviously not flattering for Emmett Till, and for what it's worth, this behavior would not be out of character for the Till family. I think it's worth noting Emmett's father was named Lewis Till. He enlisted in the Army during World War II to avoid going to prison for domestic violence. But Lewis Till's behavior did not change overseas. He was court-martialed for the murder of an Allied civilian during the Italian campaign, as well as the rape of 2 pregnant Italian women.
Now, this was also one of those things where, again, like his father had that accusation on him, and then who would have thought years later the same thing would happen to his son. So again, what Matt Walsh is trying to do here is say that, oh, this is the apple not falling too far from the tree narrative. Oh, his father was accused of doing something like this, so I'm not surprised that the son was accused of doing the same thing years later. Again, it was never proven that his dad even did what he was accused of. It's just that his dad met a fate, and so did his son. Again, it was never proven. Again, it was just accusations. And also look at the time in which this occurred. So that's the angle Matt Walsh is trying to do of, oh, if his dad did it, then I'm not surprised his son did it too.
Ultimately, he was found guilty and hanged. And incidentally, he had been incarcerated at the same military prison as the American poet Ezra Pound, who was jailed for treason. Pound even wrote a verse about Lewis Till saying, "Till was hung yesterday for murder and rape with trimmings." Now, of course, the fact that Emmett Till's father was a domestic abuser and a rapist does not by itself demonstrate that Emmett Till did anything wrong. But, if we're just being logical about it, it makes it more likely that he would engage in similar conduct and take.
See what I just said? he's doing the apple not falling too far from the tree thing. And then he's now putting this stuff on Emmett Till's father. I don't know if Emmett Till's father was what Matt Walsh is accusing him of, because, again, we were not there. And what proof does he have that this even happened? Again, this is at a time when Black men were accused of just any and everything. That's why you got these Karens running around here acting and running them up. Just like the video I just recently did about that woman in the on the nature trail with her dog and saying that these men had a weapon and her acting all crazy. Literally, this is why I say they are their clansesters. Matt Walsh is his clansesters as well. Just sitting up here just blatantly lying on not one, but two deceased Black men. Well, Emmett Till was a boy, a Black boy, and his father.
Taken together with Bryant's testimony, it's obviously context that makes her claim more credible, though still none of us can ever know for sure what really happened in that store that day. I mean, we really don't know for sure. But
you don't know for sure, but you just threw out this accusation because you weren't there. But apparently, because, you know, I'm white and I say so, it just had to be true.
The major lie about Emmett Till is what happened many years after his death. And the claim from the left and the media and activists is that Bryant later recanted her allegations that Emmett Till had physically assaulted her. They say that Bryant admitted in her dying years that she made the whole thing up and she feels really bad about it. This is a core part of the story, and here's ABC repeating that claim. Listen.
We're coming. Reverend Wheeler Parker says that his Bible tells him to forgive. And he says that's what he's doing here. Thank you. Taking an overnight train to Mississippi with his wife, trying to make peace. Oh, my goodness. With the murder of his cousin by a clan of racists.
If you dwell on it, you'll come out of it injured.
Nearly 70 years ago to this day. This is where the white woman who worked here claimed that his 14-year-old cousin had grabbed her, put his hands around her waist, and then told her he had slept with white women before. It was all over the daily papers with quotes from a young Wheeler Parker calling 21-year-old Carolyn Bryant a pretty lady, interviews he says he never gave. Bryant and her husband Roy owned the store. In 2007, she told a book writer that she lied, and then she died in 2023. Never apologizing to the Black families.
What you should notice about all these stories is how definitive they are. All the official versions of the Emmett Till story make the claim that beyond a shadow of a doubt, Bryant admitted she was wrong. Pretty much everyone accepts this version of events, to the point that just a couple of years ago, Black activists tried to have the elderly woman thrown in prison. At the time, she was in her 80s and in failing health. But they didn't care. They went all the way to a grand jury, which rejected their claims.
Which is interesting because didn't they want to throw Bill Cosby in jail at his very elderly age, like, you know, in the 80s, in his 80s, considering that all those women, for the most part, were lying or at the very least fabricating their stories. But I bet people like Matt Walsh didn't care about his age and remember in his health. But because it's her, she just, it's no way that we can just possibly throw her in there because of her failing health. Let me continue.
Watch.
Well, a grand jury in Mississippi today declined to indict the white woman whose accusations set off the lynching of Emmett Till nearly 70 years ago. Carolyn Bryant Dunham, now 88, initially claimed that Till made unwanted advances towards her at her family's grocery store. It led to the brutal torture and lynching of the 14-year-old. The prosecutor said the grand jury found insufficient evidence to charge Dunham.
Here are just a few of the top comments on that video to give you an idea of the public reaction. Quote, "She's definitely going to hell." Quote, "You got to be kidding me. Don't worry. God knows what you did. We know what you did. One day you'll receive what you deserve. May God hold Emmett in his hands." Quote, "Always angers me when the truly evil live to a ripe old age." Now, those are the least deranged quotes I can find. It's all out bloodlust over a dying woman in her 80s.
Oh, see what I mean? But these are the same people that want Carmelo Anthony to fry. And by the way, he's gone on a tear about Carmelo Anthony on his channel. I mean, he's done so many videos about Carmelo Anthony. So I can only imagine what he's saying there. We're not going to go over those. But I can only imagine what he said in those videos about him.
And it's all based on a total fabrication. Bryant never recanted her allegation. The claim that she recanted was made by a historian named Timothy Tyson. He wrote a book in 2017 called The Blood of Emmett Till, in which he claimed that Bryant recanted her claims about Till in 2008, many decades after the incident. He recorded all this, all of his interviews for the book, including his interviews with Bryant, standard practice for historians who are writing a book.
Something we know that you are not.
You'd think he'd be able to support his claims, especially a claim as explosive as that one. But it turns out that somehow Tyson's transcripts and audio recordings did not capture this bombshell admission. The FBI opened an investigation into Tyson's claim, since it would obviously be relevant to a criminal proceeding, even if the statute of limitations had expired, and they found no support for it whatsoever. This is from the Washington Post. The article is from 2021. Quote, the Justice Department has closed the latest federal investigation into the 1955 lynching of Emmett Till in rural Mississippi. Federal authorities reopened the case 3 years ago after a new book reported that Bryant had denied in an interview that Till had made any advances. In theory, that could have meant she lied in decades-old court proceedings. Justice Department officials said Monday that when the FBI questioned Bryant about these allegations, about these alleged statements to the book's author, she said she did not make them, and the author's interview tape and transcripts do not show her making such statements. The book said Bryant told Tyson that Till had not come on to her sexually, a disclosure that directly contradicted her testimony 6 decades earlier, when she told a jury that Till grabbed her by the waist and uttered obscenities. In a statement, Justice Department said the FBI was unable to confirm Tyson's assertion that Donham had recanted her prior testimony. When agents interviewed her, she denied ever recanting and provided no new information, Justice Department statement said. Authorities concluded there was insufficient evidence to prove that she ever told the professor that any part of her testimony was untrue. Although the professor represented that he had recorded 2 interviews with her, he provided the FBI with only 1 recording, which did not contain any recantation. A transcript of Tyson's other interview also did not contain the alleged recantation, officials said. Separately, NBC News reported that, quote, but Donham denied to federal investigators that she lied in her testimony, a source of knowledge of the case said, and there were inconsistencies with statements made by Tyson. So to recap, to this day, they're lying to us about what the woman alleged Emmett Till did to her. They're lying by claiming the woman recanted her claim. She didn't. And they're burying a lot of information about the case, about Emmett Till, including the fact that his father was a rapist.
And there he goes again. And he's for sure that his dad was a violator, even though he doesn't have proof of that himself. And he just read all of that to try to disprove what this Tyson person said, but he gonna sit up there and for sure say that Emmett Till's father was who he was, even though he has no proof. So literally, you are a hypocrite. You are doing the same exact thing that you're accusing this reporter or this journalist of doing, whoever wrote this author who wrote this book.
And with all that in mind, you have to wonder if they're telling the truth about any aspect of this particular story. I mean, once they're willing to fabricate important details in order to create a myth, for the purposes of launching the civil rights movement, then there's no reason to trust anything they say about it.
But the thing is, Matt, you can't deny that what they did to this boy was extremely brutal and violent in nature. Notice he never comes in back. He never says that. I don't know if he's going to say it anywhere else in his video, but he never says that what the 2 men who did this to him was violently wrong and very anti-Black and racist. I don't know if he's going to say that or not. All he's talking about is basically trying to make it seem like she's innocent and that Emmett Till somehow deserved what he's got. He's not going to say that, but when you listen to what he says, even up to this point, that's what he's alluding to.
Yeah.
Now, does that mean that his killing was justified? No, obviously not. It was a brutal murder. We know that. There's really no disputing that. But the popular narrative about this case leaves out important details and blatantly lies about others. And there's no disputing that either.
This was 1955, Matt Walsh. 1955. Do you really think that any of this would sound completely lopsided any other way? This is 1950. Again, this is 1955. It is not like this is out of the ordinary or far-fetched that something like this could happen based on a lie. They're still lying to this day. And he's trying to make it seem, basically, he's trying to do this thing of, we should just stop talking about this Emmett Till thing because this is what it is, based on how I see it or how I perceive it. So because of how I perceive it, we should put the nail in the coffin and move on. That's what he's doing. And Matt Walsh loves to do this. He does this all the time.
Which makes you wonder about, what else about this story they aren't telling us. Nothing about the story or any of these kinds of stories can be taken on faith anymore.
Oh, so now anything that happened anti-Black to anyone, it has to be some kind of a loophole there. So that's why he's doing this. He's trying to find loopholes, quote unquote, in the stories that happened to Black people back then, or, you know, just anything anti-Black, and try to poke more holes in it to say, well, this is what it is, so people should just stop worrying about it. That's what he's doing.
Doesn't mean they're all wrong. Any of these kinds of stories you learned in school, you should go back again and check. You cannot assume that any of them are entirely true, and many of them might be entirely wrong.
And that we should just listen to you, right, Matt? We should just listen to everything you say when it comes to our history. Again, he has several videos on his channel where he's doing this, and it's all about us. Again, we live rent-free in their heads. The fact that he can get on here and actually turn his camera on and look at his audience in the face, in the eye, and just sit up here and just lie the way he does. It's like drinking water for him. This is just what he does. And the people was cooking him in the comments, by the way.
I know, like,
if you look at the newer comments that were left from this video, they were cooking his ass, and rightfully so.
And in fact, lynchings in general are one of the most inflammatory aspects of American history, and therefore nobody wants to be honest about them. There's a hysteria about lynchings that led to a federal anti-lynching bill just a few years ago, if you remember that. Even though no Black person has been lynched in this country at all in living memory, white people have certainly been attacked for their skin colors.
Oh, Lord, here we go. Remember the video I just did on Fake'em? Now you see where Fake'em gets it from. It's like they be trading notes. He said, no, wait a minute. He said no Black person's been lynched in living memory. Let me rewind that part just a little bit.
Even though no Black person has been lynched in this country at all in living memory.
Are you serious?
What?
When you watch the RBA,
no Black person has been lynched in this country in living memory. We literally just had a story where there was a young Black man found in his mother's backyard hanging from a tree. We've also heard of other stories in recent years. What the hell is Matt talking about?
Too, the sister in Florida.
Then he goes on to white people are being oppressed. Here we go. You know, this is why I call Matt Walsh the king of whiny white men.
Now, white people have certainly been attacked for their skin color, as we saw at the top of the show.
What?
But there have been no anti-Black lynchings at all in many, many decades.
He's lying. It's lying.
And, you know, there's this idea that if you object to any of the propaganda about lynching, then you must endorse the murder of innocent Black people. But that's
which Matt, let's be real here, you actually do.
You actually do.
You definitely do.
Obviously not true.
You actually
and all that matters is the truth. That's all we're saying about all these stories. What actually happened? What is the truth? You're saying some things that aren't true.
We know it's not true, everything that you've said so far in this video and anything that you're going to say thereafter.
I want to know what the actual truth is. That's all.
No, you don't.
Now, the popular narrative about lynching today is that it was a form of murderous violence inflicted by white people on Black people for racial reasons. Now, it's true, of course, that those kinds of lynchings have occurred in American history.
But I thought you just said there was no living memory of them. Then, so you just contradicted yourself. See how dumb he is? He doesn't even realize he said there's no living memory of lynchings happening, but he just said that there was histories of lynchings that were racially motivated. If that was the case, then why did you say there was no living memory of them then?
Look,
that makes no
white people act like this.
I'm telling you, the typical white supremacist is not the brightest bulb in the box. They're not.
Not anytime recently, which is what made that anti-lynching bill so ridiculous, not to mention the fact that lynching was already very much illegal anyway. And yet even Tuskegee University, which is a historically Black university, admits that between 1882 and 1968, more than, this is according to their tally, more than 27% of lynching victims were white. Now, if lynching was a form of racial violence, then why would a significant percentage of the victims be white?
Open doors.
I literally talked about that in my video on Fake'em when they were talking about the lynchings. White people were lynched by other white people, and it wasn't because of their race. A lot of the times probably because they was helping other Black people, or it was because they wanted land or property, so that's how they did it. It wasn't, but typically 9 times out of 10, it wasn't because
Matt Walsh is a motherfucking washed up motherfucker, right? And I have to blame that fucking What's a Woman documentary as the major start of the epic fucking grifting downfall. Okay, that in my opinion, because other than that, I didn't really know who the fuck he was except some fucking person I didn't really want to hear talk. The more I heard him talk, the more I felt like doing bad things. So I was like, no. But excuse me, I didn't even say but. However, yeah, like white people are just getting murdered hand over fist by black people, or that we're like oppressing them. If you are failing as a white person in America, you ain't got no job, you're not eating right, you're all fucked up, you're doing this like he is. He's very, this looks really down bad. Like, we really gotta say that you gotta go to this level of motherfucking fantasy fiction. I say that because, you know, they are obsessed with us, like fetishizing this shit. Fantasy fiction, right here, telling motherfucking tall tales and lying on it to make yourself seem oppressed. If you're not making it as Matt Walsh, like the types like that, then you suck. You suck majorly. You're not utilizing the gift that fucking is your burden. That is the reason why you go. You know what I mean? You're not utilizing your fucking $1 million worth of white skin to make your way in the world. Since I'm white and I say so, it's a white world type shit. If you're failing, like he obviously is, because I mean he's on YouTube, like as a podcaster, so obviously he's not, you know. I like look at him like, what are you doing, Matt? Like get some help. Like fuck. But he just got the audacity, just like boldface. Like I remember putting on a comment when he's talking shit about that we're overreactive about George Floyd. And George Floyd died at the hospital. And he had fentanyl and all this shit, all this crazy crap, right? And I was like, I had to type in there. It was like, seriously? I was like, this is not the Mandela effect. You cannot tell us what we saw live on our eyes. Like, we witnessed motherfuckers with their cell phones telling the police to get off of George Floyd. We're looking at George Floyd as he's crying for his mother and telling him he can't breathe. Right? He asked for his mother. I mean, it's all bad when a big man like that asks for his mother. That's when you know it's bad. And we watched his body leave his body. You see what I'm saying? All on somebody's motherfucking cell phone, telling them to get off of him. Right? So that was not a made-up situation. That actually happened. No, he did not die somewhere else, because it was a long little minute before the fucking ambulance came to get him off the floor. The whole time, everybody's yelling, "Get off him! Oh, he's dead! You murdered!" All live. So you mean to tell me all the 50 million fucking captured shots of civilians over there yelling and crying all at the same time, screaming murder in the street and all the shit, that was made up? We didn't see that with our own eyes, and his body didn't evacuate itself like it does in death, meaning it goes, everything goes, his body starts to relax, it starts to go into rigor. Like it's a whole fucking thing. You know what I mean? But at that moment, it's like the spirit leaves and the motherfucking, I mean, like it's like it happens. You know? Like we didn't see him kill him. Motherfuckers know what that looked like right there in front of your eyes. They're like, yep, he killed him. That's how I was. I was like, yeah, he just died. But he just died. They killed him. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? He acted like that never really happened. So I typed it like a motherfucker, and they're like, no, you can't act like that. You can't tell us that didn't happen. And we made that up. We went on a whole tirade for fucking for a little while. They could get it under control. You know what I mean? Especially in our city, they were locked up in their police department. You know what I mean? I know it's funny, but shit, that's what happens. And it was like that everywhere. So you need to tell me that civil unrest in every single state because of that was just like, we just had that kind of control, and we just made everybody crash out on principle, just cause, and then we made it up. Come on, man. He's an ass and a flake. He's an ass and a flake. When I watched that documentary about him talking about what's a woman or whatever, he was asking interviews of everybody, including doctors and all that extra shit. And he was asking what's a woman. It's all because of that Kalonji Brown fucking thing when she got, put in to had to answer questions, you know? And she said whatever she said, but it wasn't a real answer. It was like kind of big. So the whole time that fucking thing is going, I made Jesse watch it, which I himself were like, ugh. We were trying to get an understanding because, motherfuckers be coming at us all the time about this transphobia shit. Right? So I was like, nobody gave the right answer. Every time I said, pick me, I got like 11 different ways to tell somebody, about being a woman and all this extra shit. It's not a fucking mystery to me. I don't have an empty answer. I got an actual answer. You know what I mean? What makes a woman? Bam, ask me. I'm ready. I'm a real girl. You see? But they were like, whatever. Yeah, fuck all that PC bullshit. It's very simple. You know what I mean? But ever since then, every other documentary after that has been pretty contrarian. You know what I mean? I'm not saying get liberal with it. I'm just saying don't tell lies. Be honest with it. You know what I mean? You don't have to like it. Just be honest about it. If you're really doing bad as a white person, then you got to go to the extent of saying you're feeling oppressed and it's Black Americans oppressing you. Then your cheese is slipped off the motherfucking cracker for real. And you should be one of those people that Stephen Miller talks about locking up because they're crazy. He would be one of those. Yeah, that would be Matt Walsh. He's going on the list at the top. So say of anybody who's crazy, got mental disorder, anything else, put you in a home and never let you out. And if that's the case, Matt's on the first top of the list. You know what I mean? Just for telling revisionist histories, like making it up. You know what I mean? I know it's YouTube, but it's a world of pure imagination right here. Yeah.
Because they were white. That's typically never what it was. Now, when it comes to Black people, it's definitely because they were Black.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's that thing that he's telling half truths, but he's more telling majority lies.
Like Black news.
But Matt Walsh, he ain't gonna tell you that. Good thing I did do that video fake him, because that's what made me look up the whole thing about white people being lynched and why. And on top of that, it wasn't even Black people that was doing the lynching. So Matt, are you going to talk about that? No, because he'll never talk about white and white crime. Otherwise, he would have did several videos on it.
The answer is that historically, lynching was a form of mob justice. In the vast majority of cases, the victim, white or Black, or any race, was accused of committing a serious crime. Now, often, we can't know exactly how often, but they were indeed guilty of committing the crime. The important...
So now he's saying that if a Black person was lynched, they had to have committed a crime, and they had to be guilty of it. No, see what I mean when I talk about he's literally rewriting history. So now he's basically, what he did was he took what happened with Emmett Till to transfer it into the second half, the back half of this video, to insert more revisionist history about what happened to our people.
Right.
He does this often. That's why it's so easy for him to sit up there and say this without stumbling over his words and look into a camera dead into his audience eyes and say this without breaking a sweat.
Not even
That's what you call a habitual liar.
That's a motherfucker that just...
Those are the people you do not trust at all, from the front or from the back.
The point is that lynching was not an exclusively racial form of violence. Often it had nothing to do with race at all. I mean, we can confidently say that most of the 27% of white victims, assuming that percentage is not an undercount, which is a very massive assumption.
I bet you if he looks up the 27% allegedly that are the white victims that were lynched back in those times, what would he find? Why?
Like 9 people.
Notice he brings up these numbers, which can be questionable, but he never brings up stats. He just throws out a number, but that's typical for him because, you know, he's part of that 1350 crowd.
Well, we can assume that they were not lynched, you know, for racial reasons. Does it make sense then to assume that every black victim was lynched for racial reasons? Of course it doesn't. In a certain significant percent of cases, they were lynched for the same reason whites were lynched, because
no,
not a little bit.
No,
not even remotely close. Cause stop the cap.
They were not.
Stop it, dude.
Like I said, I looked up the reasonings. Like I said, if you wanted to know why, go back and look at that video I did on Fake'em recently, and I pulled up why white people were lynched back in those times, and it had nothing to do with their race. It had nothing to do with the reasoning as to why black people were lynched back in those days either. So he's up here. He's just sitting up here lying. He doesn't pull up one step. He can pull up news clips to try to back his argument. He can pull up little articles written to try to back up his argument. But when he just does this, he doesn't bring up one stat, not one. But that's typical for him.
Because they had committed or were accused of committing a crime. And lynching was not invented in 1882, by the way. It had been used all through the early history of the United States and before that. It happened during colonial times, too. We don't have any data, as far as I could find, on the racial makeup of the victims in the early 19th century and prior to that.
Basically, what he's doing is saying black people need to stop talking about lynchings because it happened to white people, too. So stop making it about race. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to shut it down, but it doesn't work, because even with his number of quote unquote 27%, that's still a very low number. That's under 30% versus the vast majority of black people that this happened to, which is probably near 50%. Notice I said near 50% and not over. Either way, black people who were lynched back then versus white people, it heavily eclipses that number. But he's trying to make it seem like it's a huge, huge number, and it's not. And not even for the reasons that he's giving.
But there's good reason to suspect that a large number of them, perhaps even a majority, perhaps even a large majority, were white. And this wasn't just mob justice. Sometimes it was. Sometimes mobs of angry townsfolk banded together to kill some alleged wrongdoer. And sometimes they would do that even though they had a court system and jails that could have brought the alleged criminal to justice in a, civilized and constitutional way.
So you agree?
But sometimes lynching was less a case of mob justice and more a case of frontier justice. Large swaths of the American territory through much of its early history didn't really have a functioning court system. So there wasn't much you could do with murderers, rapists, and cattle thieves in those cases, but execute them quickly. And, sometimes they would leave their bodies hanging from a tree.
Now that frontier justice part, that's probably one of the only true things he said this whole video, because when I did the research, that frontier justice one, I think was one of those ones that did come up. But again, the reason white people were lynched back then is vastly different, very different than why black people were. So to try to compare the two, it's no comparison. White people weren't lynched because they were white. They were lynched for other things that he's mentioning here, but trying to say that black people being lynched, it had to be something like what it was with white people. No, it was completely two different things. It was definitely racially motivated.
White soldiers,
like they even took pictures at the lynchings, and they called them picnics, and they would take pictures there and make postcards out of them and mail them to family members that probably wouldn't have never seen a lynching a day in their life. Taking pictures there, smiling and everything while they're hanging from a tree. When's the last time you've ever seen that happen with a white person that was lynched and you have them taking pictures in front of the body and sending them as postcards to family members? They would probably look at that family member like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Locked up for real.
What did this person do? Why are you there? Matt ain't gonna bring that up.
As a warning to anyone who might think of committing similar crimes. It was brutal and ugly. But sometimes brutal and ugly options were the only ones available.
These motherfuckers.
Maybe you can think of a better way to deal with like a murderer if you're living in a frontier town and there's no court system and no jail and you've got someone who just murdered someone or is a rapist. What are you supposed to do with that person? A lot of internet companies claim their services are free, which is
okay. We don't want to hear that. He's about to do his advertisement. Let's skip it here.
Down into a pie chart. And
okay, so that's more of his advertisement. So that's the end of his spill. Okay, so yeah, there it is, y'all. We made it to the end. So what I got from this is his blatant lies, revisionist history on Emmett Till, Then he goes into the whole diatribe about white people being lynched too. So we as Black people should not make a big deal out of it because it happened to us as well, even though there's no comparison as to why they were lynched versus why our ancestors was lynched. And yeah, that's typical of Matt Walsh behavior. But that's going to end this video. Y'all let me know, because he also did one on the same day, another video like this on the same day, but on the Central Park 5. Let me know in the chat or in the comment section, do you want me to react to that one as well? Because like I said, this was a lot. And I can only imagine what he has to say about them. But I'll go based off of how y'all receive it. I might put it up as a poll on the community tab and see what y'all say, and I'll go off of that. But with that being said, y'all enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe, and most importantly,
Okay, hold on a second. Oh, Benny, let's see what else you got in here. I feel like we could do like, just take it to check some stuff out. Just like, I didn't know that. I was like skimming past that. I was like, we just want to see what's going on down here. This fun. I'm looking. Okay, we're gonna watch 2 more, okay? Just so you kill some time real quick. I'm about to wake him up for the food bank. He told me to stop at a certain one, so it's like, hi.
Democrat insiders are now worried the Justice Department probing California Governor Gavin Newsom's inner circle, including his wife's taxes and her nonprofits, that it's going to hurt his run for the White House.
Well, an investigation should hurt your chances of becoming president if you're unfit to be president, right? At least that's what people like Governor Newsom and his wife tell us about President Trump. But you see, this isn't just about the governor or his family and their alleged scams, because although they might be the ones under investigation, there is an entire fraud complex behind them that does not want to be exposed.
I don't know how this is legal, but he essentially gives these NGOs millions of dollars and then they donate back to his campaign. And it is so dirty and so corrupt, but somehow legal.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president.
He's trying to blame it all on Donald Trump, which is basically the only thing that we've heard from him so far. He's saying that the DOJ is weaponized against him because Donald Trump is somehow nervous he's going to run for president.
And so when I had a look at Jennifer Newsom's charity, I found that she was paying herself since 2012 $3.7 million. This is a lot of money when you look at the amount that the charity brings in.
I think that they might as well call me Miss Audit over here in the city. Because I was like, man, this person, this group need audits. This is why I want to know about this and that, right? Because it just all the stuff they're talking about right here, the nonprofit groups, the church as well, like, you know, the Black church is known to take they get paid, you know, they got grants and stuff like that to pay them. But the money that they use as a like a 501(c) or what is it called? Churches have special name, but I can't really think of the name right now. I gotta ask this. But they get paid already, you know. So instead of doing something like to be of service, they instead turned into what they are now. And it's all political. It's not there's not any religion. This is where you come with all the shills, and we have like major problems. Like me and Jesse, we go to certain I would say community, but let's keep it real. We go to certain Black churches that have been in our community, you know, for like ever. And but it's no longer a black church. It's like a place Democrats can go to to converse, where black Denver Democrat shills and their friends can go there to converse about what they're going to do to keep us impoverished or in the proximity of benign neglect and right on the edge of not upsetting massa, but upsetting the people. Yeah, taking money for continuing an ugly condition they were already in, and it's a place. It should have been a place of trust, and they ruined that. You know what I mean? So we don't have like good rapport. You would think, but I mean, it's kind of hard to be vigilant to Black Jesus and shit in there when you're doing the wrong stuff. Like they're doing wrong, and they continuously do wrong, and then they got the audacity to chastise you for believing that. And so I want audits of that too. I want audits of nonprofit groups that allegedly do for the community. You know what I mean? Two of them are two of them are black, and the remainder is white or Hispanic. White or Hispanic. And I got questions about city council too. Even the city council people. Like, why did the lady leave? And we can fuck what she said, but follow that train, it's too corrupt, especially like the current climate. It's like nobody can eat or do anything really. Man. So it's a personal shit. I really just don't feel like getting into it. Like if I have to, well, like I said, I have to take care of my family, and my family is like me, Jesse, and my brother, and the pets, right? Because that's just the way it's gonna have to be this month. See what I'm saying? But that's gonna be like a costly thing. I already looked into it. I'm like way over, right at the budget level of just doing my paper math. You know what I mean? We do have a couple of events coming up this month where you could buy art. You kind of conscious. You got the Black Arts Festival coming up right around the corner. That's one. You see what I'm saying? I was planning. I had a whole mission. I put my stuff away because I was like, man, Black Arts Festival coming. I know exactly what I want. You know what I mean? Or I want to do. Yes, I put that shit aside. So, like, all I'm saying is that, like we just have to be like, they're corrupt, all of them. I put a whole list into the auditor. Not my first time either. I want to know exactly what people do, what their point is of what their 501(c)(3) or their nonprofit does. I want to see where the money goes. What exactly do they do? How do they pay their bills? Who's funding them? I mean, like, that should be quick. And I'll take no for an answer. Some of those places, just because they changed the name, the game is still the same. You know what I mean? So I said, and this particular one, go 10, make it better, feel better, go back 15 years when they were named this. You know what I mean? I'm telling you want to look into this, and this. You're welcome. Not really. I think myself because I was right. But it's important to know. It's important to know what's really going on because all this money is going around in Denver. Nothing's really happening for the people, really. Like, give us some of that back. And taxes don't count. You know what I mean? None of that. There's a way for like, I proposed it to Tether Wadsworth. I said, can't you do both? Can't you be a greedy bastard and still do the right thing by the people? Can't you be a corrupt bastard and still do the right thing by people? There, everybody wins. You answer to certain devils, but you do the right thing for the people. I mean, there's ways to do both. How come I'm the only villain to see that? You don't have to just have one. You can do the right thing by the people too. You know, you're like y'all giggle like, serious fucking villain. I have to tell you, yeah, I understand you want to be greedy and fucking corrupt. Cool, do that. But make sure you take care of the people. It's so hard you can't take care of the people first. I mean, that's how the scandals wouldn't come up this easy. You know what I mean? If you took care of the people, I guess the people wouldn't be looking into your stupid ass. But you're not taking care of the people, so now everything's up. Then motherfuckers sitting down with a pen, reading the articles, watching the news, just writing the infractions. See what I'm saying?
This is very serious for Gavin Newsom because you look at polls.
Everybody said he was just playing around. He wasn't going to run for president. He's basically indicating not low-key, high-key. He's just basically being a little beat around the bush type. But he's going to run for president, right? And just remember, family, just remember this one fucking important thing. Gavin Newsom is an enemy to black people. But why, seduction doll? Why? Because he made us go through the California task force to build it, to create it, to fucking get them to start doing the reparations study, right? Again, study and all the research and work they did, all of that, right? That was a lot. And it's, if you haven't read the California task force reparations stuff, you are doing yourself a disservice. That is a quality read right there. Not only is it a quality read, it's I know we help work on it. I know, like, for example, we say we, I mean myself, Jesse, you know, we done our part on these the men, the mass media, they shout out to them. Where they were, you know, recording the task force and all the stuff that just went on in that. We were trauma bonding with everybody else too. I'm in the chat, Jesse's on the phone. Remember Tariq went down there a couple of times. You know, you see what I'm saying? We all did our part. So at that point, he was just toying with, because when it came time to do the right thing by FBA, he didn't. Instead, try to do a couple of symbolic gestures. There was a plaque one day and everybody's showing all their teeth. And they're super cheesy. You know what I mean? They had the Bruce's Beach and the give out, the reparations kid give out, and then the intentional setup and gaslight to receive it back. He just said, so that we seen that happen. That didn't have to happen. See what I'm saying? As the governor, he could have did something. What else? Just the dragging out of it. The fact that when he had a chance to sign off on it, he chose not to. So basically he said no. And he continued to say no. And no matter what we worked on or how much we worked on it, he continued to just go on about business. You know what I mean? Even now, even in this election season just passed, none of them motherfuckers are talking about FBA or black people at all. Don't get it twisted. We're not talking about old Spencer Pratt's ass over there kicking it with the Crips. Whoa, what is wrong with y'all motherfuckers over there? You're supposed to be asking them the right questions. Questions are about reparations, not 1 fucking inch. Did anything cross that white man's lips? Nobody talked about it. Okay? That's serious. And we got one brother out there that was running and couldn't get galvanized enough about it. So I think he lost the race. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? But I'm pretty sure he didn't win, the brother. You know what I mean? There was on code, which is a shame. That means we got to work on something else. We got to work on making sure that something with the longevity of a record of being black first, blah, blah, everything is about. He's about the reparations claim and politics, and that's in whatever area. And we really got to do some invest. We need a trusted member to go vet. You know what I mean? So that your word is like, you know, like on certain things, like that's gangbang. I brought my friend. My friend give it. Hey, you vouch for it? Shit, that means I'm gonna vouch you for every stupid fucking thing that's about to happen if they fuck up. So that's what I'm saying. We need strong FBA people that we can trust to go do some vetting. See what I'm saying? That way, when we're over there talking about putting somebody that's the lineage in place, we're gonna have to know exactly what we're getting involved in. You know what I mean? And crowdfunding. Because at this rate, I think I only see DSA is the only one that's controversial to raise other people to do all that work. The other thing is, don't forget what I said about this black family. No matter what, he said, no, you should be able to be haunted by black people every day or every time he closes his eyes. Haunted. Just knowing that he's a piece of shit. Like, you used to be standing there looking at him as he gets in his car, shake your head. Like, And he shouldn't be president because that would be rewarding his continuation of canceling motherfucking Christmas on us and denying that shit. And every time something came up, where they try to put a bill through or whatever, somebody inside the task force has to do some real bitch ass, mark ass shit and go with that same program and kill something right there. They're like, stop it. And we come with the not all, skin folk, and that's true. But Gavin Newsom should not be the motherfucking president based on that. I mean, we go into other little things, but no, I'm gonna go with that fact that he said he can't read. Two things. It doesn't matter. If he knew somebody could read to him, he still could have signed his name on it. It's not like he don't know what he's being handed to, and no one there to. Why the fuck would you have a cabinet of people to talk to as the governor? If not one of them to put their spectacles on and get to reading. So there's no motherfucking excuse. Really, no motherfucking excuse. And lots of motherfuckers are dyslexic or they write with the left hand and they read different. So instead of left to right, it's right to left. That's it. Simple as that. So we can't even act like he don't know how to read, because if it was that serious, somebody could put his ass in front of a mirror and a magnifying glass and light that bitch up and turn it around. That's all it is. It's just he had to read backwards and read from instead of left to right, he's reading right to left. It happens. You know what I mean? Instead of using your right hand for shit, you gotta go and good old trust in the left hand. You know what I mean? He'll figure it out. I mean, I myself, I don't have a problem. I'm a left-handed. I'm naturally left-handed. Dyslexic? No, I read peripherals. I don't speed read. Shit. But he said no. So just keep that in mind. And he's about to leave the office with no motherfucking answer on that. And nobody's asked him. And I know because I'm the only one saying it out loud. It's like the third week in a row I said it. And before that, I was saying for damn near a whole year. Once he said no that first time. I was like, well, that's a wrap. I gotta go about it some other way. You know what I mean? But he had everybody in there trauma bonding, writing lengthy fucking essays of family lineage and serious family shit. Serious FBA shit, okay? And he just didn't give a fuck. It's like playing with our emotions. And the same thing with the task force. We have one or two people for the task force. They tell us what's really going on. That's sad. That is a sad state of affairs right there. And it's left in limbo. It's left in limbo. So that's what I don't like. At least you close it out like you close out any fucking lengthy ass fucking show that's like 5 seasons long. You know what I mean? Can you close it all out, wrap it up on the last 5th and final season, please? And don't rush through it like fucking 50 Cent. Just answer all the questions we had throughout the 5 seasons, please and thank you. Let's just treat it like that. That's what it is. I'm serious. Might as well just treat him like a sitcom. And they're ending. And he's ending. He ends the show with like no real answers to the questions we had. Just think about it. Put it like that. If that'll help you get through you know, the Gavin Newsom. And no, he shouldn't run for president on that alone, on GP, just based on the fucking fact he said no. Okay, no. Mm-mm. That right there is for me. That's all I know. He shouldn't be rewarded. Should not be rewarded.
Polling, for example, the last 4 that I've seen, it's Gavin Newsom trailing Kamala Harris, who isn't exactly, the Caitlin Clark of presidential candidates, by 22 points.
Who said this was a viable option either? Like, no, man. Does she really want to go back into that? Like, she really wants to be like clowned on, like relentlessly, like we were doing. That they forced you on it. Like, come on, man, you didn't learn your lesson. Like, no, like, what is gonna be different? You see her in last 2 interviews. What's really different? I saw her when she reached out to Gavin Newsom. I saw her when she reached out to whatever fucking what's his name? One of the Petersons, Justin, the one with the fro. He called her, right? They're like on a little FaceTime thing. She still looks the same. She's still introverted. She's still like low confidence. If you read you watch that little documentary she made, it's like about an hour and a half long. And you see, there's really not much growth. Okay, you put a book out and you kind of do a little tour, and he was like, but what did you do for us? Like, what are you? You can't go round another fucking 4-year round. No. Mm-mm. No, so she can't do it either. I don't want to be traumatized of the whole campaign season and then have to go through another 4 years, except she'll be present versus the border czar, which we didn't see her for like 3 motherfucking years. Just saying. Really. And she had all the time in the world to be next to the pen and get the pen to do the right thing, like sign off on some checks and shit. Did she do it? No. So I don't know, man. I'm pretty like, fuck no, that can't happen either. Gavin Newsom, I don't know, Democrats, step it up, find somebody else. Find somebody else that isn't all fucked up, got scandals, or done some crazy shit. Like, if that's what you want, but we're ultimately, I don't know about everybody else, but I would say this, I'm holding my vote until something tangible comes along. That includes the presidential race. If I didn't do it this year and the year before that, tangibles actually mean something. You can't just say we want tangibles and it's not a serious thing.
19 points, 17 points, 18 points.
So look at this. Governor Newsom has been suspiciously directing money to his connected nonprofits. What a shocker. And the reason I say this is because the stuff going on in California right now, these are the things people point the finger at President Trump and they say, this is what he's doing. He's the one that's corrupt, but it's them. They're the ones doing this. At least those are the allegations. But should we be surprised that in America's largest sanctuary state, which is full of fraud, every fraud from immigration fraud to medical fraud to the defrauding of the needy to feed the homeless industrial complex, that elected officials wouldn't be looking at all of this plundering and not be tempted? Well, it appears they have looked. They have been tempted and they've gotten in on the plundering. And how does this happen? Well, apparently it's pretty easy to orchestrate if you're the governor and your wife runs nonprofits. With the governor allegedly ordering companies to donate money to groups he was connected with or were directly run by his wife. Then those same companies would be given lucrative no-bid contracts by the California government after making such donations. And since they're making money in California, they could then use some of it to support political candidates of their choosing. And guess who those turn out to be? But that brings us to the real reason the federal government has to investigate this. Can you imagine if Trump's kids had a nonprofit, and Trump told Lockheed Martin, hey, donate to my kid's nonprofit. And after they do, Trump says, by the way, here's a government contract that's about the same amount of money that you donated to my kids. That would be a national scandal. And that's what's happening in California because the Newsom machine has allegedly solicited $350 million worth of these donations, some of which were made to his wife's nonprofits, and all of this is public record. We can see what it is. And the reason that that's fascinating is because it makes the moment you're about to see, which was caught on camera, totally bizarre. Watch this.
Governor, Madam First Lady, it's great to see you both. We're live on MS Now. You've been very, very forceful in your condemnation of this DOJ investigation. Into both of you, I would love for you guys to both address this and what's happening.
All on contrast today. I mean, got up there, literally started tearing up. And I think everybody feels that spirit and that pride that we've been missing. And we didn't even realize how much we've been missing it. We have people that frankly are unworthy of their positions.
So Gavin Newsom is asked point blank about being investigated. And the best answer he has is that the people investigating are criminals themselves. That's not a very good answer. He doesn't have an answer. He never expected to be asked about what he was up to because this is just how stuff works in California. And we know that because of what his wife said next. Watch.
Investigation. What do you want to say?
I'm just so grateful for this inspiration and leadership. We need more of this.
Hey, this is stuff that happens in other countries.
Yeah, he's right. This is stuff that happens in other countries. And that's why it's being investigated because this stuff is happening in California. But if this is their answer, it proves that the Newsoms never thought for a second anyone was ever going to call him out on this. Remember, Kamala and Tim were supposed to be running America. They were going to let all the fraud keep going. No one was ever going to ask. No one was ever going to check. And if they checked, it wasn't going to matter because it was going to be institutionalized all across our country. But here's what Gavin Newsom has to say about these investigations when he has a moment to compose himself and look straight into the camera in a social media video. Watch.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president, because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit.
So that might look like it was an official proclamation by the governor. And while he is the governor and he was on an official looking set, that was actually posted to his personal social media to defend himself. And he says Trump's out there and he's looking for a crime and he's not going to stop looking until he can make one up or discover one that's not really a big deal. But this makes it sound like Trump is the first president to investigate Gavin Newsom. Is that true?
Gavin Newsom wants you to think that Trump is weaponizing the DOJ against him because he's running for president. Get real. The probes into Newsom, his wife, his ex-chief of staff started under Biden and stemmed from Democratic whistleblowers. He's using Trump to cover his own crimes.
Okay, so President Biden is the one that started these investigations? I thought all of this was Trump's fault. I thought Trump was the big meanie here. Could it be that Gavin's fraud was so out of line that even President Biden, whose successor was going to be Kamala and Tim, if that group says that your fraud is so bad, they have to investigate you, something's out of whack. Old Joe was looking around one day and he said, you know what? This guy, Gavin, he's not that good at hiding the fraud. He's not as good as Timmy. So we're going to go with Timmy. He's going to be the VP. And then we're going to investigate Gavin because somebody's got to make Tim look legitimate. And that's how we can do that. We can investigate Gavin because he's even worse. And as you're about to see, the more you look into this, the worse it gets for the Newsoms.
I don't know how this is legal, but he essentially gives these NGOs millions of dollars and then they donate back to his campaign. And it is so dirty and so corrupt, but somehow legal.
That's pretty wild. But she makes a good point. This is all legal in California. Laws have been passed to make things that are illegal elsewhere legal right here. But what we're talking about here are these $340 million in quote unquote behest payments, which is where the politician can solicit donations on behalf of third parties, even if that third party is his wife who he files a joint tax return with. Apparently, Blue Shield gave $20 million and then was rewarded with a contract of a similar amount of money. Isn't that interesting? Kaiser gave $9 million and then got a similar contract. Funny. But here's where it really gets weird. Records list roughly $4.8 million for the California Partners Project, which includes $2.3 million from the Federated Indians of Graton Rancheria. The tribe gave $500,000 in April 2024, months before Newsom's office urged federal officials to reject a rival casino project, and another $500,000 a year later, about a month before California sued to block the project. It sounds like there's a casino going on here, and it's actually happening in the governor's mansion underneath his watchful eyes.
A story claiming that Governor Newsom's wife and her firm pocketed more than $3 million from a gender stereotypes charity. For more on this, we're joined by the Daily Mail's chief investigative reporter, Josh Boswell. Josh, great to see you. So what made you look into Newsom's wife in the first place, and what did you find?
Well, there are just always a lot of questions that seem to be swirling around the Newsoms and their finances, have been for years. And so I thought, this is a man who clearly is going to be running for president. This is worth looking at, what their finances are, what the shape of them are. And so when I had a look at Jennifer Newsom's charity, I found that she was paying herself since 2012 $3.7 million. And this is a lot of money when you look at the amount that the charity brings in. It's sort of 1 to 1.7 million a year. And she's paying up to a third of that to herself and her own company, $300,000 a year. Now, that is, I did a bit of data analysis looking at what charities that size usually pay their executives. And she was in the top 5% of all charities in the nation for pay.
Wow. So she receives more money from her charity than other charities pay their executives, which means that her charity is less charitable than the competition. So if you're going to direct money over here, it ain't doing as good as it could do if it went over here to another charity that's not paying its executives too much. She's in the top 5% of charities in the entire nation, apparently, but her charity is not. That's interesting. And that's what's so shocking to me about them getting caught on camera, ambushed, if you want to call it that, asked about this thing that they've been doing out in the open forever. And no one who premeditates something like this and thinks it's a problem goes out on the street without an answer. They didn't think any of this would ever be seen as illegitimate, and now it is.
So DOJ, of course, doesn't comment on the specifics of this. We've really only heard from Gavin Newsom claiming this investigation is targeting them, even though, as we mentioned, it started in 2022 in his orbit. Do you think that the charity is the reason DOJ might be investigating her?
Let's find out.
There's a whole bunch of reasons, potentially. There are a lot of questions around their finances. So the charity could be one of them. Now, it is legal for a charity to pay whatever they want to their executives. But one of the issues they might be looking at is, who are the donors to the charity that are financing that pay? What kind of relationships do they have with the California government that Newsom is in charge of?
That's a great question.
There's also, if you look at his income, and he's released at least, partly to journalists in closed door viewing sessions, his tax returns. And if you look at that, his income, it's about 1.2 to 1.4 million a year. And it just doesn't add up for all of his.
Isn't that fascinating? Gavin Newsom is one of the people that, Trump's the criminal, Trump's hiding something. Remember that whole debacle? Trump hasn't released the tax returns. How dare he? Well, here's the same thing. His tax returns aren't coming out either. And there's a very good reason for that.
Expenses. He's got massive mortgages, $625,000 in mortgage payments.
Wow.
He's got at least $1 million in living expenses. And the two just don't add up.
That's crazy.
I would be interested in that if I were an IRS investigator. One other thing to look at
Where's
here
the money
is
coming
the
from?
way that his property transactions are structured lead to a lot of questions. When he bought his $3.7 million Sacramento estate, it was done through an LLC, but that LLC doesn't seem to have appeared on his tax returns. There's all kind of questions of why he would do it that way, and he hasn't answered those satisfactorily.
Yeah, why would you use a fake company that doesn't exist to buy your house and then not disclose that company on your own tax returns? That's weird. It's almost as if you're trying to hide who owns the house, or you're playing some sort of game, or you're trying to disguise where the money was funneled into for that $3.8 million estate, which is a lot of money. If you're the governor of California, you're making $250,000 a year, and then you got your wife running a bunch of charities making around $300,000 a year. So the Newsom's annual income should be less than what their mortgages are. How are they living the life of elites in Silicon Valley without the income to do that? Unless they have the income to do that, it just doesn't come from anything that has a paper trail. At least a paper trail that's out in the open.
And that's California Governor Gavin Newsom blaming politics for the DOJ investigation into his and his wife's finances. This is days before the investigation became public. Newsom was fined over $31,000 for a late reporting of more than $5.5 million in charitable donations. Joining me now is California Post opinion editor Joel Pollack.
Hey,
Joel, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. What's your take on this investigation?
Well, first of all, it wasn't just charitable donations. He was fined for failing to report what are called behested payments. These are payments that are allowed in California, where politicians ask donors to give money to charities of their choice. And in Newsom's case, the charity he was asking donors to give to was run by his wife. So that creates conflicts of interest, as does the fact that some of the donors had interests before the state.
Wow.
And the implication is that if you gave a little money to the governor's wife's charity, maybe the governor would be a little bit more inclined to favor your position as opposed to somebody else's. So that is already in the public domain. We don't know what else the DOJ is digging up. There are reports that they're looking into Jennifer Siebel Newsom's tax returns. But I can say this. We don't know whether these investigations are politically motivated or not. It didn't help John Bolton when he said that the investigation into his misuse of classified information was politically motivated. He just recently pleaded guilty.
Ooh, so there could really be a crime here. It really looks like the Newsoms have a pay-to-play operation that, hey, if you want to get ahead in California, you want to do business the right way, you better be doing business with the casino the governor's running at his $3.8 million estate. That better be your game plan, because if it's not, you're going to get passed over for a casino of your own. You're going to get passed over for that lucrative contract that can pay your bills and keep your company going. No wonder California is so poorly run. The fraud taking place on the streets has made its way all the way up to the top. Everyone is in on it. If you're not in on the fraud in California, you're not going to be running anything for very long. And now these people want to run the entire country. Think about that.
That doesn't actually explain whether Newsom is guilty or not.
True.
And if Newsom were being honest with the voters of California, he would come clean about what these behested payments are instead of waiting until beyond the deadline to account for
why is he hiding it?
Wow. Meanwhile, prediction markets show positive movement for Newsom's presidential ambitions.
Because he's under attack from Trump.
Well, I don't really pay a lot of attention to prediction markets. If prediction markets were correct, Eric Swalwell would be the leading candidate for governor today. He had over 2/3% likelihood. You know, prediction markets.
Those people lost their money.
Some value, mostly the same as anecdotal value. We believe in them because we think insiders are making money often inappropriately by trading on information that they only have access to. But often prediction markets are just getting the same garbage in, garbage out that the rest of us are getting from the media. And so I don't really place too much stock in them. But I will say that Newsom is leading a race to the bottom. Democrats seem to believe that the most important thing about 2028 is being the most anti-Trump candidate they possibly can be, even though Trump will not be on the ballot.
That's their whole platform at this point. The entire platform of this party is who can stand up to Trump the most. And that's what's fascinating. If you watch the social media video that Gavin Newsom made dressed up as the governor, the whole thing is a campaign video for why he should be your next president, because he's the one standing up to Trump for you. I don't know why you'd want to stand up to a president who's lowering gas prices and protecting the future of our country and the entire world from dangerous regimes for generations. I don't know why you'd want to stop that. But apparently Gavin Newsom thinks there's enough people in America who want to stop that that if he can get them on his side, if they're not out there rioting, throwing themselves against the federal government at a jail somewhere, that he can win. So to him, these investigations are a fundraising opportunity. He's actually been doing quite a lot of fundraising off these investigations to boost himself up in the eyes of the voters. But those are going to have to be voters who want what Gavin Newsom wants, which has led us to where California is today, an absolute train wreck disaster.
And if Democrats thought that doing a good job was the criterion for being the presidential nominee, you would see Newsom clearing brush in California. You would see him actually balancing the state budget instead of dipping $20 billion into the reserves.
Wow.
You'd see him cleaning up crime. You'd see him helping rebuild in Pacific Palisades. You don't see him doing that. And he actually has no track record of accomplishments in California to talk about. He's got high-speed rail that doesn't go anywhere. He's got reservoirs that were planned and never built. He's got Delta tunnels that were reduced from 2 to 1 and then never built. He basically has a resume of 0. And so he has to.
Actually, he does have a resume of accomplishments, but they're all fraudulent accomplishments. And that doesn't matter to the average American who wants lower gas prices and cheaper food and wants to see homes built that they can afford to live in at some point. No, it doesn't help that person. But what it does do is it does create a huge resume of accomplishments for the industrial fraud complex in this country. Who do you think their candidate's going to be? Is it going to be somebody that wants to crack down on fraud? You think they're going to elect Nick Shirley as president, the fraud complex? Absolutely not.
But luckily for him, that's what Democrats have an appetite for right now.
Yep.
Wow,
That's what they have an
amazing.
appetite for.
And Joel, I spoke with California Congressman Ro Khanna here last week, and he admitted basically what he's looking for after I questioned him on his own White House aspirations. Watch this. Look, bottom line here, you've been testing the waters openly. You've been coming on a lot, talking about all these other issues beyond just your own portfolio. Do you want to break some news? Are you running in 28?
Look, I believe that the central issue is the economic divide in this country. And I have a vision of economic patriotism. I want that platform out there. Look, I was speaking to the Teamsters. I'll just take this 20 seconds on this point. And I was going through my whole economic plan. And then I said, I know a lot of people out here have voted for Trump. And you know what? We've got to stop insulting each other. We've got to start working together. We've got to start to figure out a united purpose in this country.
I think you answered my question.
He's moderating.
Well,
I think you answered my question. The answer is yes.
I love coming on here because,
Congressman, you're running on Trump's agenda. You're running on Trump's agenda. He's building up America. He's getting the supply chains to America. You're running on Trump's agenda. That's it. We got it.
Trump identified a lot of the problems.
Why else is he on Fox News if he's not running on Trump's agenda? Who's he trying to get votes from? That would be you and me and reasonable people that might not want to vote for the mess going on in California. And that's where all these people are from. They think their list of accomplishments in California is going to get them the two things that almost got Tim and Kamala into the White House. I say almost, they lost in a landslide, but these are the two things they want. The first thing they want is the backing of the industrial fraud apparatus in America, because all the scammers of this country are going to do everything they can to funnel money into whoever their candidate is. And then they think if they moderate their positions at the very last minute like this, that they can get the fraud money and your votes, which is what they're going to need to win. Kamala and Tim, they might have got the fraud money. They might have got the fraudsters on their side, but they didn't get any of the votes, so it didn't work out. What do you think about that? See you in the next video.
And them paying for shit was a very, very, very big thing. Like they paid every shield. They paid all the shields. Everybody to help them. Try to get her name, try to get her galvanized votes. I mean, they're paying people, they're paying influencers, things like that. But you can see doing that didn't elevate nobody. You know, didn't give them no other presence. Okay. One more and then we're done, okay? We're done.
A look at downtown LA, where the city council has approved a massive redevelopment project. It aims to offer more housing and mixed-use buildings in the Skid Row area that now has warehouses and cold storage buildings. Let's go live to Fox 11's Christy Fajardo in downtown LA with more on this ambitious project. Christy?
Laura, the city council approved the project yesterday. And to give you an idea of the scope of the project, take a look here behind me. It takes up this entire block and even some of the buildings on the other side of 4th Street. And to give you an idea of the location, this is sort of the edge of Skid Row, the center of Skid Row. The heart of it is just a couple of blocks to our west. The Arts District is a few blocks to our east. And Little Tokyo is a few blocks to our north.
For 37 years, you know.
Kenny Chow, owner of Catch 21 on Central Avenue, has seen many changes since he opened in 1990. But the cold storage facility across the street has always been there. That's about to change with an ambitious $2 billion project.
Yeah. I don't know if it's bad or good, you know, but it's both sides, you know, I like both sides.
The city council has now approved a 10-building, 7.6-acre mixed-use complex. The architecture firm Studio 111 has these renderings on its website of what is planned to replace these cold storage facilities at 4th and Central. They include a 30-story skyscraper, retail space, and 1,500 units of residences, with at least 260 units of low-income housing.
Yeah, I think they told them about 2 years. It should be all shut down in October, you know?
Trucker operator Andy Hinojosa says he's been pulling into Los Angeles cold storage since 1985 and will lose jobs when the complex breaks ground.
It's going to kill the workforce of truck drivers. And I mean, you know, we're going to pick up loads now. So it's kind of a bad thing.
But the president of Los Angeles Cold Storage, which also is a partner in the project, believes it will benefit Los Angeles, telling the LA Times it's an investment in the future.
Oh my God.
We did speak to people off camera who are concerned what will happen to the unhoused population that lives in this area. They're concerned that they could be uprooted to make way for that project. And there are also some business groups in Little Tokyo that oppose the project. One business owner telling us off camera he worries what it will do to real estate prices in the area. But the project also had its share of supporters who say LA needs more housing. Live in downtown LA, I'm Christy Fajardo. Let's send it back to you.
But
well, of course, change is always hard. But of the folks you did talk to and the people who were, you know, who liked the idea, did they tell you what they liked about it in particular that they thought might be a positive for this urban area?
Well, they like the aspect that there is low income housing included, or that, you know, they believe that more housing is needed and that the affordability crisis, that something like this will help with that.
All right. Christy Fajardo, thank you so much for that live report, Dan.
All right. Oops. I'm gonna take this out. So that was not in there. That's just watching. My own free time. Okay. Oh. Got time. Stop staring real quick. All right. All right, Black family. Let's see. About to close out. Thank you, 14 little eyeballs that I see you watching. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on one second. I gotta put just these little messages up there. Let me see. All right. Get back to the comments. I think I just saw Black Joe in there. Did. Okay. I don't know why I didn't see that right away. Oh, well, great. All right, Brennan. Thank you for sitting here with me and allowing me to co-host with Jesse. He has to get up here shortly with what do you call it, for the food bank Sunday. Thank you, everybody. Please like, share, subscribe this broadcast. That'll really help Jesse's algorithm. Now tell him to stop by. Please share this again for tonight. for part 2. It'll be just part 1. Basically part 2. Yeah, part 2. Tonight, 10 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. It'll be hopefully it'll be us in Chewbacca. And whatever guests want to top on the panel. Jesse has a wide range of things to cover tonight, so we look forward to all of that. Stay tuned for the Sunday morning food bank also when it goes live. Have a good day. It's gonna be bright and hot outside. So have a good day. We'll see you later on this evening. Thank you for watching Frontline Black News. Like I say, like and subscribe and share. Thank you. Oh, okay, and the RVA. I got a nice little setup, a little cute one, but I don't know if I'm gonna be allowed to do a show today. Probably not. Probably because I think we'll catch up on maybe a podcast or 2 that I might have missed. But I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to do that today because I have to fix my mate's hair so he can start looking like a politician, because we start really, really, really hitting things heavy. Also, too, expect for his campaign website to be kind of wrapping up with the edits I'm gonna have to do. I just finally got access into it again. It's just just in his damn many accounts because we're being shadow banned or whatever. I finally got into it, so I have everything up. Now I can just work on it in my own pace, but I'm trying to get things done with that, with the website, and book up some up and coming interviews. So yeah, I'm going to be working on that. Plus that little ad, my little stuff that I've been working on behind the scenes. I'm trying to animate it. I had to outsource that help to Ray. Shout out to Ray. What else? I feel like that's not it. I feel like there's more for me to tell you about the campaign, but I'm not sure if there is or if I mentioned everything. But it should be by the end of the week. It should be just updated. Where some new things have to change. So just updated information. Basically, this pertinent for the Deborahs to live here, and also to stay concurrent with what the New Black media is looking for as far as a person to represent a seat in the state house. We got to stay current to that too, as a signal booster. We gotta actually, it's appropriate. You just listen to, the views of TBA or Professor Black Truth, Drake, everybody else is that, it's like we're the children of that. So we're gonna signal boost and stuff like that. Gotta stay current and on code with what's good, right? Or what we're doing, basically. Yeah. Forgive me, I'm tired. I gotta go. Stay black, stay dangerous, and we'll see you later on this evening. I'm your host, Seduction Dog, aka Lady J. And I'll see you the next time with Jesse. Just live. Peace out. Thank you.